Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Nothing spotted. Now goes for the pink and Famous with a great headshot.
Device can
Still
actually,
guarded.
yeah, remove the guns.
Says, let's put you back on a Thrifty. Overdrive going to be popped though and Famous. Likes those odds. Pushing forward, able to find one. $sign, holding things down at the back as Famous comes away with a third. Forsaken now has to do the lion's share of the work, and that is an immense amount of immediate damage. Famous with a 4K. I suspect Mako was likely getting the read that it was going to be Premi rotating through that defender spawn as well. As
Orbitainment, but Premi wants to stop that.
Deacon finding one. Mako just, hip fire action, looking to steady it, eventually does. Ring just walking right into it.
Hit the headshot, which you're not doing, but you're still getting the kill.
And midair, off towards Buzz, who does have the perfect crosshair placement to pick up 2 kills.
Oh,
Jing, though, maybe unexpected for Meteor.
So that's back online.
Okay, into the spot.
Towards the site for his utility, potentially, or play to the numbers.
Which means PRX are then kind of just funneled straight into B. Something trying to fly past a lot of it, though, does hold out towards the top market, but down towards the exact lane. Something then finding a double kill. Izu stacks, can they hold it down in Boathouse? So far, so good. Izu with the double kill. Something swaps on, pulls out the blaze. He finds the right.
Go back in towards the retake.
Oh, and look at this now. Buzz feeling confident to go in for the overdrive play. Perfectly set up by the team. Look at the flashes! He's online for the ace! Does he look for it, Buzz? Low HP, but he still tracks on!
Today you look so handsome.
You also, thank you. I hide my forehead. Oh! Believe me guys, today is nice day, okay?
Just think like we grip everything we can, so we don't regret after the game, okay?
파이팅.
파이팅 뭐? 기분이 좋은데 오늘? 오늘 기분이 좋아.
토론토 가기 딱 좋은 날씨네 그냥.
오늘 기분 좋긴 해 오늘. 오늘 기분이 왜 이렇게 좋지?
내 태호!
좁혀러 가보자.
자, 가보자잉.
얘들아, 단절해지자 다시. 우리 우승하자.
오케이.
토론토. 오늘 하빈이 아픈데 누가 화이팅해?
화이팅 해줘.
소리질러.
화이팅, 화이팅, 화이팅!
하래. 이렇게 나와.
고, 맨다! 아몬!
자, 플래시 좀 깨주라. 확인. 깼다. 둘, A맨 둘. 야, 스플릿 맞는 거 같아요. 쇼 봐라, 그냥 아트 쪽. 확인, 나도 부탁해.
Ni mali na bigang. Tap pump dik kemen mali. Kemen sebenarnya dah.
งับส่งก็ตีให้ได้แล้ว
ปล่อยแล้วออกไปเลย
ตีเลยต้อง
โดนช่วยโรเทตหน่อย
우리 궁이 리테도 돼. 아니, 우리 안에서 버티는 중.
앞에 스모크 돼? 앞에 스모크 비비는 거?
잠깐만.
วิ่งออกไปแล้ว이 스모크 하나 나이스 에방 나이스 나라요
어이, 나라요 뭐야? 야, 네네네네. 맛 좋네. 맛 좋네.
에이 조용해 이번에 에이 레이즈 좀 봐 에이 레이즈 멀리 있었다 멀리 이기겠다
삐 앞에 없었어. C 조심. 나 몰래 하나 까놓을게.
A랑 B 오면 나 또 도와줄게.
야 여기 백사 있다 백사 야 여기에 킬조이고 백사에 다른 애 있어 오맨인데 쟤 A 리테이크인가 보다
에이 레이즈 아니야 에이 레이즈랑 오면 있어
B 없는데 얘들아 이거? B가 되긴 해 B가
야 와라 스톱 하나 더 맞고
들어왔다 찌리크
하긴 치링커만 봐.
하나 더. 천천히. 하나 더. 쟤 잡으러 갈래?
줄게, 나 줄게.
스파이크
메인 하나, 짝방 하나.
짝방 둘이야 지금. 피 없을 거지. 형 총 먹어.
나 앞에. 앞에 상단.
상단 잡아볼게. 천천히 해봐. 천천히. 둘. 자, 하나 더. 총 먹어. 야, 여기 총 있어. 수택이 형. 나 총 있어. 여기 나이스.
클래식으로 대형 사고가 나버렸네.
클래식. 에멘 오면 TP. 빅원 밋. 삐면 안 나. 탑 미트리야. 됐다. 맨원 미면.
아, 세비.
잡았어. 홀드 얘들아.
홀드 할게.
맨날 줘. 알아봐? 에비 맨날. 자, 끝. 셋업. 가자. 블락 갈게. 깠어. 플래시. TV 오면 TV. 아다 쏘게. 넘어서 또 앞에. 해변 왼쪽 그대로. 낸 본중. 우리 현철이 필. 사이드 원 사이드. 드론. 원해요. 또. 해변 둘. 차도 앞에. 만달. 아살라말레이쿰. Wow, imagine if we had one more round in attack. Wow. 맨 깎고. 멀리서 깠다. 신상호 맨 깎고. 와볼래? 와봐. 기다려.
야, 쇼트로 한다.
쇼스로 와줘. 야, 가지.
파워다. 주먹질. 야, 짤때 무섭게 나오는 거 봐.
스파이크가 A 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
맞사인.
사인 맞잖아.
잡아.
그냥 안설할게 이거.
안설해. 안전하게.
메인에서 보이는 소리요. 팀플랜 됐어. 따오르게. 야, 안설 잡으러 간다.
명관아 좋아요. 드리블 너무 좋아하지 명관아 지금. 명관아 드리블 너무 좋아 지금.
그럼.
빠진다. 공 너무 좋았다. 사이트.
그럼, 넌 알겠다, 캔다니까.
됐어. Overlap. Ada yang bisa molly Maxim. Can you molly the bubble, Aston? Ya, molly na.
그럼, 막심.
장막 내려가요. 얘 어때 얘들아?
영화장 형이 이거 봐줘.
일단 가줄게. 이거 A일 것 같아.
몰라, 이거. 우리 정리 안 된다, 얘들아.
야 구체 이거 CT까지 갔다. 이거 A일 것 같아.
아스파크 해봐, 플러스 백사이드.
I'm ready now. Okay, go now. One stairs. It's backside. TK 하나 조심해야 돼. 야 좀만 붙어. 봐. 잡아. Go. I'm blind.
하나 페이트, 나이스.
나이스. 나 가운 중이다. 잠깐만 가운 중. 하나 더.
잠깐만. 울지.
이런 씨. Maybe side. Heaven. 긁혔다.
괜찮아. 진상 좋을 것 같아.
I have done. Okay, go.
He got done.
My king, man. You are my king, man.
I'm not.
You are queen, bro.
나이스.
이메인트 폴트 연막까지 얘네.
쇼크.
타이밍 떼주고 가봐.
팝 조심해봐. 얘네 봉봉 깠다 이거 일단.
확인했어.
야 팝 조심.
계단 왔다.
피해를 했다.
B 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
면철 개피.
나이스. 안돼 에이스가 아니야.
면철이 와 뭐야?
따라용 아니라 다행이야.
원태야 그게 무슨?
Hello. For second announcer.
We pledge to uphold the glory of sports and the honor of our team, to abide by the fundamental principles of sportsmanship, and to compete with effort and skill in the spirit of fair play. บางดาไฟบางดาไฟ
แล้วเนี่ย
ลองไปดูกันเอา1,100
Let's go boy
let's go
ดาไฟดาไฟดาไฟดาไฟ
อุ้ย
เอาไว้เดน brother ก็ค้างเลยก็ค้างรอบนึงอ่ะ Yeah brother
bye
just kill him
ว่าแล้ว
No shit look right
แล้วก็คลิกซ้ายค้างแล้วก็โดดยิงมึงอ่ะ
สอนใหม่
รีบบ้างน้องรีบบ้าง What
ไม่ได้คลิกซ้ายค้างใส่มึงก็โดดยิงใหม่อะไม่หลบกันแล้วไม่มีกล้องผมจะสอนพี่ต้องนิ่งกว่านี้หน่อย
โอเค
ต้องนิ่งกว่านี้อะบอกเลยจะยิงปัดโดนเลยมีเสียเชิงแล้วเนี่ยก็โซว่าเมน brother ชิลัวเว้ยlet's go bro ให้มันก็ถือธนูค้างมาเลยแล้วมันก็ไอ้นี่ต้องหลบก่อนเว้ยขั้นแรกอะไม่หลบกันแล้วเต็มหลอดอะหลับบัดเดอร์ไอ้ติ้งนี่หลับบัดเดอร์
Hey nervous ฮะ
อะไรวะ
Not even close ดีครับ
ก็ไม่โดนเสีย
Wow you guys look like NPC 10 points from I'll go crazy out later when you want okay
go bro
3 2 1 go โอเค I win
มึงแพ้นะมึงต้องเก็บบอมแล้วเอาไปไล่มันใช้สกิล
I want you I need you
J สวยเพื่อนผิวจัด
Let's go Jong Let's go Jong
let's go วางชิงเจ
can win better
Spike drop. I have the spike.
เฟกแดน better
JJ
Throw him J
Dude you should just run away from just now no
อุ้ยเพื่อน
Spike drop.
ไม่ติด
no
ไปไม่ติด
oh
Wait you don't get it
you fail brother
Bro you fail bro Yay No way di lah
throw him
oh brother
no
Nice one Talon Let's go Talon It's okay J warm up J
warm up I don't know what happened man
Let's go Wang Jing J
let's go brother อันตีเอาชิวไว้ชิวแล้ว เฮ้ย
เล่นผิวกันแล้ว
Spike drop.
Why he don't get the bomb
I think you need to wait bro
slow him J out him
Yeah you can use ulti non-stop J Just spam the ulti lah Just spam the ulti J Yeah
calm down brother
เจ
ชาติบ้าง
เฮ้ย
มึงทำอะไร
just don't use like this don't use this J don't use this just wait and then you go
You don't have spike bang
let's go Thailand win bro
Bang you don't have spike bang
JJ
what you try lah bang
Bang you don't have spike bang
Isat bang I thought I pick it up bang
This is what happens when you don't plant the spike Most often
เอาเร็วเลย let's go
how to give the spike bro
No way lah this one
มึง200คิวโชว์เขาเลยนะ
They just need to wait when he dash to you, then you dash away. They just need to wait for him to reach to you, then you dash away.
Go go
ยืนวิทันไว้
Spike drop.
โอ้ยชิบหายแล้วกดดี
Spike drop. I have spike.
ยาไม่ทันว่ะ
Yeah, let it. Just wait for him to reach to you.
ใช่เบอร์
Comeback is real
Comeback. Oh, that was butt clenching moment.
It was a butt clenching moment.
They already lost the moment they lose the third round just now.
Good luck เบอร์ we will win เบอร์
จริงมั้ยเนี่ย
Oi. You bait him a bit, Jay. You bait him to dash, you know.
นี่ตัวอัลทีมาเจ
You act like you're gonna dash, Jay, but you don't dash, you know.
J first dash this is first dash J first
Oh, dude, you got
ดี
dash.
ได้
J he got slow just chill out after he dash
โอ้
dude
ยกูเบอร์นะก็ไปไกลแล้วรอบไปฝั่งถ้ามันมา
Hey,
ใกล้
you
ๆมันกด
running, ah? You bring
แต่นี่มันต้องแบบใกล้ปะวะไม่ใกล้
ไม่ไล่บางยิง
ไปสกัดแบตเตอร์ชิบหายละ
ไปที่ปี
นานวะWe win ball T2 brother
this guy J what he already get ulted what just now
What he dash bang
yeah but use your feeling lah dude he gonna dash what
Okay you genius bang
Yeah go
Nice try.
Fake comeback
disappointed
It's okay. It's not too bad.
disappointed man
Good he pay well
เวเลเมน
Oh my god. Let's go. Oh my god. Wait, he practicing, eh?
you practice no
No battery cup
hey no practice no
Oh how to get up bro
no practice no
Not even close, bro.
Primi go
He win
why
Check ah, take a look ah.
Bang
warm up what you
Yeah
you go first
Okay Ôi
you die
Yeah
GG brother he's dead no I just play for the win
Oh, you actually going ah?
no I just play for the win
Cheating brother
Huh? I go first?
Oh okay
Okay. Hup. Ooh, not bad.
Tengok depan.
Not bad
Oh, the enemy is working hard ah.
What again brother
Kencana.
อยู่เฉยๆอยู่ฐานดีแล้วต้องไปไหนแล้ว
Kalau aku di sini kan, aku taruh klon. Kan di situ aku. Neng, song,
กดแล้ว
brother. Oh, ready?
Dude, he's gonna try something funny, dude, this kid.
I win brother
No, I win. You see? Here, I'm here.
No brother
You look cool, brother.
Bro, too early, bro.
No. Okay, what?
Bro, there's no way he's gonna beat your ass, bro.
เหลือ3 วิอ่ะ
Dạ về đi
Ready?
มี
Premium?
3 วิจุด 1คิว3 วิจุด 1
อีกจุดหนึ่งนะ
1 2
Lu main brother.
Lucky dong, you lucky dong.
Double.
Okay. It's about time, right? You guys have some?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we got this, bro.
The team is awarded the trophy in recognition of their victory at the first Pacific Field Day, where they demonstrated exceptional skill and outstanding teamwork.
Anjay.
Champion, man.
Champion,
Very good.
Yeah, feel good and night high, bro. Yeah,
You got one trophy, bro.
yeah, champion happy, brother.
같이 기념사진 한번 촬영을 끝낼 건데요.
Players oath. We pledge to uphold the glory of sports and the honor of our team, to abide by the fundamental principles of sportsmanship, and to compete with effort and skill in the spirit of fair play.
Wait, cheer, please. He plays solo for 5 years, but I don't think he needs the advice.
He plays solo every day. If he was, he needs to retire.
Good luck, Noob.
Nope, I'm gonna win, bro.
Wrong bind, bro. Aduh.
Let's go, push.
Woi.
Oi.
GG.
Oi. Ai.
Push.
Ai. No, ai.
Bro.
148, bro.
Bro.
Cheer, please.
Let's go, push.
What the?
Bro.
Oi. Oi.
Push. Oi.
GG.
Wow, that's me. 149.
GG.
Come on, bro. Wait, full charge. Wait, I almost passed the barrier, bro.
Bro.
Let's go, hero.
GG, bro. No chat.
Oh, nice dog.
Wait, doesn't count.
Wah, lu bounce sih, lu fumble sih. Lu kenapa bounce deh?
Oh, I fumbled.
2-1.
Okay. One more life, guys.
Why you bounce?
Let's go, do.
GG. Wah, GG.
GG, bro. Push, I can use shoulder better than you.
Easy.
So bad, bro. Holy.
Really disappointed.
Sorry team.
No.
Who's gonna play? Tackle?
Yeah.
GG, bro. I think GG.
Maksud lu apa?
GG, bro.
1, 2, 3, shoot.
Okay.
Let's go, tackle. Dash. Uy.
Spike drop.
Come on. No. Tackle, what is this?
Gua miss.
Run, Maxim.
Oi.
Maxim. Nice. Wah. Maxim, you locked in, bro.
Nice, Maxim. One more.
Tackle, come on.
Gua fumble mid.
Halo. Pakai You forgot to took the spike, bro. Oi.
Let's go, Tak.
Tak kayak bayi double king, bro.
Tak, chase him. Come on.
Bro.
Let's go.
Let's go into pressure.
My team don't trust me. I give up.
Masih we trust you, bro.
They don't cheer me. They cheer NC session.
Let's go. Last point. Very easy, Takel. Come on.
Let's go, Takel. You got this, Takel.
Bro, I give up.
You are slim, Masih.
I give up.
Free fire spike.
Free fire.
Uy.
Bro.
Tak, why you double kick?
Wish me luck, bro. Bro, I cannot track you, bro.
Oi.
Let's go!
Nice try, Takel. It's okay.
You need to get caught once, bro. Finally, use skill, Masih. Go back.
Stay here.
We're too close.
Santai.
Let's go 5 seconds.
Oh, I fumbled.
Tak, what is this?
Need to predict.
Takel, you're predictable, bro.
Takel is predictable, bro.
It's okay, Takel. Nice try.
Nice, Maxim.
Hey, watch out.
Siap.
Look at me.
Go.
Hey, long time no see, bro. Hey, dude. Long time no see.
1, 2, 3, shoot. Draw. Lagi. 1, 2, 3, shoot.
Wait. Again.
I win. Ready, bro. Fumbling ready, bro. 1, 2, 3, shoot.
Okay. TP fit. Hey, what are you doing, bro? I never touch your in my life, so I'm gonna try my best.
Emang dia bukannya pernah main di official?
Nggak inget tuh. Dua. Oi. What the?
This challenge so easy for me. What is this? David!
Pit, you give him chance, Pit.
Bro,
You
I
give him
never
chance, Pit.
touch Euro in my life.
Same, bro.
NC session go first.
Huh?
He go first now.
This is like that?
Yeah.
Hey, me.
Oh no.
Hey, why me?
Maxim, calm down. You
Why
win
me?
already.
TP.
No.
Oke lah.
Okay, I take that.
Oke lah.
Bro, this one is easy. You just count how many seconds he
Calm
wasted.
down.
Backseating, bro. Backseating.
Maxim, calm down, bro.
Stop teaching him.
Don't fall, Pit. TP. Ya.
You count how many seconds?
Stay there. Wait, bro. Okay.
I lost my confidence suddenly.
He's fumbling.
Yeah.
Like me. Tuh, 2, 3, TP. Nice bit, nice bit. Okay, I can hear already the result. I think I'm gonna lose this, guys. 4 seconds? 3,5.
Hitungnya pelan, Bang.
Oke. Hitungnya bener. Quiet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Where are you, kid? Yeah!
Let's go!
Tuh, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 5. Woi aja. Dia jatuh. Sit down, kids. Oh, very confident. Of course, very confident.
Wait. Go until the end.
No? Yeah, challenge.
Woi, calm down, bro.
Yes, let's go. Go until the edge.
Okay.
Go.
I'm gonna fall down. For my bro. My previous teammate.
Yeah, let's go.
Menang Ki. Calm down.
No. I'm gonna fall down. For my bro. You don't have any trophy, right? RRQ, you don't have, right? Boom have. Very proud. Of course, very proud.
It's okay, normal.
What is this?
Always lose every day. You learn something new every day.
Sometimes in life, in order to get to where you need to be, you have to do things that you've never done to get to the places that you've never seen. To be successful, you have to eat, sleep, and breathe your goals. Hustle every day, no, we don't take time off. We go strive, we make a moves until we hit in the top. Can't stop, won't stop, let the games begin. Never giving up, that's how the champions win. You won't beat us, you won't beat us. We are champions, we are winners. We will fight to the end, we are fearless. You won't beat us, you won't beat us. You won't beat us, you won't beat us. We are dangerous, we are killers. We will fight to the end, we are fearless. You won't beat us, you won't beat us. 5 o'clock in the morning, yeah, my eyes tight and I'm yawning. But if I don't get up and arrange my setup, then everything gonna start falling. Universe calling, no time for the breaks, no stalling. Who of us, who run the world? Us, we make money, we ballin'. Are you ready? Do you got what it takes? Vision the goal, embrace the mistakes. Teach you how to put a real show on the stage. The time is now, no time to waste. We dangerous and we strong, this exactly where we belong. Gold plaque, we #1. Here's the victory, bring it on. Hustle every day, no, we don't take time off. We go strive, we make a moves until we hit in the top. Can't stop, won't stop, let the games begin. Never giving up, that's how the champions win. You won't be
Oh hey guys, Jen Lee here downstairs in the lobby of VCT Pacific's home arena, Sangam Coliseum. Now, for the next 2 days, we are going to have an event zone set up for the fans to enjoy. Now, first step over here is to take your selfie. And once you upload your selfie on your socials, you're gonna get a coin. I'm gonna show you where to use this coin later on. And we have more events prepared for the fans. Also, high score challenge event where you can practice your aim in the shooting range. See a familiar face here. Mika, what are you doing here?
Oh my god, are we starting? Oops. Sorry, I was just getting some time in the range. I mean, it's been a while.
Alright, don't you have like a desk to prep?
Right. I should get going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
keep this coin. You also get a coin for participating. Also over here, you can make your own fan signs. I guess we already have a fan over here creating signs for a team he supports. Let's talk to him for a little bit. 누구를 응원하러 오신 건가요, 오늘?
아, 저는 PRX 응원하는데 코인 2개 받으려고 RRQ도 같이 해봤거든요. 네, 받을 수 있겠죠.
하나당 뭐 하나씩 받는 건가 봐요. Alright, he's here for PRX, but since he wants 2 coins, he created 2 fan signs. Alright, 2개 드릴게요. 2 for you, 1 for me. And everybody come over here because we need to spend all the coins that we've gathered. Here's the lucky draw. Insert the coin, test your luck. Now we have this event zone open for the fans for both today and tomorrow till grand final, so make sure you come by and enjoy Valorant.
Phew! I'm so glad I made it back here from that amazing Predator fan booth downstairs. Welcome, guys, to the penultimate day of VCT Pacific Stage 1. It is the lower finals today. It's going to be between RRQ and PRX. It's Southeast Asia versus Southeast Asia. It's C versus C. And now you're seeing myself, Mika Fabs, on the desk with some better analysts. We have Alex and Ewok. We got rid of the other guys because, you know, we can. I like these guys a lot better, especially since they're gonna kill me. They're rolling their eyes at me right now. Hello, how are you guys feeling?
Yeah, I'm good. You?
Pretty good, right? Especially after yesterday, Ewok.
Yeah.
I
don't know why you had to.
That's good.
Why had you bring that part up? It is a new day, you know.
It is a new day, and it's an exciting season for the both of you, especially since Ewok. I mean, RRQ. This is the first Masters. This is the first global for RRQ. That's gotta be so validating after all of these years. I mean, come on. What are you looking forward to the most at your first global event?
Just getting experience, I guess, for the boys. But the goal's always been to qualify and then also do well. So that's the goal for us. Of course, people tend to forget also our team's technically quite new. Like we had very little time with a new IGL. So there's some growing pains and we're still learning a lot. So today playing a BO5 is great experience for us as well. We want to be playing in that BO5 tomorrow as well to get as much experience as possible. Just play as much as we can.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, you're up against PRX. And Alex, the PRX press has, you know, slowed down and started up again. And everybody's been saying it, right? Everybody's like been saying that they're on the hype train now. Were you worried at all at any point in the year that it might slow down?
Of course I'm worried. We started 0-3, man. I wasn't sure we were gonna make it. Like honestly, like the FM game was incredibly hard. You know, and after that it was just GE, and we had time. We had 1 win, you know, so like we could settle down a little bit.
Yeah.
Try to play, yeah.
Of course, with the addition of Patman, I saw this meme recently of like, you know that meme where you were holding like Jing and Jason on the leash.
Yeah.
Now it's Patman holding the 4 of them on the leashes. Do you think that's accurate at all? Is that a representation of how dynamic is with him?
I mean, I guess because of voice comms it shows that, but I think they're doing a good job of holding their own leash right now. They're holding each other now, you know. They're all pulling in a little merry band.
Oh, that's so cute. He mentioned also a lot about the imposter syndrome. Do you think that's gone by now?
I think it's in his personality for a while, you know. Like it'll take a while more. I think he took a while to fit in the team. I think anyone in his position, you know, I would say that like it's very difficult, right? You come straight in and then suddenly you're like, hey, you need to play because we're 0-3, we need to figure it out, and then he's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think it'll take a while, but I think he's fixing it slowly.
Yeah. On the other side though, do you think Monyat's gonna wreck you guys today?
I don't know. I mean, I'm a big fan of Cha. I mean, look, I think one good thing about having Cha in the team is like these kind of games, you know, he starts strong because he is so energetic, you know, and I miss that kind of thing. That when we had him last year, it was very nice to have, you know, always good starts because of Cha.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, who can forget that like iconic roar that he did, right? And Ewok, you know, talking about some of the new players that you have, of course, you're actually so good at building hype around the players that you pick. Because I remember back in Ascension, you were like, oh, there's this one guy. I can't wait for you guys to find out who he is. And then in the content piece Timeout, you mentioned that like, oh, this IGL. We can't say it yet, but our IGL is like the best in Pacific, I think. And now, of course, now we know that's Crazy Guy. What was it about him that you said, that's him, that's my IGL, that's the one?
Well, to be honest, there's not that many options, but it's also he was just a really good fit, right? If you look at all the other teams, it's not the easiest thing to pick up an IGL, especially at short notice. So for us, it was just someone that, okay, it fit well for us, it worked well. The boys instantly said after a couple of days of trial, like, yeah, we like playing with him. And then me and him had some long talks on how it goes in our team, what I'm trying to build. And then we could see eye to eye, and so far we're just on that journey together.
Yeah, and it seems to be a very exciting journey. It seems to be working well for you guys. And of course, the RRQ experience, I think, wouldn't be complete without his experience as well, going up against Genji, which always seems to happen. I'm wondering, actually, is it frustrating for you? Is it funny to you? I mean, why are you guys so obsessed with each other?
Well, I'm just kind of happy we didn't meet them at the start of playoffs. That's probably the only thing that's different this time around. But we're still really disappointed with how we played yesterday. So, like in the past, we've always had a lot of really close series with them. We've beat them in the past as well. But yesterday, I can't really say it was close. We played poorly.
Yeah, but of course, as you mentioned, today is a new day. You guys up against each other. This doesn't happen too often, actually. We don't get to see an RRQ and PRX match a lot. So what was it like, you know, what was going through your minds when you knew that you were going to play against each other?
I mean, I wasn't thinking about it.
You were
trying to get past DRX.
Yeah, I don't know. Last time we played is Chengdu, yeah.
That was,
a pretty spicy game, yeah.
Was it OT, the last match?
No, you guys made a comeback.
Oh yeah, we're split.
Yeah, I think, what, 13-11 in 13-10
That
or
was
something?
super tight. I think
yeah.
We had like OTs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
very nice game.
And of course, like it's definitely something that the fans are looking forward to. Especially you have a lot of fans, Alex, out there. Especially one very special one, FNS, who has been leading, who along with Sliggy, he's been leading that the PRX Express. I wanted to know actually, Ewok, if you could say something to kind of win FNS over to RRQ, what could you possibly say?
Well, to be honest, we've got our own guy that's named David. We've got a real David in our team.
You actually have a David.
Xpharaoh is actually David, so it might be time to get, upgrade
right.
the real one.
A real David, right? I mean, I'd say that's a pretty good pitch. That is a pretty good pitch. And Ewok, previously back in Ascension, you were on the analyst desk yourself. I'm wondering, what's your assessment of our coaches turned analysts so far? And Alex, you're welcome to rank them as well. The two guys who were here previously.
I think we got to work together at Ascension as well. I had a really great time with everyone. So I think it's also like what shows is the chemistry. You guys really have like really nice chemistry, joking around, but then also get serious. I kind of like also when the analysts are not scared to call something out. When something's really bad, then they call it out. But there's no point on hating on someone, but there's always space for critique, and that's the job.
You're being that's a serious answer. This is your chance to actually blame them. No, but before we let you go, anything you guys want to say to each other?
we talk outside the desk.
No, absolutely no. We want you to say it here, right in front of everybody. No, we're gonna let you guys go. Obviously, you have a big day to prepare for. So thank you very much for joining us here, and we're gonna let you go so that we can talk about you guys a little bit more. Of course, everybody as well as Alex and Ewok are welcome to join the broadcast. Be a part of the broadcast by using the hashtag VCT Pacific Moments, and we have a few that we are bringing up over here. And lo and behold, it is Alex and Victoria, as well as Sliggy and Minnie, some of those who are on the PRX train as well. Help Minnie add coal. Minnie, I hope you're okay there with your new job, adding coal to this train. He looks pretty happy doing it. So I should say we're gonna welcome back the two other the downgrade. Sorry.
Ewok's done a fantastic job keeping my headset warm
for
me.
We can't afford them.
My ears were feeling a little chilly.
We're the cheap option.
Yeah. Now I'm feeling nice and warm. I'm feeling ready for the game.
Yeah, I mean, you are now blessed with a headset that was, on Ewok's head not too long ago. So you must be feeling pretty good.
I am feeling pretty good. I'm looking forward to this game. I'm wondering how the coaches are feeling.
didn't get to hear too much of the insight though, but what was the vibe you were getting from them?
I don't think
cool?
they're gonna share anything. I think they're playing it cool, but also because these two teams are friendly with each other as well. It's like the Southeast Asia vibe too. So I really think like there's nothing but good vibes over here. It's just more of like recollecting their previous mistakes from yesterday, like for the side of RRQ. PRX are really just riding this wave for as long as they can until they have to regroup for, of course, also going over to Masters Toronto.
Yeah, they have so much momentum. They have completed the lower bracket run through to Toronto, but one win today gets them into that final. This is the lower final. The winner of this goes on to play Gen G tomorrow to take the whole stage.
Yeah, and two very different momentums coming into this game for RRQ. A very disappointing game against Gen G, a team that they have played close many times in the past, but they really were not that competitive in that series yesterday. I feel like that must have been a bit of a disappointment for them. But over on the side of PRX, exactly like you said, I think 5 series in a row now, more and more momentum just keeps picking up for PRX, and they've already got themselves that spot in Toronto, so that's a guaranteed train stop, but can they win the whole thing?
Yeah, that's going to be a big question, of course, to reserve for later weeks. But for now, we are seeing RRQ led by their very own David, as we heard earlier from Ewok. But I think for RRQ, they've always been in the middle of the pack. And we're getting a very different kind of RRQ now, especially since with Crazy Guy joining in, there's new fire, there's a new kind of direction for them as well, especially also you have Warbirds on the coaching staff.
I mean, this is the first time we've really seen them break out of that shell. They are pushing to be in their first ever Pacific final. This is better than we've ever seen them do, but I don't think they'll be happy to stop here. Sure, Toronto is a brilliant, brilliant start, but this is a team that really believes they can go all the way, so why stop now?
Yeah, I'm hoping so. For RRQ, there's just certain teams that they don't particularly match up well against. And a lot of them are the Korean teams. Like they have a tough time against Nongshim most of the time they play them, a tough time against Gen G, but against PRX, this is not really a team that they play very much. They've played each other like once a year, and this is the first time this year they've completely avoided each other thus far. So I'm interested to see how they match up into PRX actually.
Yeah, it's the annual PRX and RRQ match.
Once a year. We're done after this. You'll never see it again.
But I think for the players, of course, they are familiar with each other's styles, and it's always so fun to play for two SEA teams to play against each other, because you do have that same style that PRX has really taken to another level, and RRQ kind of have also that, but with a different flavor.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is like... I'm so happy we see PRX return to their old style, and I do think RRQ will be happy to see that as well. It is very SEA, it's very in your face, it's very fast, and as you just said, Pilski, I think RRQ struggle when the game gets broken down, it's slower and is disciplined. I think RRQ want to use their individuals in the same way PRX do. So today I would be expecting a very close, very scrappy, very headshot and flick heavy map.
Exciting series on our hands if that is the case, and we'll get a whole best of 5 to decide who's going to take that next spot against Gen G in the grand final. But you can see it right there. 3 wins, 0 losses. Some very, very difficult teams that PRX has had to take on through the lower bracket. So they're going to have full confidence going into RRQ today.
Of course. And, this is quite a historic day as well for Pacific, because, RRQ and PRX, as we mentioned, it doesn't happen quite a lot. And this is the first time we also have 2 Southeast Asia teams in the lower final.
Yeah, I mean, this is a historic day for SEA, and a very, very historic day for RRQ, as we can see here. They're so used to finishing that 7th, 6th kind of region, and,
middle of the pack.
This is the first time we are really seeing them do something different, and this is what we hoped for, almost what we expected from RRQ heading into this year. I felt like their lineup has looked better than ever. Then you have the addition of Crazy Guy, and I feel like now this team is really starting to find their form, and it's just about how far they're able to take it.
Yeah, they're breaching new territory, so exactly that. What will we get from RRQ now that the pressure's on the line and they're playing an old favorite that is, exactly like this.
It's so cute!
they're breaking out. It was a absolute shocker in kickoff. The groups did not start well, although all of the series that they did lose, they were consistently taking maps, and they were more competitive than some of the other teams in similar positions in their group and in other groups. But since they were able to pick up the W against DFM, against Global at the end of the groups, and into the playoffs, knocking out both of the previous Masters representatives from kickoff, they are just picking up more and more Force team as they head through the lower bracket here.
Yeah, they have so much momentum now, all of course stemming from that DFM game. And there was one particular point of it I feel like we have to highlight. This clutch from Jing at 8-11. If they lose this round, they have to eco the next round. This is map 3. The chances are that they don't even make it to the playoffs if Jing doesn't come up with absolute heroics here. This is where the train left the station, if you ask me. This is the moment things really began to turn around for this PRX team, but it just goes to show you how good they really can be on their day.
I mean, even yesterday there was multiple clutches like that Lotus game, Patman with a clutch or two, Defy with a clutch or two. You're seeing these individual players come up huge for PRX in the key moments, and that is the big stage experience that these players have.
Yeah, I totally agree. With PRX revitalized, so to say, this new iteration is very, very exciting to watch, especially since previously, in previous years, maybe you had a PRX that might crumble under pressure, but now they're seeing that they can actually take it head on. I mean, in Champions 2023, that was a big talking point about all of that pressure. But now, this PRX shows that perhaps they're a bit more stable. And of course, you have new additions to the roster. You have Patman on the side of PRX, and you have Crazy Guy on the side of RRQ.
Yeah, we'll touch on Crazy Guy a little bit more in a second, but Patman I particularly want to highlight. I mean, it is his rookie season here in Pacific. He's already qualified for an international event. He is topping the APR in this competition, and the reason why that's important is even before adopting the Viper, a lot of players will farm APR assists per round on the controller role without really having much impact. All of his assists are impactful playing the flash units. He's setting up both of his duelists and other players on his team for kills, but he's also topping the clutch statistics, so you're seeing him be able to set up his team for success with the utility, and when he's alive in the late round, he's able to win these huge impact clutches to keep PRX in the game.
Then we look onto the flip side here, we see Crazy Guy, and I feel like this has been such a fantastic addition to the RRQ roster. We just saw from those statistics there, he's almost neck and neck with Patman, while being able to IGL and lead this team forward. So he's been a huge addition, and as we say, Patman has really been lighting up the server since joining in Stage 1.
Yeah, Crazy Guy, honestly, his fragging statistics and his performance in certain games has been phenomenal. He's been right up there with the rest of the RRQ core, which gives them a fair bit of ceiling, even with Australia's departure, and even Australia on DRX has been one of the weaker fraggers, so I don't think he's really contributed as much to the fragging department for RRQ as Crazy Guy is coming into this team. I think he has a little bit more of a ceiling, a little bit more mechanics, and he can definitely deliver some fragging impact on the IGL role for RRQ.
Yeah, and something to bring up, Alex mentioned earlier about how Patman is really kind of rounding up the roster very well. They're kind of all holding hands very equally, so it's nice to see how he's fitting in, especially since, you know, back in the local PH Challengers, he was known as Mr. Consistency. Yeah. Every single time, you could always count on him, especially when he's holding, you know, such like mid of the map or something, or he's always that guy who you can depend on to actually turn the round in his team's favor. Right now, we're looking at the map veto, and of course, this is a best of 5, so this is going to be very interesting.
First best of 5 that we've seen. No surprises on the ban from PRX. They've been banning Haven since it hasn't gone well for them in the group stage. But over on the side of RRQ, their respect ban on a Lotus that actually hasn't been too bad for them, honestly, with their new comp.
I think it's a very interesting ban for me in a best of 5 because they were happy to play Lotus yesterday against Gen G.
Yeah.
So I feel like if you're willing to ban Lotus, why would you not ban that against Gen G? But they've taken it out of the pool today, and we are seeing them pick Fracture, which is equally kind of confusing for me.
I wonder if the Gen G game has kind of knocked their confidence on the map a little bit, because they were quite happy to play against a lot of teams. But as you mentioned, Fracture will be the first map picked by RRQ here. In the past, in kickoff, it's been picked by PRX. More recently, though, it's been the whole something narrative of him playing the Brimstone. Also on the side of RRQ, worth mentioning, Jemkin is going to be on the Brimstone. So you do have multiple players who love playing the Jet, who love fragging out and have some great mechanics, playing that Brim, and it is a little bit easier for them to pick up in that controller role.
Yeah, I definitely feel like this is a targeted pick from RRQ based on the weaknesses that they saw in PRX's Fracture, especially that first time we saw them play it, which was against the Vice. We know RRQ like to run the Vice, so I think RRQ will kind of feel like they have the counter there with their composition, but I'm very curious. If I'm PRX right now, I'm happy with how this best of 5 veto has gone.
Well, let's make the fans even happier by sending it to the stage. It is our lower final, RRQ versus PRX for VCT Pacific Stage 1.
Let's fly.
2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1. Rise Pacific. Team RRQ.
It's the battle of the very best from Southeast Asia, RRQ and PRX. And RRQ with their most successful Pacific stage to date. This team's persistence has paid off, finally in qualifying to Masters Toronto, but has all the hard work steal them against the likes of PRX? Does the power of friendship pull through this Pacific stage?
We want to see them have a good game here. They cannot afford to get knocked out in the lower bracket here and not go into Toronto with any momentum. They want to prove that they just have a rough matchup against Gen G, but they're still one of the most dangerous teams in Pacific.
Oh, definitely, but they have to prepare for an equally dangerous one in PRX. And this is a team that has been a regular on the final stage, both in Pacific and internationally. We know they had a rough start in the beginning of the stage 1, but they are back. It's real, guys. Everyone is aboard the PRX train. The question is, where does the train stop, if it stops at all?
Yeah, as you say, it was a rough start for this PRX team, but they've been picking up so much momentum, and now they're practically at terminal velocity. I don't think the hype behind this team could get any bigger. They're pushing to get back to that final, get revenge against Gen G, and of course, take that crown.
Definitely. That crown is up for grabs, of course, with our 3 teams that are going over to Masters Toronto in Gen G, RQ, and PRX. And for our lower final, RQ and PRX, again, the very best from Southeast Asia here. And as we're seeing, we have players also that know each other so well. So that's going to be very exciting to see on the
There's so much beef, guys. It's insane. No, they were just talking to each other on the couch. What happened backstage? It's all jokes.
Actually, as they walked away, I did see them exchange some heated words. I'm joking.
I heard a scuffle in the hallway. I couldn't believe
as they moved over. But as we're seeing our map veto once again come up, the fracture map is going to be very, very telling for this series.
Yeah, I think this is RRQ. I mean, they're backing themselves. It's been a map that's been a solid pick for them in the past. They did play DRX, who backs themselves on that map quite a lot. Very, very close. That's their only loss. And other than that, they mostly played it in kickoff. So they can smell blood in the water. They're not sold by what PRX is doing with this double duelist on Fracture at the moment. And they think they've got a good approach against it, I suppose.
Yeah, well, I think PRX on the flip side, they're going to be happy it's been picked. This is a map that they have shown that they like. So I don't think they're too worried.
I'm laughing at this just because I think I would be happy with any income, any income. Well, yes, I would, but any output rather of this results. It's getting too real on my end, right? But I think this really doesn't explain just how close the series can be, especially with the side of RRQ that is known for such incredible comebacks.
Yeah, PRX has got full momentum, and that's undeniable, and I've given them that respect. I give them at least 2 maps in this series if RRQ takes it. I think it'll be a 3-2. I think this should be a pretty tight game. It's up to RRQ to show up to it, because PRX is definitely going to show up today. They're in fantastic form. They're riding that momentum wave, so it's going to be up to whether RRQ can kind of steady themselves in the rocky waters.
Yeah, I've just been a little bit more convinced by PRX. I feel like they have that momentum and they beat DRX pretty handily.
Is it the hero thing again? Is it the protagonist thing again?
That's what I mean.
It's the plot armor.
They have the plot armor. They have the storyline.
Look at that! Look at that!
Wow.
See, that's such an anime-ish kind of handshake.
They know they're the protagonists of Pacific. They know what they're doing.
Here's the thing, though. If we're talking about storylines, I think RRQ were pretty crushed with their performance against Gen G yesterday.
true.
I do not think they're just going to rock up to the server today and get rolled over by PRX. They want to show that that was just an off day. They are here to play in the lower final. They really want to make it to the final. You could tell when they lost to Gen G how much it meant to them. Looking at the agent comps here, though, RRQ going to be playing that Vice into the double duelist. This is a comp that T1 played very well against PRX. I think the formula to beat PRX is quite well defined. At the same time, though, PRX is going to be aware of what went wrong in that game and hopefully play this comp a little bit better into the Vice comp that RRQ will be bringing.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like you learn a lot more from your losses than your wins. So that first game where we saw there's something on the Brimstone, of course, he didn't have a good time, but he bounced back strong. And I do think they're familiar enough with double duelists to know how to counter what RRQ have.
I think Kushi's going to have a little bit of an easier time breaking the KJ utility, but it is worth mentioning Buzz on the op was quite key over on the side of T1 against the way that PRX were playing. They want to play that contact pop style. I don't know if you're going to be seeing Monyet picking up an op, to be honest. He was absolutely sending it on the rifle, getting very aggressive, but I don't know if Monyet's necessarily got the same kind of op chops that someone like Buzz will have on T1 on the Neon Fracture.
Well, maybe he'll get a little braver up against a former team, right? I mean, who knows? The aura definitely changes when it's against friends, when it's against people that you know like the back of your hand. And of course, with RQ and PaperX, it's exactly that. So let's get started and move over to Fracture and send it over to your casters, Quack and Komodo.
Thank you very much. You heard it right there from the desk with Mika, Big Time, and Pilsky, and they are absolutely right. In Southeast Asia, every road, every track does kind of lead up to PaperX.
Yeah, it does, but are we going to see some derailment come in towards today's games from RRQ? If you do think about it as well, it is technically still a battle of the Rexes in this one. PaperX, Rex, Regum, Keon will follow on with that one. But yeah, I don't think we're going to see RRQ fall over like they did yesterday. I think this series definitely has a lot more going in towards this one. But you also do just have to remember, the pressure is kind of off for these teams now. They've made it in towards Masters Toronto, and this is the game to see who is going to get a battle against Gen G to potentially take the Pacific Trophy.
Without a doubt. I mean, you're just thinking about... Go on.
So we'll see how things are going to start here on map number 1 in this best of 5. PaperX opting to start on the attackers' side here. And it is good to see as well, you know, a bit of a bounce back for somebody like Something as well, having a bit of a shocker in the first installment on the Brimstone, putting in something like 7 hours of VOD review and prep just to get an idea. Pistol round to shake off a couple of nerves. A big amount of players, though, here for RRQ.
Challenging. Straight up sliding out, though, but Divide gets the first shot.
Yeah, stalled out by the smoke a little bit right now. A lot of damage delivered, though. Something low. Crazy guy gone. Divide as well. Look at this. He's just already out for the gates. He's on for the ace here.
And that's just a bit of temperament coming through as well. But Xpero up from the back will be able to land at least the first shot still, though. With a full fire team in front inside of A main, it's not going to be easy. Certainly as soon as he peeks out, it's the ace for Defy just to kick things off.
Well, if you want to get a good start coming in towards a map like this, where historically you've had some fumbles, right? To highlight the old Arcros flash that we've seen be a bit of a problem, but switching things up, Divide out for the Sheriff, ace in the pistol rounds, coming out with confidence. Definitely agree with what the Deskers were saying a little bit earlier as well, where RRQ are most likely going to be playing quite differently to the likes of T1 that absolutely smashed PaperX on this map.
You would imagine hopefully trying to study things up from that one before, but currently off just meeting each other with huge clash outside of A main does not really inspire you with much confidence. But at the same time, though, PaperX with the buys up now into the B site.
Yeah, seeing if they can establish a plant here. Again, you're just going to want to see what damage the pistols can come out with. Divide carrying on with a pistol, though.
Starts off with at least one, but taking a look at the positions as well, you've got tower control as well as tree. A little trade over with Patman kind of losing his life, but not too much loss. They have a really good idea of where RRQ are, and they're keeping them suppressed thanks to these smokes from Ilya, from Something.
Yep. big jet players going onto the Brimstones as well. When you pull out your iPad, you drop your smokes, then you can just hopefully have some yeehaw action, get your shots out. Meanwhile though, PRX already spotting out kind of what they need in this game here, Quack.
Yeah, full info. Just trying to make it as clean as possible. Not losing this Guardian at all. Not missing a single beat. First round started with an ace. The second round ends with a quad from Forsaken.
Yeah, everybody kind of, you know, we want to see them all firing on all cylinders, right? We want to make sure that there's no slacking. We want to make sure that everyone's shots are ready to connect. So it is good to see already for the train side of things, right, on PRX, that they've got a couple of their key members out the gates already. But this is the time where we'll flip it on over towards RRQ, get their first gun round out as well, where you'll start to have to consider, too, a map like Fracture and the ace for Divide, right? How are you going to start to counter a lockdown when that comes, you know, maybe even possibly this round, who knows? 3 away from it there.
Especially when you're starting on a defense as well. Currently, though, it's just Xpharaoh on the B site.
Yeah, they've read this one quite nicely, PRX. An idea that when you're in towards tower, you're not seeing him there, you just put some focal point in towards A main as well, where Devi's lurk will start to come. Turret retrieved, though. There's an opportunity here for RRQ to get this flank happening, but Xpharaoh's already lost his life.
Alarm bot as well, and you're not seeing too much action closer towards Canteen or anything like that, so enough information for PRX to shore up around tree.
Yeah, but you are locked out of the site at the moment.
So just kind of holding off of it. Something's already spent all of his smokes. RQ just waiting for him to pop off, but now Something's still marking every exit. Out from tunnel, out from the back of bench. He finds the double. Just tree left, and PRX, soon enough, with all the information, with all the numbers, there's no chance of RQ retaking.
Not at all in this scenario. You want to see if they can just hold on their guns, don't you? A couple of good shots out from Jemkin at the end, and Crazy Guy as well. So whilst they do remove all of the PRX members, they're not going to be in for a defuse in this round. So PRX will claim the bonus here.
That said, with all those kills getting picked up as well, Komodo, you've got Jemkin now 3 points away from the orbital strike. Crazy Guy with 2 away from Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, again though, they might just be a bit of an answer towards the lockdown at the moment. I do like the initiative from Something taking this bench space too. You got to feel for Cushy in that moment in time. Bailed out by the Boombot coming his way. Jing's little piece of utility there, working a treat. Had that not happened, maybe you see a world where he dispatches of Something and they can actually start to formulate a bit of a retake, but the fact that the 1-4 split doesn't go their way, gonna have to have a little bit more awareness for Xpharaoh. If he wants to go for any engagements or not.
Okay. Well, just back in with the round-to-round adjustments. Currently, it's Monyet. This is a play that Jing is very familiar with, though. So Forsaken as well, they've marked it.
Yeah, generally you'll see a raise satchel up on top of that and try to peek over the smoke, right? We've seen some players already having some success, some non-success of that as well. This time, Monyet will be the casualty, and well, we'll see what damage RRQ want to go for. It's not the worst decision for Jemkin, for example, if he does just want to hold the Phantom going to the next round too.
So at least to kind of position themselves around spawn, around Canteen, look for whatever frags and picks they might be able to find. If he does get a little bit more, maybe some slight opportunity in the retake, but otherwise, it's pretty much written off. And at the same time, you consider how this round started off, Komodo. Monyet used to play with PRX. Monyet is the guy who kind of came in place of Jing. Still though, it's going to be the fights that pop off straight through Canteen. There will be a nice sheriff shot being found by Cushy, but that will be it. Just Crazy Guy left with the classic, possibly to dive at a spike.
I wouldn't have minded him getting in and with the team and getting a bit dirty, right? The fault line available to help set up for his teammates to get a kill, or maybe he can get one himself and then potentially die in the last little stages of the round to, you know, somebody on PRX getting his ult horde, but you also at the same time don't want to see them getting their ults online either, which is what Forsaken will have now coming into this next round. Maybe not going to be used, however, though. Keep that for when they might need a bit of an investment or so. But the way things are going at the moment for PRX quite swimmingly, right? 4 rounds in a row. Very stark difference to how RRQ started their game against DRX on this map earlier on in the season as well, right? That upper final, that game to get in towards Toronto. The 13-11 that DRX scraped by on, ultimately losing it out, and then ultimately losing against PRX as well, right? They bow out, not able to get through towards the international stage. Marco had a phenomenal map in that one. The rest of RRQ, though, you know, everyone kind of delivering what they needed to. A bit of a slower start for Monyet on that one. This time, though, ultimately, Quack, it's a very slow start for all of RRQ at the moment. Some great little fast ideas to come through from PRX. W Gaming at its finest in all of these rounds so far.
Yeah, it's definite feels and also just a lot of lessons being learned. And that's exactly what the desk was talking about as well. You know, Big Time was mentioning that you learn the most from your losses. And I think the one against T1 definitely felt quite a bit for PRX. So you see the improvements coming through.
I think it might even be a little bit before that for PRX, right? The fact that they're changing up their agents midway through the season. Gen.G and Boom, they're playing on the Teo Vice. Things aren't working well for them. They swap it over for the comp against T1. Write that one off on the 13-3 loss, but then you come back to the Boom game and they're looking a little bit more coordinated, right? We've got the answer towards Pilski's question earlier. Don't think that Monyet's going to be bringing out the operator. Well, it's in play. See if he can do his best Buzz impression.
Yeah, not too aggressive though currently, right? Really different scorelines from that previous game. Right now, just watching for info lines around A main. However, PRX into tree, you already have a good progression smoke to try to deal with the shear.
See if the lockdown has to be respected here because there's no orbital strike from Jemkin that we were talking about a little bit earlier.
That's right,
Good
no
timing on the Thorns too.
And that's going to be now Forsaken popping off over from drop, but the headshot angle, it favors Cushy instead. Just a bit of pressure though, and still enough information for RQ to solve the problems around the B site.
Something 6 HP, keep an eye on that one.
Oh, and at the same time, you got Monyet now trying to head over to north side through the ropes. Maybe a bit more presence, might be able to catch player off guard or two.
This is going to be super slow from Monyet though.
He's going to have to take his time. His team needs to push up a little bit more, buy more attention away, and they're doing just that. Monyet then pops off, finds another shot. Jemkin takes down another player, and all of a sudden, it's just Jing inside of tower. Can he clutch this up? It's a 1v3. He dives straight into it, but the forces prove too overwhelming.
Yeah, respect's given to the lockdown in the beginning, but when you start to get in, kills start to be collected from RRQ. Quite patient on the retake as well. It's good to see that they are on the board on the back of a timeout coming through too, right? So we'll have to see if they're going to be able to find their footing here. Already some adjustments though from RRQ, holding onto a little bit of this early utility, having a really late flank where you've still got a good amount of bodies on the site, looking to get the crossfires as well.
Nice guys, let's go.
You gotta reckon it works out well. You know, taking a slower approach, saving the utility, letting that lockdown just burn through.
And in this sort of scenario too, you can rely on these ultimates on this defensive side. When you consider a map like Fracture, you generally want to take some space somewhere around one of the four corners of the map. I say generally, this time RRQ being quite patient instead of going with numbers towards main, for example. They're waiting to see if PRX are going to be exploding onto the site somewhere.
Oh, yes.
You would generally see, you know, Breach Rolling Thunder going in, Jing on the showstopper if you want to get real excited.
Right? Just let PRX burn those ults first and come in with something a little bit more.
And now they note that the Vice Shear is towards drop as well. So bait that out and try to trap him in. This is actually a stellar read from PRX, recognizing that the Armageddon is in effect. As soon as they see the the fault line, they know that that ult's coming.
And that's now been completely baited out.
Yeah.
The only other tools you might have left would be the Orbital Strike and maybe the Rolling Thunder from Crazy Guy.
And the initiative right now from RRQ realizing that they have to get a little bit of information around the map, right? They're going together as a team in towards main. There's the showstopper that I talk about. They're going to see that no one's home. They can set up for the post plant, and they still have a bunch of utility to play for at the post.
Which would mean that PRX does need to find a little bit more, an extra kill or two before the retake begins. Jing, that's why he's holding up into this position. The paint shells as well, just to buy a bit more time and space. RQ, though, will be having to push out. Flushed out of position, that said. And it's going to hurt them somewhat. The firefight going through. Monyet finding a frag with the op, but at this range, it just does not favor him. Forsaken slithers through.
Another 4K for him on for the ace at the moment, but I don't think Jemkin wants to give him an opportunity for this one here. It's just confidence at the moment for Forsaken, isn't it?
And he's just feeling it all the way through.
Oh, the stun faded.
Ever since round 2. He was looking for it at the end, but, you know, Jemkin's still able to hold his ground.
Yeah, he should be surviving for the tail end of this round as well. That is a really great information play to come out from PRX. We already highlighted the utility early on in the round that they get through, and then taking the further space in towards main as well. If they played patient, if they played on the side itself and gave RRQ an opportunity to go in for a proper retake, might have been a little bit different when you consider the orbital strike is in play too, so they had to get a little bit hungry to go elsewhere to find the information. And this time another similar scenario for RRQ where they're just a hero rifle in towards the rounds. You may see Monyet on the overdrive if he can get set up nicely.
I reckon overdrive coupled with Steel Garden could be catastrophic.
Potentially. Kind of feels like the onus is on RRQ though to have a individual moment, right, to propel the team a little bit more forward. Time and time again, we have seen some teams really turn on that switch after you get one crazy round come through.
You really need a catalyst of a round for RRQ. Things have not been going their way, and right now Forsaken just toying with them around the B site.
Yeah, he's checking all the spots that the shear could be with these little jump spots right now. Specifically that one towards main, baiting out a couple of shots as well. But with that not being seen just yet, the team at the minute mark will just come out with an idea to go together. It's currently only Cushy at this A site where the rotations do start to come from RRQ.
Which wouldn't be a bad thing. However, still not enough space, not enough defenses being held up on the A site itself. You got the fast lane going through. Jin already diving up towards the top of heaven. And it's some kills being exchanged.
Oh, he's trying to read it though.
Oh my god, what is that wild spray?
Just get a loose bullet towards the head of Monyet. 30 seconds to go though.
Oh, and the spike getting planted soon enough.
Oh,
Rolling Thunder ripped off, orbital strike as well, and that burns against Petman. Angle still being held though. Fast lane's up. It kind of keeps him out of dodge for it now until the kills continue to domino through. Forsaken once again, the triple in the round.
Things get a little bit spicy at the end there as well for PRX. 20 seconds to go. The spike plant is denied. You get a little bit worried that RRQ might be able to steal a round away, but they do weather it in the end. Overlooking an angle, some crossfire sprays coming on out from the bottom of drop from Forsaken. Again, another multi-frag round. Yeah, the investment of the overdrive at the end, but you just want to make sure that you are getting the rounds. He'll probably have that again in a couple of rounds the way that he is going at the moment. Second timeout now invested as well. You would expect from RRQ. Things are not going well on this defensive side at the moment.
This was just 3 rounds after the initial tactical timeout being called. It just makes you think that maybe something might be in the water. You know, everything that was prepped just kind of going awry.
Well, that's it, isn't it, right? You think about this best of 5 veto, the Lotus respect ban, it makes sense. Haven being banned by PRX, sorry. Yeah, that also makes sense. They've been permaing that for quite a little bit. So you consider what map do they think that they can trip up PRX on, right? What have they been practicing in the last week, sitting back, getting ready, last night as well?
Ran a similar comp to T1.
Yeah, for sure, to see what weaknesses PRX would have. And so far, any anti-stratting on this defensive side with the A main skirmishes is not worked out.
Yeah, and then this is also just because PRX has kind of returned to that top form. They're still going in with that momentum. Forsaken was citing, you know, assistance from Mini, some slight like sort of assistant coaching going on, and performance coaches as well, giving them such a psychological boost.
This is the right read though from RRQ.
Okay.
Towards Arcade, silence behind the sky smoke.
PRX though, not backing down from it. A couple of shots going through, and they've spotted out Jemkin up by the top.
Oh, the stuns, man. Look at this.
Oh, and he uses that to slide through. Forsaken has slipped underneath tunnel to try to draw that attention away. Comes back through with Jing as on some assistance, but then the kills. Monyet and Cushy able to fire back until the exchange comes through.
Yeah, the battle is essentially won by PRX over at Arcade. Now you can settle down for a little bit, see what Devi might be able to scope in towards the site. Go and meet with your boys as well. Forsaken and something with one Sky Smoke, a fast lane available. But time starts to dwindle a little bit. What could Xpharaoh potentially do on the rotate? They start to pivot towards this A side as well, which by the radar is going to be the wrong call. So it's going to potentially be just the retake scenario here, or might even have to consider the save for RRQ.
You really might. I mean, Forsaken just gave RRQ a rabbit to chase, and they did. And when they went in for it, they found a trap.
Nano's now on the spike. You've got an incendiary. Devi can just post up with that operator as well. There's no smokes for RRQ to come in with a retake here. You've got to consider the investment of the ult as well, but they're already starting to rotate back. It seems like the call to the save is there. So this is going to be a non-conversion after the timeout.
Precisely. I mean, even if you tried to go for it, just every angle would leave you so exposed. Steel Garden would only buy you so much space.
Yeah, it feels like for RRQ, that ability is going to have to be something used in the next round, perhaps with 2 guns being salvaged over. Monette with the overdrive. If you can cut Paper X's guns in half, may very well be able to have a round. Just really liking the adjustments of Paper X at the moment and how they're navigating the duels, the stuns, how they're navigating the mid-rounding as well when they do go a little bit more quiet.
How they were so incredibly aware. I mean, look at this little angle as well. Just spotted out Jemkin by the top of his beret. And then this. The push down into tunnel.
Just good confidence at the moment for Paper X, right? Forsaken having an absolute belter. 16 kills in there. You almost forget that Patman's on 0 still. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I mean, the guy has been putting up the clutch statistics.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of like what Pilsky was talking about, but still. Next round shores up, and that's going to be Paper X once again back in towards bench.
Well, here we go, in towards the B side at the moment. Try and see what you can get here. Looking the angles. Jemkin, well stunned. Finds Forsaken. That's the shutdown that you needed to see from RRQ.
Unbelievable. And with that, the engine is completely halted around the back of Arcade. No real entry from that point forward because Jemkin has placed down the smokes, and then Devi, to get some good awareness going on, checks out his 6.
Got to start to shovel some coal back in towards the scene train here for Paper X.
I need quite a bit more, though. Could go for a possible rotation off to the A site, but with that flash over, it kind of stops things once again.
And Cushy pushing through main as well. Seeing nobody home in the right spot for the flank. Now the 3 versus 1. And you play this together if you are RRQ. You don't give Patman an opportunity to find so many 1v1s, though the navigation that he's going at the moment. Right. Might find the right route on a Crazy Guy.
Spike not yet planted. Crazy Guy beginning to think. He turns back around and he finds Patman.
30 seconds left.
Headshot to his face.
Salvo is available for Cushy.
Might be able to
flush him out.
Afford some positioning. But Patman has a full kit of utility as well, barring 1 flash. Goes in for the fault line and kind of isolates the duel until Jemkin swings out from the wayside.
Yeah, nice try there. You know where Cushy's coming from the direction of the salvos, but you got to have an idea that Jemkin may very well be with him. Just can't get the second one, but importantly, the fact that Jemkin immediately swings for the trade, it's what you need in that scenario. That's why I'm talking about don't give opportunities for the 1 versus 1s because it makes it look very doable. This time though, Forsaken, I mean, not checking the corners, kind of understand that, getting in towards the site. You haven't seen too much standing ground there from RRQ so far.
There's a lot of trust in the stuns, but sometimes, you've said it lots of times before, Komodo.
My favorite thing, man. Stuns in this game are cosmetic. New round, fresh round though. See if RRQ can start to get a couple more on the board on this defensive side as well.
Oh, but we do have a huge dive out from Monette. Just fully met face front by Devi.
Good flash actually in return from Paper X, just allowing them to escape from the aftershock, and they can reset here, right? 5 versus 4 advantage. You've removed Monette. You've also got something, just making sure that nothing goes afoot over towards A main. So just call a mid-round here for the team. You know that RRQ are going to have to go looking somewhere. You've conceded all of the top north side of the map control. Expect that they might have a bit of a how do you do over there, but more importantly, just go together as a team.
But that's why
drop your sky smokes and execute into the site.
You would have decent positioning out from RRQ now, trying to hold up towards drop. They've kind of elected to go possibly through south side instead. More angles would favor them in the retake.
Yeah, Forsaken getting in front of the Thorns too, so he can scope out the site. Meanwhile, Paper X going to be held at bay for a little bit of time before getting into the site for the plant, wherever they want.
Yeah, Sphero trying to get lucky with the spams, but unfortunately not able to fish up anything.
Spike planted.
Spike down. You got smokes up towards the side as well, just to attempt at keeping Paper X pinned down.
Got to see a fault line salvos combo if Cushy survived, but he's down.
Yeah, out from the flank, and that's exactly what Paper X are so good at right now, being very fully aware of every possible entrance coming over.
They've called the save again. They just do not have the resources to go in for the retake at the moment. This is looking pretty grim for RRQ, essentially on the back of Monette falling, right? You got a 5 versus 4 where you've conceded control of the A site in its entirety, looking north side. And Paper X just get into the site, get the plant down. Very minimal utility from there on out to kind of just stave off any retake from RRQ.
You really feel for RRQ in this moment as well.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, no resources, no time, no numbers, no reads.
There's no confidence, it feels like, at the moment of them as well, right? The reads that they're trying to get, they're getting shut down. They're losing a body or two here and there on those early engagements. They're not winning just the scrap battles at the very beginning either.
And thinking down to the fact that this is the lower final as well. I mean, PRX has always been standing at the top of Southeast Asia. RRQ finally make it to an international, but still, they have got a lot more to prove.
And shaken up by Gen G yesterday, right? The performance of them leaves to be desired. This is some A-main control, though, that RRQ are going to find, and if PRX wants it back, they'd have to invest a couple of resources to get in here.
PRX switching up the pace as well.
Tight angle. Will Devi expect Cushy to be here? Just seeing if the jacket would poke out.
Oh, wait.
But now Monyet is going to be stuck. He's got a stinger. He can slide out.
It's an angle that EDG has held before back in Bangkok, but now back into it. Enough time has passed that Forsaken begins to try to bait out the reactions, and they will go for it.
And that's just another 5 versus 4 advantage for PRX, where they're just going to stampede in towards the A site you might expect. But this is a new look to PRX. Once again, they're very level-headed in their comms at the moment. Patman, Jing, both one away from an ultimate 2. They can pick up the A orb that's actually already gone.
Level-headed is a great description. But that said, Komodo, decent reads or reactions from RRQ as well. You got Crazy Guy already close towards B, and he buys time for the team with an Aftershock.
They've got all of the tower control, by the way, from Xfero.
Yeah, he's going to have to come up huge with the goods, though. A single kill might not be enough, but he's good for the first until
Monyet too.
The Stampede just doesn't stop. Now it's Jemkin to try to hold down the angle. A 2v4 turned into a 2v3. Fault line coming back up.
Rolling Thunder if you need from Patman. Stuck at default.
And PRX noting these positions, noting every resource that they have, are just comfortably sitting down in the pool while RRQ attempts at making a splash.
Yeah, I mean, so far in the history of this map for PRX, you know, getting smacked by T1, really figuring things out against Boom, and now you're feeling astronomically more confident coming in towards this installment. Map number 1, the BO5, you want to get a challenge against Gen G, you want to get a Pacific trophy on your downward spiral of 2024's performances. You know, pretty shocking start to the year as well. Definitely a change of look for PRX in the server. Patman coming into the fold too, having his moments of brilliance to shine. This time, though, it's a slow creep up in towards the main for PRX. Last round of the half, an A split on the cards.
And they'll just dive straight in for it. RRQ reading the ultimates, trying to play for a retake instead. They do have some ults going on for themselves as well.
Yeah, Armageddon and Orbital Strike going to be used nice and early to keep them out of the site. Both actually used to remove any forces. The flanks, though.
I don't know, that's a little bit too eager, Komodo. The flank does come through, but still the trade's being found by PRX. Jing coming out on top of that one.
The trades again for PRX, always on top of it. You missed that the spike was planted, and now it's Crazy Guy.
And he's still got Patman with a possible Rolling Thunder if needed. Might not even be necessary at this point unless Crazy Guy can isolate the duels, but Patman just sends it through anyway. It's not gonna be found. He's stuck into a corner, and Patman snuffs out that light.
There has just been, you know, no power for RRQ at the moment. No chance to flick on that switch, is there? 10-2 at the half. That, yeah, I mean, you really can't even fault RRQ in a lot of these scenarios too, because they're going with numbers, they're going for the crossfires, they're having the standard pieces of utility to try and give themselves favor. The PRX are just ready with great crosshair placement at the moment, great recognition of numbers, and again, they're just having the numbers a lot of these times in the duels to get these quick trades.
And the confidence to truly just blast peck themselves into sights again and again. I mean, lots of these rounds in the first half have begun with the 5v4 Komodo.
Yeah.
And it's tough luck for RRQ. Patman as well, I mean, finding the clutches, finding the right moments to send off that ult. This guy, you know, he's talked about facing a bit of imposter syndrome like the desk interview went through with, but at the same time, he's kind of found that confidence back in with a previous quote from before. He's playing with the best right now. He's definitely standing tall as one of the best.
I mean, if you want to think about this question at the moment, the prediction for today, the way that this map is going, a lot of people might be considering the 3-0, the way that the percentages were going for the community as well. everybody on the train hype at the moment. A lot of us here on the PRX train as well, except one bearded man.
Gloriously bearded man. You can definitely, you know, bet that there are so many PRX fans always, any single time. But at the same time, you've got to be honest, this current scoreline 10-2, it's just not a great look for RRQ.
The thing is, though, it's a best of 5, right? So if you have a bad map, you still have a good length of recovery as well. You can technically write off one map here or there in this sort of scenario and come for a reverse comeback, right? We've seen it throughout Pacific time and time again.
And that's exactly what we were hoping for. Monyet having pistol-aced up against PRX just a year ago.
Yeah, but immediately
start things off now. Yeah, onto the
Defy
attacking
coming out
side
with one on the attacking side.
It's a great answer back.
For sure. And what does it look like? What does it look like rather now for RRQ on the attacking side as well? Some big amounts of patience towards the south side of things. PRX playing 1-4, more heavily defended towards the B site where RRQ are not currently going towards. A turret will spot some early information, but no real bodies here to reciprocate anything for PRX means that it most likely will just be a full retake.
Which could be good. Devi reading the situation correctly, opts to play for an ultra safe angle.
Only go early though, that's the thing.
Oh. Well, David versus David, and the PRX one comes out on top.
And now the flank can actually come out because Asfero's shear is null and void.
Which means RRQ has to watch out for this back position where Petman then can continue to line things up out from spawn. Forsaken with the dive through, something with the assistance. And down to it at the end, Monyet trying his best to get a little bit more space, but to no avail. Forsaken reigns supreme.
Yeah, this might be the nail in the coffin on this map right now. PRX picking up another pistol rounds. That's both of them going their way on this map. And RRQ just deficit numbers once again, pushing into the sky smoke, not expecting Devi to be here. You allow for the flank to come out. I'm seeing Crazy Guy toy with the idea of getting his salvos, you know, shot probably towards main on the spot from Jemkin, but just caught in transition, switching between the utility and the weapon.
But what about the hero Stinger play, Komodo?
I mean, it's had some really good percentages so far, but we've not really seen even the rifles connecting too much at the moment for RRQ, so we'll see. We'll see. Benefit of the doubt, they force up on the back of the plant in the last round. See if they can steal a cheeky round where, again, you've got a different look to the forces of PRX in this round. Just slow and steady creep-ups from RRQ.
Not a lot of information from PRX until that turret goes off. Rotation's coming over.
Yeah, the Stinger as well. So you get an idea there, and now cemented, I guess, that the force is possible.
And you just know that RRQ are trying to go in with a lot of mobility as well. Forsaken slows that down just in the nick of time. Ghost shots instead, and he finds a wallbang through the Ghost as well.
Yeah.
Petman to finish things off with the Spectre.
Already tied him up with the Outlaw. Great little adjustment that we get to see from him. Try to wriggle the spray, get that shot out, finish him with the sidearm.
Right, you just knew that they were looking for some kind of a, you know, high gear play into the site.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been a map from Forsaken, hasn't it? He is angry today, getting involved in all of these duels. 25 kills already.
Is he angry though?
In a map of 15 rounds, Quack, going into the 15th. He's got 25 kills.
Let's go. 30 bomb all the way, Jason. I mean, he just looks so happy. That cheery, bright smile on his face from the player cam before into what could be the final round. A Stinger from Devi. Shots from Jing. Forsaken again in with the Ghost. Looks for the overdrive, but the paint shells will ultimately be RRQ's doom. 13-2 as the final scoreline from the first map.
Yeah, that is absolute destruction to come out from PRX at the moment. It feels like they've just got better and better ever since that game against DFM. They are just on track for a recovery coming in towards VCT Pacific 2025, and it doesn't look like, with this form, that they're going to be stopping anytime soon. Hey.
Yeah, this engine is just chugging all the way forward. The next map is going to be PRX's map pick of Split as well. It's tough, but you need to see more from this RRQ core.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll highlight it again, right? Best of 5, you can forget about a map and look towards split next to hopefully come out with a better idea of it. But right now, we're just seeing confidence from PRX, taking duels together as a team, multi-fragging up a storm. Everybody feels very aligned on PRX on this map, right? Every read that they're having, every play that they're doing, no one's falling behind. You know, they're holding each other's hands essentially to get the trades out. It's just a kind of a masterclass play from PRX here to counter what RRQ are trying to do when they're gathering space, when they're playing patient, when their rotations are trying to come out.
And that's when you have PRX at their very best. Just kind of like what Alex was talking about, when everyone's holding their own leash, right? They don't need to be reined back in.
I mean, you know, we talk about friends in the server and everything at the moment right now. Beef before the game, no handshakes, no fist bumps or anything, but it's all laughs. You know, we have some fun there. And now we cast our minds towards the next map.
I don't know about that one, Chief. Sometimes it feels like you do need a bit of beef. You do need a bit of anger, and we'll see if RRQ has that dog in them just as we toss it back over onto the desk.
Ooh, I definitely think RRQ has that dog in them, but it's just that you're dealing with a bunch of dinosaurs here on the side of PRX. So, especially with, you know, this map on Fracture, I mean, they thrive in this kind of map, which is why the map veto was such a big question mark. And this is, I would say, you would kind of expect a result like this.
I mean, that dog is looking like a chihuahua. That's the only way I can describe it. I mean, it is tiny and yappy, and where is it? Because, I mean, this was absolute domination from PRX. 13-2 with 14 of the first bloods. I mean, where do we even begin in this map? This was absolute, utter carnage for RRQ. And, I mean, I feel like for RRQ's map pick, they weren't prepared yet.
Where were they? They didn't show up to the game. It was the same thing as yesterday. Like, I backed RRQ here. I thought that they were going to be able to have some vigor coming into the game today. 4 people didn't turn up to the game. We got to shoot back, guys. This is peak PRX. Make no mistake. Like, Forsaken, outstanding game on the Neon. 450 ACS. That is ridiculous. Device aced in the pistol to start things off. Not much else was really needed. Like, this was Forsaken just running them down. And PRX with an improved approach on Fracture, which we'll dive into a little bit more detail on a little bit later on. But I mean, RRQ just was not present in this map of Fracture.
No, unfortunately not. And the numbers don't lie as well, right? You do have a gem cam on the MVP side of RRQ, but as we're talking about...
Exactly. There were exit kills!
Like 6
The whole team got rolled, and then he was sitting outside of the site waiting for them to avoid dying to the spike. Like, there was no impact from anyone on RRQ.
Yeah.
And you contrast that with how Forsaken was playing the Neon, right? Definitely in their faces, running and gunning. It's just a specialty of Forsakens, and we don't really know what to say at this point because 13-2 on Fracture in this manner is really, really tough for the side of RRQ. But for PRX, hey, it's just another day in the PRX office.
Yeah, I mean, they are really going from strength to strength, and we've seen some improvements already from them. So we'll dive into the replays here. I want to cast our mind back to what we saw versus T1 on Fracture. This was round 11 on their attacking side, and this is where they had so much trouble on that attacking side, attacking into the Vice, getting disrupted. They could not get these executes off, and you'll see it here. The pacing is all off. Forsaken is ahead of the rest of the pack. People are not able to scale up effectively on the attacking side here, and it's T1 doing a really good job. They're fantastic at this map, even though they're out of the tournament now, but also PRX not really pacing things super well and getting disrupted quite a lot by both people on the Prim, as well as you have the nice reactive utility on the Teo Breach. Stax is playing in front of these Sky Smokes, so you can see it's very hard for PRX to get these executes off, but that was not the case today. Not only because I feel like they fine-tuned a lot of their attacking side here, Morgan, but also I feel like RRQ did not play around what they were doing very well.
Yeah, it's the polar opposite. We just saw there, this is a clear and hard read, so we see kind of the same thing we saw in that T1 game. We're looking at a heavy arcade hit, and they're doing that because they know that that Vice wall is on A main. But just look at how they move into the site. The spacing, it's much more consistent. We saw them run this tight 4-1 the whole map, and it's just a massive improvement from when we first saw their Fracture. They look more drilled, they look more together, and their read looked very good at that game. But like you say, RRQ weren't even really there. I feel like the one thing T1 did very well is they played forward. They played in front of the smokes. They disrupted PRX. We just saw in that round how RRQ was stacking 4 on A, and you know, they just give up the sides for these retakes. So I want to see RRQ take the fight to them a little bit more. Don't be so afraid. That's what they need to do.
Well, that's what I was saying. It's like when you're playing into T1's defense, first, you got to deal with Buzz on the op. You got to use a lot of utility and spend a lot of time pushing him off the angle. And then it's the reactive utility. You're getting harassed as you come into the site. Either you got to trigger the Vice Wall, you got to try to navigate your way through some reactive smokes. You've got counter utility from the Teo and the Breach. I didn't really get the sense that RRQ was pushing back when PRX was going into these sites almost ever, number one. But also number two, I feel like PRX is just in free flow right now. They are moving as a unit so well. There's no hesitation. There's no doubt at all. And when you've got Forsaken being the tip of the spear, being the sharpest player in the server, and just running an absolute masterclass on the Neon, that's his signature duelist right now, there's just no stopping them, unfortunately.
Absolutely. We have so many highlights here of Forsaken that we're going to pull up right now. You look at the opposite side, right? Monyet, nowhere to be found. And you look at Forsaken, the complete opposite of what you need to be on this map.
For Monyet, like, we saw it previously as well, where he was just really sending it the last time I saw RRQ on Fracture, and it had very mixed success. And like I said before, I wanted to see him, I wanted to see a Neon on the op, but it was not really something that Monyet's had a lot of success with, and there was just no one able to stop Forsaken in the server this game.
I think there's no doubt. It's a hard diff. That's the only way we can really describe it. And I think this is one thing that I do love about PRX is, you know, they don't use the Neon everywhere, but on the maps it's well stewarded. They put Forsaken on it. They don't try and force anyone to play these kind of like duelists that they're not comfortable on, because they have 3 different experts on the 3 different duelists. So it's great when Forsaken gets a chance to really shine like this, and I felt like he was set up so well. He was traded out so well if he did ever die, and I just think he was a monster.
Those numbers are disgusting. He's killing 2 people a round worth of damage, 1.7 kills a round. He's good for 2 every round.
Every single round.
Like, I'm not sure how you're even supposed to deal with it.
You can't. Yeah, I mean, you just lose. We just go next.
Yeah, pretty much. And you look at, you know, almost half. You have the Vi up next on PRX with 14 kills.
Yeah.
So that just shows you.
I feel like he won the game, though, when he just aced on the pistol. Like, the mental damage that he inflicted to RRQ with that pistol round was unrecoverable.
Yeah, it was just the blast radius of that just echoed throughout the entire
I feel like you're getting that a lot from PRX. Like, you have different players that are stepping up and having these impact rounds, and they're a team that thrives off of momentum, but also RRQ, I feel like there's some degree of doubt in their camp after that Gen G game, and you saw it just continue to affect them all throughout Fracture. Like, when are these guys going to wake up?
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I feel like that they need to get their heads back in the game if they want to come back into the series. But we're moving on to Split, which is, of course, PRX's pick. And we've seen some differences in these comps. PRX in the past played this double duelist. We've seen Raze and Yoru come out from them. On the side of RRQ, it's that Breach Teo.
It is. I mean, we need to see them execute that much better than they did on Fracture. Jemkin is usually a disruptive force on the Yoru. We love his Yoru. But Split is just not a map that has really been repped by either of these teams very much at all. Over on the side of RRQ, we've seen them lose to Nongshim and beat Zeta, and that is back in the group stage. Over on the side of PRX, the only team that they played in this stage was GE, and then outside of that, the opening game of Kickoff, or very early on in Kickoff, they played T1, but that was a completely different era with different comps entirely. So I want to see why PRX picked this map. It's just not really something that you've seen them play too much. We've seen them play a lot of different styles. They've played the Yoru Raze there, so double duelist, similar to what you've seen T1 run before. We'll see if they kind of stick to that going into this.
Yeah, and I do wonder for the side of RRQ, if you have Jemkin back on the duelist, we've Jemkin on the Yoru, does that inspire a bit more confidence, right? Because of RRQ, you were looking at the players that had the most stopping power, you know, for Forsaken, and they were just nowhere to be found, right? Kushi, Monyet, even Xpharaoh. Unfortunately, they just didn't show up in that map, but this is a best of 5. So you have to wonder if RRQ is playing the long game here, especially since, you know, we're good for 3 maps, that is for certain, and we may go all the way to a 5. So going over into this next map, as you guys mentioned, Split, this is a map that we don't really see a lot from either team, so there's so much room for them to play around all of their compositions and strategies that they're going to bring out on the second map of the series.
I mean, this is one of the things. You could turn some tricks here in the best of 5, and both teams...
seeing that?
Yeah. Look, we'll discuss the RRQ
who
one.
Is that? Who is that? She's from your country, is she not?
Maybe. I haven't seen this one in a while. I'll talk about RRQ first, though. You do have the double duelists coming out. They have changed up their comp. They are not playing Breach Teo. It will be the single init fade with the Yoru Raise. So very similar to what you'd see something from T1 running, or even similar to a comp that PRX have run not too long ago.
Yeah, for PRX, we're taking it back in time. It's
I've seen this
an
before.
old school double duelist.
Yeah.
Something on the Jet, Jing on the Raise, and of course we have a Sky. We have a Sky in VCT
We
Pacific.
have a Sky.
I mean, this is crazy. This is such a classic look to the map. I'm so excited.
I mean, Patman bringing it back with some of the classic that he's been running. I hope it does work as we're going into our second map of the series, Splits. So over to Quack and Komodo.
Thank you very much, Mika. Big time. And Pilsky, yes, it's going to be Split. And as Mika mentioned on the desk, BO5 is a very different battlefield, but we also have a very different composition coming through with this one, don't we?
Yeah, RRQ actually playing PRX's comp from the other week, so we'll see what sort of reads PRX are going to be able to get from that. If we've seen this before, we should know how to adjust for that. And yeah, if Sky can get nerfed into Oblivion and a team is still going to pick him up, why can't we see the same for Teo when Teo gets nerfed, right?
Maybe. And hopefully a resurgence of Sky as well. It's the only pick in Pacific currently. I should mention that Crazy Guy on the Omen as well. This, I believe, would be his third time ever playing it. On the attack, then being able to smoke things off straight into the A site.
Generally see him on the Breach, which this time they're not opting for that. It's Cushy, see what he can gather in the information department. This time, however, 5 versus 5 pistol for a retake.
And every single PRX member has opted to go out from the ropes. And with perfect crosshair placement as well, Jing eliminates Monyet straight out from the roster. Then for more noise, as something dashes straight into the smokes, Jemkin then to deal with him. A flash to be able to stave off the PRX aggression as well. Trades going through, however, and PRX once again with numbers, looking for an opportunity in this retake. Cushy, though, able to hold down the ground, and Crazy Guy X-Sparrow as well. They've managed to work with this pistol round so far.
Yeah, on the board, nice and early. Good round to come out from RRQ. A much needed round to shake off any worries from the previous map as well that you know Ewok has probably already mentioned to them in the break. Best of 5, you've got depth. Losing a map here or there, you can have some recovery as well for a map like Split, where we've not seen stability actually from RRQ on this one either, right? Both times we've seen them play it throughout the course of this stage. They've changed up their agents, albeit small, right? An Astro and an Omen switch up this time, a little bit more drastic. But picking up the pistol round on PRX's option to just stay together as a team in mid first. That's not how you want to see a battle against a Boombot go, by the way.
Well, looking for the share shots instead. Unfortunately, he's going to find Zilch. PRX then to try to hover around the sites, but everything's been smoked off, of course.
Yeah, just running on this double duelist comp as well for RRQ. You really want to see them get down and dirty in the battles, right? You really want to see them go for the good old fights, which is what PRX could potentially do at the moment.
Yeah, the double duelist, well, not in this round currently.
It's more so that you've got the pistols on PRX's side. You can just throw caution to the wind a little bit and see what you can find.
Scrappy. But that said, RRQ recognizing the situation as well. They've got these guns. They need to hold on to them. Monyet playing around backside alongside Jemkin. That will be a huge crossfire if PRX does decide to walk into it. They're taking their time currently, which might mean down to the last few seconds of the round.
Yeah, exit kill's the name of the game at the moment for PRX. See if you can get any extra ultimate orbs, maybe on Jing, for example, but you don't want to give any more to Monyet. He's traded guns with a teammate to make sure the primary rifle will continue over to the next round. With death, he will collect another ulti orb for the showstopper, but in the grand scheme of things, this was the expectation of the round with RRQ finding the pistol, now doubling down.
That gives you, or gives PRX, some slight ideas as well. RRQ having opted to go for the garage space, garage fights instead. PRX, they've been doing a decent job of picking up the ult over around A main.
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be back to the learning curve as well for PRX on a map like Split, right?
With a comp like this as well.
Only seeing them play it once against Global Esports in this stage. You throw it on further back as well to kick off once against T1, where they get a close loss, 13-11. A more similar style of play, you would say, just having the Sky and a double duelist there Fresh round though, guns on the board for PRX, an opening battle one against Monyet. And a change of look now for RRQ, losing control of A. So let's spread up mid, let's go towards B main. See if we can win some 2-on-1s and maybe get towards the site.
Oh my god. I was gonna say, Sky's gonna do a decent job, but this time it's Forsaken doing well as well.
Cheeky angles, there's the
second
spike.
kill, and just like what we saw in Fracture, RRQ kind of lost the plot.
That's just the bonus round. These happen, you lose the first duel, you run into an angle, you just can't win the duel. 10 players, very, very sharp in this little game we call Valorant. But right now the spike is in firm control of PRX. It's the controllers of RRQ to see what damage they can get back in return here.
I guess 2v5 going in for the dry-peaked duels inside of Garage, and PRX just does not let them find any breathing room whatsoever.
Yep, flawless round to come through from PRX in that one. This is the big old battle, though, that we do wait for, right? RRQ to get the guns back in possession, getting closer to a couple of these ultimate orbs. It does feel like at the moment, you know, it's going to be opening duels that are extremely important when you consider the, 14-1 in the previous map. So it feels like little by little RRQ need to just get one foot in front of the other, right? Find an opening duel, recollect together, go in with a good game plan. Currently, it's a more stacking side of PRX towards B and mid, you could say as well. Patman, lone soldier at A.
Playing into a defensive position as well. He was out of that range of the paranoia being sent over, so really good idea. And look at the awareness to play inside of the smoke as well.
Yeah, choosing not to just pop flash himself though, waiting for a team to rotate over. This is just a complete site control now given towards RRQ. You're not running the fade, for example, so there's going to be no stuns or anything like that to entrap with the paint shells.
Spike planted.
Also paint shells from Jing as well. Does flush the plant in towards the corner of the site, where then PRX has a really good idea of where RRQ are positioned, except for Xfero, who might be able to find a couple more kills, but chooses to stay undetected instead. And at that point, numbers all down around him. It's just Crazy Guy left.
Nah, he can't do this one, unfortunately, mate. So just going to have to call the audible on this one. Maybe be a flawless round to come through from PRX, because they aren't going for the hunt over at main. They got to protect their own economy too. What a retake to come through from them, though. Something catching a shot out through the screens. And then Jing having a crossfire from the heavens as well, just choosing to send it on the raise, right? Not being scared whatsoever, even being seized, but it doesn't matter because Cushy's blinded up by the paranoia of Forsaken. You know, when we consider the Joman or the Foeman from Jing and Forsaken, they are certainly adapting. I think that's a really good word to use here for PRX throughout this stage. Adaptations and learning. RRQ, though, coming out with a bit of a force buy in this round. A lot of stingers to back up a Vandal of Jemkin. You got a Showstopper as well. If that Prowler found anything, you'd expect that to be ripped immediately. But just by the positions, by the way, of PRX, they should be able to dodge the ultimate. Unfortunately, though, for Forsaken, you can't dodge that one.
And slight face check, but you do have Jing with a big old rocket. That said, he has missed several of those yesterday as well. And in a 3v5, you might not be able to find that opportunity. However, Defy just straight down from hell! He finds 4 kills! Being able to rip all those numbers away from RQ. It's just Monyet left, but he's managed to blow things up!
Shrapnel gets him at the end of the day. The Showstopper explosion spreads a bit more when you got 30-something HP for Devi. That's not enough to get the job done, it seems, in the end. Trying to dig his team out of an awkward situation. But in this one, right, a 5 versus 3 scenario for RRQ. Bring a little bit of stability on the site when the plant goes down. That's just crazy. Getting the shots out there from him.
And that's just a beautiful round being helmed by Monyet as well.
Yeah,
the past Raze player when Jing had to step out for a moment.
This is what we're expecting, though, in this battle, right? In this matchup. Duels going both ways. This time, though, scouting out the opposition positions. Dimensional drift into the site. Forsaken dispatches of Monyet off yonder, though. Oh, the timing. Yeah, that one's a bit rough.
Unfortunate kills. However, that will be the spike then a little bit closer towards the B site.
But overlooking Devi. That's a problem at the moment. Spike is down. Imagine a world in which he just decided to rip the pit, but he's going to fall back, play to the numbers with the team.
A rocky assumption and thinking that the rotations might have been pulled over, but we'll see if Jemkin is able to craft anything out. That said, though, straight in with Cushy, and he's been robbed.
And you're not in the scenario, too, for Crazy Guy to, from the shadows, to get the spike with Jemkin finding complete control of the A side. It's kind of null and void at the moment. You want to go for a plant? Well, you're going to have to try and do that in a pit, and you're going to catch some decay. So this round feels a little bit more difficult for RRQ now. PRX looking to tie it up.
40 long seconds.
Although, if Patman gives him a duel, he wins that one. Start to cook a little bit.
Left.
Turn around, get a spray transfer onto Defy. It's possible. It's taking his time, though, and PRX...
The full decay.
Yeah, holding on to their leashes. They wait for this. They're playing as a team. Crazy Guy being able to avoid the bullets for now.
He technically only has one angle he needs to spray, but pit down, vision on him.
The hood's been spotted. Tries to play around the smokes. Being able to read the situation that PRX are looking to play as a team, but of course when you have something on the Jet, he's just going to dive in with a shorty.
Yeah, the 3 versus 1 in the entirety is just going to be a difficult thing for him to stave off and win. So PRX doing it together, right? Nobody going too far forward to give an opportunity to Crazy Guy to come out with that one. 3 versus 3 on the scoreline now as well. The scenario where we, you know, see timeouts earlier on, right? In the last map, when you consider at this point in time, it was what, 5-1 by round number 6. So a little bit more from RRQ here. No coach intervention needed. Happy by the fact that, you know, they're gonna potentially have something to do in this round, anyways, right? Light investments for RRQ. Make sure you hold enough for the next round. Go all together as a team towards this A site.
Going in for the execute as well. He crash in towards a corner.
Oh, Patman spotted.
Angles marked, but yes, he's got the pop flash to try to attempt at a duel. That said, Monette quickly dispatches of him.
Yeah.
Something then Engel completely blocked off. He still tries to go in for the flick though. Ooh, narrowly dodging until Monette denies that opportunity. 3v5 at this point.
Pit, good time to use it actually.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Maybe. We'll see. There is a showstopper for Jing.
Straight into the pit.
Yeah, be risky for sure. This is what I'm talking about though, right? You have a bit of a light investment as RRQ, making sure that you can try and get something to work. You've pathed correctly into Patman on the site. Good TP from Jemkin to get in there. Devi's looking for some bit of damage at the moment, but you just feel like the spike is ticked away too far already.
Yeah. Oh, second kill going through. You got RQ members up by Heaven as well, but even then, the time continues to tick away. Crazy Guy will just collect onto another kill, Jemkin as well, and the round, of course, ultimately goes over to RRQ.
Yeah, but it's a thrifty. That's really important for RRQ here as well. Already knowing that they'd have a buy in the next round is just better that they've got another round on at the tally to back this one up. Single duel against Patman, a awkward encounter for something as well, just falling out of the rafters. Tries to updraft back into it, doesn't work out. Bit of a rough one for PRX, though they themselves should have a bit of an investment coming in towards this next round as well to see if they can challenge back.
Should be. But it is a fair and very tense fight right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I think everybody should have been expecting coming in towards this series, right? Really great duels, a lot of backwards and forwards action. Bit of a mid-prowl from PRX at the moment, though. Meanwhile, RRQ finding successes towards the alpha site, going back there, forcing PRX out of it to just have free territory again.
Different flight path as well, Komodo, and that means Patman needing to play a much different position for then Jemkin to possibly set up a huge flank. Currently undiscovered. Not hit by the Nightfall as well, and it just gives him a bit more timing and space to then push in alongside his teammate, Cushy. PRX, though, avoids the angles until Jing tries to fight back in. He gets denied, and it's just PRX with 2 left. Something he's noted at least one position, but he cannot go in for the chase. And meanwhile, the spike just continues to beep off. Crazy Guy springs back up, and it's just Patman left. Peeked out once again. A decent dink.
But that's it, isn't it? Another successful A encounter for RRQ. Blades going awkward for something. Feels like PRX's game plan to relinquish control of this A site is starting to get the better of them. So maybe we do see a bit of an adjustment for them on the back of that round there. have a bit more numbers, but this is where we talk about conditioning your opponents as well, right? If you're going A successfully, start to change up your own approach for a mid-B split potentially for RRQ, though feels like in this sort of time, Alex is going to have to come out with a timeout.
That's the first time I've heard that one.
PRX's timeout, as expected though, to come in towards this round.
I mean, you're going to have to pull out something truly cerebral to be able to get a read for that. I mean, an execute with Monyet flying up over to the top of heaven, and also for Jemkin to be able to sneak all the way back into screens just for that Nightfall to get sent through. I mean,
it's this aggression we were missing from last map from RRQ, right?
That's true.
Going together as a team, having a more layered approach with the beginning utilities.
But for not a single member of the PRX squad to be able to anticipate this play, I guess that's why Alex feels a little bit perturbed.
You got to remember as well, Split is not generally a map that PRX opts to play.
Which
right?
is why this is a bit of a question mark pick, Komodo.
Best of 5, you made it to Toronto.
You got to feel it out. And why not leave your best maps for the last?
Get some extra reps on it as well for a map that will be in that next tourney. Fracture, I salute you. Be gone.
I say that, I laugh with tears in my eyes. That's it though, RRQ of course, a much better showing right now.
This is what I'm talking about earlier though, PRX having to change things up, get some more bodies towards the A site, but it's the conditioning factor of RRQ where they can have a bit of a different approach as well. Very silent up through mid.
Ooh, but everyone's into the spot somehow. The showstopper just doesn't quite blow anything up. Jing, then again, spin down in a corner for Forsaken to try to hold up by Raptors. RQ, though, they still have their options, and it's going to be the current TP into back sight. Forsaken's attention being pulled away. He has to try to hold the angle. He spotted out Jemkin. He finds the first duel. However, a flash gets sent over. He tries to find some acrobatics into the smoke, but gets denied.
Did they expect something on the flank already? Look at him. He's here super early.
And he's still sneaking his way up, skulking his way forward. A first, a second kill, something clutches up for PRX.
And this is the other side of the coin that PRX see. When they have numbers over at the A site, they push something in towards main. He gets all the information and the read that, well, nobody's home. We're seeing some duels in mid. We're seeing a whiffage of the showstopper. Let's get a quick flank happening. And he was there super early to come out with the Red Bull clutch for PRX to answer back.
That's just quick reaction from the entire team. Sure, you know, the initial contact might have gone completely south for some reason with that showstopper, but hey.
Yeah, it was a 2 versus 4 as well. So they've really managed to pull that one back by isolating a couple of great angles in the end.
Both Something and Forsaken putting up those performances.
Yeah, well,
similar approach in this round.
High-low setup though over at this B site.
Something that RRQ hasn't contended with before, and Forsaken will come out on top of the duels. Devi as well eliminating Jemkin, but RRQ does not let up. Forsaken then trying to play around the pillars, but yes, completely exposed thanks to that haunt.
Bit of utility for a retake here. No smokes for PRX though. Seekers invested.
Which would give them some urgency into the site. Shot down for now. Something with 2 kills around the pillar. He props the tailwind, but Cushy ends his life.
Scrappy battles. Do love to see them. Opening frag in the way of PRX, but immediate retaliation from RRQ. A lot of bits of utility as well to just off-put the PRX members. Have a great haunt at the end there. Makes Forsaken sweat a little. There's Devi caught in the open as well. These are the moments where you just need to see these players have some really good self-adjustments in the round as well. How are you going to be able to win a couple of these duels? How are you going to be able to favor things for your team? Sometimes it is out of your hand, though, and you just need to hit your shots with your crosshair.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. But that's it. That would be RRQ playing things extremely well with the micro adjustments. Haunt towards the side. It completely flushes, or makes, well, Forsaken flush full in his face. Round 11, and right now it's the same execute. PRX possibly a retake without the best weaponry. Devi, though, decent trade for now.
Yeah, numbers are here. Spike not yet needing to be established. Spike dropped on the floor. PRX looking to flood towards the side. The shots from Jemkin, though, superb.
taps forward again and again, and he knows that Jing is pinned down. A possible ace in our hands. 7 rounds left in the mag. Something, though, still looking for the fights against the counterpart Russian across the other side. He finds yet another kill.
And how do you play this as Jemkin? You've got every single piece of your ability right now.
Has to go for the spike plant. Something then taking elevation. Looks for the best possible angle. Jemkin has to be aware of this. He has to work around the pillars. Spots him out, and that's gonna be the ace! Jemkin! All the way back then from when he was on Scars against Sengoku, and he still comes out on top of something.
Hey, he gets the better of him in this one, but at what cost, right? It's an anti-eco. They came into it with pistols and a Guardian. So the fact that they stack towards the A site, Devi gets a good read that they are coming towards B. Let's just full rotate on over. And something comes out with some absolute sinister shots of the Guardian. I mean, it's a winnable scenario at the end. Jemkin, 20 HP, something 30, I believe.
Yeah, I'm sure the shots sting a little bit, but considering how the entire half has played out, Komodo, RRQ are happy to take that little bit of damage. They're able to buy back up again. Viper's pit up towards middle now.
Information that he's in the vent as well, so you don't even need a contender. You're through it. Forsaken none the wiser.
Snuck past, and with Forsaken gone, that makes the B side that much more open.
Space that Jemkin's taking as well. With the clone, play Distractor. Meanwhile, in the back lanes, he can fight and then meet up with the team. This is going swimmingly for RRQ.
Yeah, Xfero just blocking every single letter up by Mailroom. Something, though, able to sneak up from stairs, so possibly another round with elevation going forward. The blades have been drawn, but Jing has been silenced. 1v4 and something just goes in for the Hail Mary jump. Jemkin will pick the round up and push RRQ to an 8-4.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of hit and miss from Jemkin on this Yoru when it comes towards this map specifically as well, but this time it looks like the hit is here. Great amount of shots, great amount of multi-frags to come through. It just feels like the game plan of RRQ on this attacking side. You know, you're really forcing out a lot of information needed from PRX to get an idea where you want it to go, right? If it's a quick one out from RRQ on that attacking side, well, they're almost playing retake 9 times out of 10. You're seeing duels go each way. You're seeing scrap battles be won by RRQ this time as opposed to last map. Oh, this is a tough one.
I mean, currently you go with Jemkin, I guess, just because he's been the primary duelist most of the time.
Yeah, Monyet has kind of sent himself into oblivion a couple of years too, so...
Especially from that previous map. But come on, you can't really fault him. Sometimes he's on the smokes.
Yeah, this is true. Got a lot of players
Wait,
that love our...
Who came up with this? Who is the real man? Oh my god, production sometimes cracks me up. You got a guy, you got a man. It's Patrick Mendoza.
Yeah, unlike Patrick who. It's not even his name. Not even his name. Halftime break though. Throw that one away. We're going to have to get to a switch up of the sides as well to see if we'll tie up this series 1-1. Get a 4th map in Icebox. That one's a little bit interesting to come out in towards this veto as well.
But certainly RRQ keeping things interesting with a strong first half showing. Now swapping over onto the defense, where you get to see, you know, Crazy Guy maybe show off his chops a little bit.
Well, you get to see the pistol round kings at the moment in PRX. Leading very handsomely with those. RRQ already gathering a lot of information at the A site with the Prowler that no one's going to be at least in close proximity. As PRX play a little bit more silently towards the B side of things, seeing no over-investments from RRQ, no one going by themselves. Refreshing Omen utility as well.
However, it does bring out the Trailblazer.
Yep, spot out a bit of information, a little bit of a forward position now for PRX, getting pretty close towards a B-pop.
Right. As soon as that Trailblazer goes through, clears out backside, the rest of the team pushing up from Mailroom. And you do have Crazy Guy who's kind of given up the site.
Yeah, you recognize that when the Trailblazer's there that you have to just play in towards a retake.
Yeah, that's why he's saving up that paranoia as well. Props it up right now in this moment. The entire team surrounding him.
Zero utility for PRX here.
Yeah, it's going to be just a full gunfight, if anything. RRQ having the resources.
Where do you want your smokers Forsaken? Towards CT.
Trying to position around for it currently. Inside the smoke though, and it's just PRX finding first contact. Petman and something out from heaven as well. And the only one left then is Cushy. Sort of not yet spotted, but as soon as you make a single peep, the entire force of PRX will turn their crosshairs and sights toward you. That will be the pistol picked up by PRX.
Nuts shots to come out of Crazy Guy with the classic as well. CT jumping around, right-clicking, taking some heads. But PRX, they will take the second pistol of this map. I do like the forward play that they opted to go for as well. Yeah, that right-click jump is a little bit crazy. Pistol round will keep things in good contest here for PRX, struggling a little bit at the tail end of their defensive side. This is a bit of a lighter buy coming in towards the bonus though for this map. A couple of pistols, a couple of Spectres, and a Marshal for something.
Not a single rifle except for, well, if you consider the Marshal, but still, RRQ currently able to read this map. They've gone for the 4-1 stack closer towards the A site.
Little by little, let's follow the leader of the Trailblazer into the B site, where it's just going to be Crazy Guy here himself yet again.
And if he plays close, he might be able to find some right clicks, but with the angles exposed, Jing will quickly deal with him.
And now you know that no one else is here, so it's just going to be this little pistol retake, see if RRQ even just do what PRX did and go up with the spike eventually. Makes sense.
It's a full best of 5, it's lower finals. I get why you need to play to every advantage that you can possibly find, so not wanting to give too much up to PRX, but that said, it's a little bit quiet right now.
Yeah, you get the idea of what RRQ are doing. You just want to figure out where they're sitting, which is in spawn.
Come on, give us a kill. Give us a corpse.
Something will happen.
There we go. You got paint shells, you got a seize.
Love that.
And that's not too bad in terms of economical damage. A little bit more going through, and it's just Forsaken left. He's up by heaven. I know the spike is still going to go off, but ults and points being found by RRQ.
And the fact that it's Forsaken surviving at the end here as well, one of the players that went in with the pistol, means you're only taking a ghost in towards your bonus rounds. Though, on the other side, you did save a lot more coming into that second round, right? So you do afford yourselves some rifles now going into this bonus round, so...
Very awkward. Not a true Red Bull clutch.
Yeah. It's one of those weird ones. But here we go. This is a bonus round, by the way, when you've got an operator in the hand for something. You've got a... Well, it was going to be a Spectre for Patman, but he does upgrade in the end. So, let's call this a rifle round. There's a heavy investment. And it's unexpected. Brilliant shot out from something. Xfero, that's going to cause a headache.
Just never expect it, even if you're going for the jiggle. Somehow, something with a punish. And that means you got to place a player around mid just to watch.
It was the judge as well, so that's gone down. Can't play close with that one. Meanwhile, Crazy Guy, he wants to play close. He wants to play down and dirty. Don't touch that orb and give him the info. Now you're stuck. Shrouded step out.
Has to go in for it. A little bit more initiative found by PRX off of that. Thankfully able to get Crash away.
Yeah, thankfully indeed, but you've kind of left Crazy Guy by himself here.
Precisely.
You've made things extremely awkward for him.
No angles to be found around the B side. It's just Crazy Guy who had to spend utility just to get out of dodge.
Yep.
Once again, another scenario where RQ left without resources. Just angles, though.
A plant in the 5 versus 4.
Safer plant for PRX, so not leaving themselves exposed towards spawn. You do have Jing kind of concealing his movements down towards the bottom as well. Something then peeking out from Garage. All of RQ trying to look for that space into sight, but PRX just not giving anything up to them.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I know it's the bonus technically in the grand scheme of things, but I don't want to put the tag on it because it's not really a bonus round. It's a idea from PRX that they go lesser equipped into the second round of this half to then get out the full great buy FPX style. And they do. The operator was very pivotal in this round from something to catch Xfero off guard, to find Cushy, letting the team Gallivant around the site when they've got control of it as well. It's not too many angles that they need to worry about when that plant's down.
It works though. I mean, it's a little bit risky, but now you have them with an op, and that's something that RQ is going to have to continually respect. That's why you got more players up around mid this time.
Or try and disrespect if you want to play close line with a judge, for example, as Xfero, but it doesn't feel like there's going to be any jewels that'll come his way at the moment because yet again, it's going to go to Crazy Guy.
Yep, and that's exactly what PRX wants to do, trying to exploit exploit this weakness. Monyet, though, quick on the reactions out to a toss, but then still for PRX to find the shots with the rifles.
Again, in these big battles where you've just got many bodies flooding, PRX are coming out on top.
Spike planted.
Sight controlled. Trailblazer into the kill as well, and it's just Jemkin drastically attempting at anything, but still the score has been tied up.
Yeah, 8-8, 4 rounds in a row. Is this the awakening though for RRQ that they start to have an idea on how PRX are playing this attacking side as well, or do they need some coach investment, right? Do we need to have a bit of a discussion on that regard? Didn't work out too much over on map number 1 of Fracture. Feels like we do need the timeout though. Was waiting to see if that was going to come through.
Started off 8-4, and now PRX have found 4 straight rounds in a row. That op still proving to be a menace, even though it's only been online for 2 rounds.
Yeah, how are you going to remove that one, right? You need a little bit more of an investment of utility real early on when you consider that RRQ, you know, they've got the fade for the info, they can rumor as well. Otherwise, you're trying to see what Jemkin can do on this Yoru. Maybe you are trying to get a little bit aggressive, right? We haven't really seen the deep paranoia play come out from them to send it with the duelists. There's a couple of options that you can come out here and there to try and catch PRX off guard.
It's definitely going to be, you know, quite the conundrum. You place more players towards mid, and you leave the rest of the sites a little bit more open for PRX to possibly, well, launch an expedition around. That said, though, keeping my eyes on the minimap right now, Komodo, it's back towards more of a default-ish setup. And it's also something in with an operator of his own. He is playing around towards the A side as well, so we might have another something v Jemkin moment.
Yeah, we might just have a really cool off battle in the round, which...
Ooh, barrel.
Get him in the hands. Yep.
Wow! I can't believe that hitbox works.
Yeah, sometimes it beat. Just a little...
wasn't even a slight tag.
Blown off the body. But you'll take that as a kill. We needed an advantage for RRQ, right? They needed to find a good opener here on this defensive side. Now a challenge towards this A site where, again, it's Jemkin with the operator.
Sniper Overwatch just works wonders for RRQ, but not for the third time. Third time's a charm for PRX, who are moving forward in, especially with Seekers, just flushing RRQ away. Looking for a spike plant, though.
Yeah, you got to find some timing to have a little bit of stability, have a breath at the moment. Devi still has the poison orb as well as a snake bite, but he's finding some timing.
Yeah, might be able to sneak through. Petman, though, no more flashes, which means he's going to be kind of pinned down close to the site. Still, though, concealing their movements, making things as silent as possible. RQ thinking to play safe instead.
The timing on yet, he's found it perfectly against Devi.
Beautiful movement, just at the right time. Devi would have no idea. Even though the spike is down, now how do you isolate every single duel? The first swing from Monyet, and it just fully catches Petman off guard.
Conversion after the timeout for RRQ, regaining the lead, more importantly getting the first round on their defensive side. Courtesy of some heavy lifting of the operator for Jemkin, so you'll take that as a prize into the next round as well. You really want to make sure that you can have that in his hands as much as possible, it feels like, when it comes onto this map.
Spike planted.
Difference that the round could have came out with as well. If you potentially found him when he was going down the vent instead of Devi trying to just sneak in towards Heaven. Maybe if they planted a little bit earlier, but you throw that round away. There's another investment for PRX, everybody lining up for an A-site endeavor, where once again, early engagements may very well go Jemkin's way with the operator.
Yeah, different line being held as well. PRX would be none the wiser. However, something might have an inkling, dashes right forward alongside that showstopper as well. Jing looking to find effect with it, and he will collapse on towards Xfero. This allows him to then continue holding Heaven.
Yeah, they had no idea that he was resatcheling up in towards the rafters there.
That's the thing about attack side on split. RQ, they're gonna have to go in for a bit of a guessing game. Jemkin, though, will eliminate those guesses into more informed decisions with the dimensional drift, but Devi just denies all of that outright. Something with the double kill to end out the round as well. It's 9-9 tied up once again.
Yeah, awkward flash coming through for RRQ at the end there when the dimensional drift is trying to scope things out. Jemkin trying to tell the team where everybody is, trying to get some body blocking at the back of the side as well, but it just doesn't work out. Monyet completely blinded. And then you've got so many angles just being held by PRX at the end there. Flawless round to come through from them. Really not allowing any further round accumulation to come through from RRQ. You know, that's something that got the better of them extremely so on Fracture too, right? Just one isolated round here and there. This time, they've been starting to find their footing. Ooh. And that's just going to be a scared little Monyet running back towards the site. The shorty at that range, yeah, it's not going to do too much.
Decent info, though, and you got 2 smokes all being baited out right now.
But not finding anything further towards A main to see if anyone had started to scale up either.
Yeah, still someone needing to play safe, and that flash will just confirm that there's a possible other shotgun hiding within close range around Mail.
Definitely an angle for Jemkin here to try and find 1 or 2 and then get out, meet with Cushy.
I mean, this truly is just PRX continuing to dot their T's, dot their I's and cross their T's until Jemkin will just scratch that one right off the margin.
Yeah, something. Down for the count. There was the one from Jemkin that I was talking about. Now you're looking for a bit of a plant as PRX.
And possibly for RQ to find close range with the right clicks as well. It's just going to be Jemkin with a share for now, though, and it's working pretty decently.
Eventually a flank from Monyet, but the shorty. Need to see the lion's share done by probably Jemkin.
Paint shells, blast packs still could be good. Jing might not have an idea. He will dispatch off the first, though, and looks for the movement in towards ramps. That's where Monyet picks up the Vandal. Into the site they go. RRQ has a great chance because Patman's been fully blinded. Still good for 1, but it's just a 5 left. Tries to go for the spray transfer, but it's not found. Xfera with the classic up close.
Got to potentially even use the judge at the end there with how close it was, but it doesn't really matter. It's RRQ to get the thrifty on the board. Flank eventually coming out from Monyet, picking up the weapon of something that was dropped earlier on, courtesy of Jemkin. So even with the pistols, you know, if you're getting your one, getting out, giving your team an opportunity to play by the numbers, play by the angles, can certainly work a treat, but you really feel like Jemkin just had to hit the shots in there, had to buy some time, give the team the opportunity. With up or not, rest of the team following in pursuit as well. Backwards and forwards engagements, operator back in the hands of Jemkin. See if he'll have another opening duel, poised at the ramp. Cushy down below. He's done it again, hasn't he?
Key tool for RQ right now. PRX, though, not backing down. It's something straight in with the shorty once again. Just quickly dispatched of. Then, of course, you got the rest of the team trying to work around Elbow. Jemkin still in position, Cushy up from the backside, but suddenly silenced. Forsaken and Patman marking these angles. Monyet, though, surely you don't expect another. Tries to blast back them away, but doesn't quite work out. Off to the judge, out from ropes, and you have some slight resets.
Seekers from Patman off the plant. Gonna choose to invest them here.
That gives some further information. You know that one is up by ramp. Where could the other be? It's a little bit obvious as well. But with the smokes coming up, another duel being isolated, and Forsaken! He'll just spin back around on a dime to find an every kill.
Backwards and forwards in the rounds at the moment. No one able to find some footing for consecutive rounds, but maybe we'll change things up here. Unless we get another thrifty coming on through. Because there's going to be some light investments from RRQ. Around the elbow there as well. A lot of bullying with the utility to try and stay alive, to try and foster an advantage. Just doesn't work out for Monyet, and no trade ability either to come through from the controllers of RRQ at the end there. A little bit disconnected, trying to find the duels. Trying to isolate the angles, trying to figure out who's where. 10 to 10. As I said, a bit of a lighter investment from RRQ coming in towards this round. You've got the Nightfall, you've got the Pit. If PRX take things real slow, you could choose to use them. But if PRX decide to just go in towards the A site, there would be nobody to stop them.
Hey, why not? If there's no one here to welcome them, they've been having that much success on this site.
Yeah, you just need to make sure that you're blocking any vision of ramp, where Jemkin likes to lie in wait.
Yeah, blocking everything off. So Jemkin's Sheriff not able to sing right now.
Potentially plant open as well. Give your team as much options as you can.
Screens being blocked off. Elbow as well with this Pit now coming up.
Cheeky one too.
Just to secure a possible 11th round.
Yeah, you could see, you know, a Prowler investor or a Boombot from Monyet. Get some Paint shells in there as well to clear out the close angles.
Maybe
just going to choose to go through Heaven instead.
And if you find a little bit more, maybe the ult's coming through as well. Yet then just diving straight in. He's got that judge, and he's just hammering every single player down until Jemkin goes in for a trade of his own. It's just something left, and now he's back up from Heaven, but he's got so many targets to contend with. All of them body blocking, a full firing squad, and he's down to 5 HP. xFaroe out for the final frag.
Have we cursed him here? Have I said the words? Unless RRQ come out with another thrifty. And it happens. 4 alive as well. They are just going to steal those guns. What is it with RRQ lately? Having the numbers, having no care in the world, just sending it in towards these retakes. Well, this one specifically, sending it nicely as well. Got the Nightfall invested.
Thank you for the gun, man.
Yeah, thank you for the gun. xFaroe was the one that invested it, right? He was the one that bought it up. Recognizing the situation that, well, I've got some satchels, I can send them. I can have a quick little kiss at the back of the side as well and really just remove you from the situation. The fact that he finds the second onto the pit player as well, right? Awkward that Devaya loses that and there's no more pit available.
And you just love being able to watch RRQ come back in, finding themselves, awakening. More confidence off of the first map, to say the least.
Yeah. It's exciting at the moment with this backwards and forwards adventure that we're on, though.
And it's also them proving themselves to be a worthy contender of the title of who could be the greatest in SEA.
Yeah, for sure. Against each other. Yeah, we haven't seen this battle in quite a long time. It looks significantly different as well with the roster of RRQ, for example.
Especially with the new members coming in. That said, we are on only map number 2, 11 to 10. RRQ primed for possibly map point with their ultimates.
This could be scary as well. Early pit for xFaroe. Will he get sent upon or not?
Yeah, PRX possibly looking for the full send. The Viper's pit and the Snakebite, though, will completely deter the dinosaurs.
Yeah, another opening frag going the way of Jemkin with the shorty. Still has dimensional drift as well to scope things out a little bit later, where you might want to just be situating yourself as RRQ. You've got the advantage kill, just reset a little bit, figure out where PRX might look to end things, not give them an advantage in a 1vx duel.
Precisely. Not too eager as well. I mean, look at the tight angle from Monyet. And now in position to possibly send a showstopper.
I was going to say, I want to see what Devaya is trying to do over at this pit. But if this is a call for PRX to go through vents and start to sneak in the backlines of A, that would actually be the right call.
Making more noise. If you did have xFaroe pushing out, this might have been a different story, but it will be PRX forcing some utility to then go in for the A push.
Feels like xFaroe might just have to be a statue here to make sure that nobody of PRX can hold a potential retake from main.
Silent, strong statue into the corner around rep right now. The judge. Yep. Not yet sounding off.
Drift out though from Jemkin, wants to find all the information. The showstopper not gonna work, but Jemkin
initiates the fight. That's 3 kills now. And then for Crazy Guy to chime in as well from screens. The trade protocols just to push through and get more space into the site. xFaroe, he's done his job. He's blocked off ramps, and Devaya has no recourse but to allow that spike to get defused.
Yeah, xFaroe is an angel in the round at the end there as well, making sure he's the protector, making sure that PRX don't have another avenue to potentially hold a retake from. You cut off main, it makes things a little bit awkward. You get in towards it. The fact that Jemkin gets 2 on the back of coming out of that drift is absolutely insane. It's now map point though for PRX, for RRQ. They've got 2 of them to play with here. PRX do have another buy, at least presentable. Blades will come out for something. But will they get any early advantages here? Or will it go back in the favor of RRQ yet again?
Those blades are going to have to be swift and precise, if anything.
Yeah.
Might have a judge to aid as well, but how much is it really going to work out? RQ, they've got the defensive setups.
Yeah, something has been cut down a little bit in the beginning of these past couple of rounds, but now, like a hot knife through butter, he really needs to just get them easy.
Oh, he can't. The weapon draw animation took a little bit longer than he expected. And out for Prowlers from Cushy as well. Further information being found by RRQ. Just to mark the angles up from Garage, but a little bit awkward on the spray. Allows for PRX some tiny opportunity to get into sight. Forsaken with the double kill, Jing with another. It's just xFaroe left and he doesn't have enough.
He's pulled him out of this one potentially, hasn't he? 1 versus 3 for xFaro.
He's got to pick up a weapon at the very least.
Yeah, he will be able to, but is this the one that you want? It's the one that you've been favoring in this map.
At this situation, though,
got the Vandal.
I don't think so. Comes back in, deals with the first, looks for further heads, but Jing just domes him instead.
12-11. Will PRX push us into overtime, or will RRQ be able to close it here? And now, for the last round of regulation, something again just not able to find value in the beginning engagements. Well, for each round, space was found for the team, for sure. But it already feels like, you know, RRQ kind of did give that to them, recognizing they don't have the numbers in the top tower. So you fall on back. But here we go, last round of regulation. Operator out yet again for Jemkin. Going to see nobody home at the B site. But what is home is everybody at the A site. The numbers needed for RRQ.
Yeah, sudden call and a good read from Crazy Guy as well. Into position, but the showstopper, though, will just rob him of his life. That will be then more space for PRX to shore up around A ramp.
Speaking of losing your life, being robbed of it, something again, first casualty in this round. Silence for PRX. Seekers would spot 3 towards this A side at the moment. Towards the heavens, though, the judge heard.
Oh. Yeah, invites them into more space, but xFaro will certainly give them a bit of a warning sign. Off to the site, though, the sudden peek out from Monyet around elbow just breaks things apart. Defy, the second kill, and it's just RRQ left. We might go into overtime, folks, because Jing has the sightlines up by ramp. Jemkin down.
Hang on, they're all low. They're all half HP.
Good chance. Jemkin with the flashes. Does he have the vision? Does he have the sightlines? Looks for the duel, but in for the transfer. Forsaken swings out and provides the assistance necessary to bring us to overtime.
Ladies and gentlemen, only bangers on splits. Overtime we go to yet again. Well, I say yet again. First installment of it in this series.
I love that you cleared your throat for that one.
You gotta get it ready. You gotta get it ripe and ready. Valiant attempt from Jemkin at the end there. He's been having a banger on this map so far. 27 kills that he's coming out with. So far, we've had some phenomenal moments from our duelists across these 2 maps.
Yeah, well, you might have one Jemkin with 27 kills up on RRQ. You've got 2 duelists, or 2 players from PRX who've got 21 kills apiece.
Yeah, brothers in arms, Forsaken and Jing. Certainly seeing what they can do here. But we switch things back up. PRX to the defensive side. See if they can continue with where they were able to find some little bits of greatness. Starting things off, though, removing Crazy Guy. Not too bad.
Yeah, forward space information into paint shells. Then another crossfire just to deny RQ A ramp control. They will elect to just sprint into the site, though. And that's something, once again, finding first death.
Oh, the angle. xFaro wins that one.
And the Trailblazer might be able to get a kill until that snakebite burns it away. Off to the site, though. PRX, some urgency up from heaven, as well as screens possibly, but Jemkin reads that, holds down elbow. Ramp as well as additional angles being found by RRQ. PRX will have to find kills in order to get a clearer picture into sight. But so far, not good. Drops down, shot fire to mask sound. But RQ not peeking, still holding. Decent trade, and it's just Defy in a 1v2. The spike still beeping away. xFaro alongside Cushy, they could go in for a double peek, and that will be that. A singular tap to bring them the first victory in OT1.
Yeah, you feel a little bit stuck running into the elbow there as something. You got to do something as Jing there as well to try and bring it back. Satcheling in, not getting your shots on out. Great little trap play at the very beginning, but RRQ, once they're in the site, they have the right angles that they need to hold. Bit of a crossfire allowed at the back of the site. Great haunt to come out, by the way. Definitely loving to see good initiator utility always work for a kill. And now RRQ will find themselves on the map point with the lead, going back onto their now defensive side.
Something glass cannon.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting one. He's kind of fallen off a little bit, right? In the tail end of this map too. Just getting shut down time and time again at the very beginning. You're bringing an operator onto the attacking side. You need to be very aware and having a teammate next to you, you feel like, in case you miss the shot.
could be something that RRQ doesn't expect, but they're pushing out a garage.
Yeah, this is so risky, but so rewarding if they can find it.
Well, Forsaken is marking the back. However, he falls. Something takes the duel up by Mailroom then. So PRX, they've got a dilemma here. Do they push up front or do they clear up back?
Taken down the heavy hitter in Forsaken though. So you definitely take that as RRQ for what it's worth. Something. He wins the duel against Crazy Guy. Advantage for PRX into the B side. Dash across, dodging the flashes. Jemkin, he wants to do the party. He wants to do the damage.
And he's holding the angles with assistance from the team. Cushy up by the right side. Jemkin then to find the triple. Just a 1v1 left, and Jemkin has an ult.
Where does he think the Devi is coming from, though? He's got the ult, the time right now for Devi to get in his head.
Devi slowly skulking forward. Jemkin marks the angle, and that will be that. The map ends in the very first OT. Final scoreline of 14-12. Jemkin with the ultimate awareness to silence PRX.
Yeah, he's dug him out of a rough situation time and time again on this map, hasn't he? Multi-frags on multi-frags, couple of great early openers. Feels again that the shutdown on towards something hurts a little bit more for them, right? These disadvantaged scenarios as PRX throwing caution to the wind a little bit, trying to really get up in your face, and you are just getting smacked a little bit. Really good adjustments of RRQ. I mean, I look at the first half and how they're navigating and conditioning PRX on that attacking side, making them really guess where things are going to end, making them really fight these scrappy battles that usually PRX are good for, right? How many of them were they winning in map number 1? This time, though, a little bit more awareness as RRQ and how they want to kind of push PRX into the palm of their hands. Just the single OT needed at the end of this one to get it done, which means we are guaranteed a 4th map in this lower best of 5 right now. Icebox will be here soonish.
Soon-ish. The first one we got to go through with is Pearl. But that said, it is an RRQ that is howling forward. You love to see it when they are finding all of these moments. Just such great situational awareness and reading how they need to hold the angles on the map against PRX. And that's why those brawls are coming out in advantage for RRQ.
Yeah, for sure. I'm kind of excited to see which way this is going to go in the next map, of course. Like, let's get 5, baby.
This could go the full distance, but for now, we're going to have to toss it back over onto our desk.
Maybe, perhaps. I mean, I'm expecting it to go the full distance, but for now, that is RRQ's map. We are now tied at 1-1 for this series for both of these teams, and it was a much better showing for RRQ.
Yeah, I felt like they woke up finally. I felt like they were here to play. Jemkin was alive. He wasn't just getting exits on the brimstone. It's so much better. I mean, yeah, I felt like this was a real great map to watch. It always is on Split. We talk about it all the time. There's one statistic I really want to highlight here. It's that 350. The 350s from RRQ.
About 350. About 350, I think it was. No, honestly, like this was exactly what you expect from an SCA derby. You had messiness, you had some sloppy, thrifty rounds won, you had some clutches won, you had some man disadvantaged situations thrown in the bin, but you also had some amazing individual plays and honestly, some really nice game planning from both of these teams. It was so interesting to watch these two comps go head-to-head stylistically. PRX playing that kind of bursty, old-style duelist, throwing it back to what they always used to play on Split, and I feel like RRQ kind of playing the new meta version of that with the raised Yoru that you've seen from a lot of teams, T1 included. But you have to say Jemkin definitely the standout there, dragging them kicking and screaming through this game of Split. It was a very tight one that could have gone either way, but RRQ will breathe a sigh of relief because we've seen both of these teams exchange each other's map picks, and now we play a BO3 from here.
Evening up the scoreline here is so massive. Going down 0-2 is a huge mental burden, but they've leveled that playing field again as we move forward to map 3. So mood in the RRQ camp will have just shot up after that overtime one.
Oh, definitely. You could hear them screaming down there, right?
Bro,
especially
Crazy Guy gets loud.
Yeah.
Like when he died to that raise nade, he's like, I heard him screaming the call. Like he's like, Jet solo on site, go. He's like pushing the boys to scale out. It's something
you felt pressured to push on site, right?
Yeah,
with how he's calling the and of course Monyet as well. You can hear his roars from all the way up here, and you can just tell RRQ are fired up. And this is very encouraging going into this series because, as we mentioned earlier on the first map, they were absent. They were absent on that first map, but now they're back and we have a series. It is confirmed. And now, of course, we are, going into Pearl much later, but this is so encouraging, as we mentioned, for RRQ, because there's so many good individual plays that really came out. We're going to go through some highlights here and particular things that we wanted to point out on the side of RRQ.
Yeah, the first thing I wanted to point out was actually from PRX, which is about how they like to play on their attacker side. So when you play this double duelist, you have to not be afraid to contact and take risks. We just see something walk through a smoke into B main. There could be anything behind that, but he doesn't care. They get smoked off again, but they have all this space. They're so close, and now they can burst. We even saw him do exactly the same play in the very last round of the game, where he just walks through with the op. This is why double duelist is so good for PRX. It really suits their style, and contact burst is great.
This was a stroke of brilliance. We saw 3 Thrifties won by RRQ, and in this round, it's a split-second decision that they're able to put the pieces. You see Xfero juggle the judge over to Monye as they see the pit on spawn side. Double satchel over to elbow, and Monye's able to catch PRX completely pants down. They have no idea that RRQ's even going to attempt that retake, and that must have been a bit of a bitter moment, maybe, because Monye used to do that on PRX on the Raise.
That's why they hired him.
It's a very PRX-y thing to do.
Yeah, they've just been PRX, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, that blood still runs strong through him, right? What do you think the comms were like in that situation?
I honestly think that was just a stroke of brilliance from Monye. He's literally, they initially, as we saw multiple times that game, have the judge on Viper to be able to play that disruptive role in mid, throw out the orb and put it down, but they're able to juggle it over to the Raze and be able to put the retake together on the fly. I really think he just said, I'm going to satchel elbow, and then they put the rest of the pieces together after the fact, and they were able to, the rest of the team kind of play off of what Monye wanted to put together there and understand reactively based on what the Raze was doing and the entry pathing, how they needed to put the rest of that together.
And this is great also because we were wondering where he was on the first map view. Well, here he is, coming and swinging on split, and this is brilliant from RRQ, but it wasn't that far off. I mean, PRX, this was an overtime, and of course, PRX, each round, were not that far behind.
Without this man, like, they would not have gotten as deep into the game as they did, Morgan.
Yeah, we have to run back these Jemkin highlights. I mean, he woke up so much in this game. We see him landing these sheriff shots. He got them these thrifties, shot them in the wrist, and Quack lost his mind.
The wrist shot, he's breaking his opponent's wrist. Usually it's the other way around. For Jemkin, though, you can see the mechanics, the crosshair placement. He's anticipating every peek. You cannot catch this man off guard. Even in the last round where Device trying to flank him in through Heavenside, he's sitting on that off angle waiting for you to peek him. This is why Jemkin, for me, is the best Yoru in the VCT.
Yeah, very much.
Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, I think he just does such a great job. It's such a great fit for him on this age, and I think if RRQ want to have a chance in this best of 5, they need this man. This man almost always leads from the front, and he's at his best when he's getting set up from his team, and he's allowed to express his own individual brilliance, and he took over this map. 7 first bloods, 32 kills, 2.2 KDA. I mean, what else do we want to see from this guy?
He's seen what Forsaken did on Fracture, he said, I can do you one better.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me your... I mean, there are things, there are agents and players that really just make sense together, and I feel like Jemkin on Yoru makes perfect sense with the way he plays and just how he's able to utilize his agent. And, it works so well, especially on maps like Split. But now we are about to go into our next map, which will be Pearl. I feel like for RRQ, with that renewed kind of confidence going into Pearl, they may be able to do this one better. But of course, PRX, they have some very memorable matches here in Pearl.
For RRQ, I mean, this has been a map that's been a bit of a sore spot in the map pool at times. They've been kind of deciding whether they want to play double duelist or not. They used to play Phoenix Jet in kickoff and play some different styles, recently going over to the Neon and the Yoru, as well as mixing in some slower comps. So they've really been kind of deciding what kind of comp they want to be running on Pearl, but they haven't had a lot of success on this map. The last time we saw PRX play Pearl, though, I mean, you cast your mind back to that DFN game.
Yeah, I mean, they only just got over the line in that game, but I'd like to think that a big problem in that game was the mental. It was how they were feeling, and the game got so scrappy. I do feel like they're a lot sharper since then, so they should be able to execute execute it better, but I am curious if they're going to change away from this Phoenix. This is a comp that RRQ know very well.
Yes.
You know, as you said, we saw them run it in kickoff, so it's going to be hard to be able to surprise with that Phoenix like they've been able to catch a lot of people though, because the reason this works is you don't scrim against that Phoenix. You don't see it a lot. You're not used to having to control the mains in the same way, but RRQ, in theory, should have the answers if the Phoenix does come out.
Yeah, I feel like for Pearl, I don't know, PRX just looked very comfortable with that kind of composition, right? I feel like they might go with it again and just maybe change up some things in their play. Perhaps it's not the Phoenix that we need to direct our attention to.
Yeah, I think Pearl has been a bit of a sore spot in the map pool for both of these teams at times. So RRQ being the team that will pick it as the third map in this series. For PRX, they definitely struggled against DFM. It was quite a messy game. So it's really a redemption chance for both of these teams to show that their Pearl is a little bit better than you'd be expecting, because at times you've seen brilliant games of Pearl for both of these teams, but the last couple of games maybe leaving a little bit of a sour taste in their mouth. But you can't have gaps in your map pool in a whole best of 5, guys. You've got to be playing your way through the entire pool. So this is going to be a true test of who has figured out some of their mistakes in the map pool, and Pearl is going to be the perfect example of which team's going to be able to adapt and actually improve on what didn't work for them in the last couple of games.
Yeah, it's all about a lot of prep, right, for these best of 5s. You definitely have to prepare differently. In a best of 3, you can steer it away, so you often have maps that you can play, but you'd rather not. And I think Pearl has been one of those maps for both of these teams, but now I think this becomes a really crucial swing map, because I suppose if you're looking at that map pool as a whole, I think both these teams might write off Pearl and go, okay, yeah, we might not get
that's
that
a second phase ban most of the time.
For sure. But someone has to win, so somebody snowballs a lot of momentum forward from this map 3 as we move towards what could potentially be a final map.
Yeah, especially since, you know, we have both teams did win their maps, so they do have 1-1.
Yeah.
So you mentioning Pearl as a swing map, that's very, very likely. And I do love it when teams are really just like, it's more like a pick your poison, especially in a best of 5, right? And you have Pearl coming up and it's like, no, you know what? We're really going to push this. We believe that we have a solid game plan on this. It just didn't work out a few times, but let's bring it out now.
Okay.
Oh, we're seeing a lot of Killjoy here.
Yeah, look, RRQ, I mean, they are going to be playing that double duelist yet again with the Neon Yoru. It's something that they've been going to in this stage. A lot of teams playing something similar to this in combination with the Teo. You can have these very quick, fast executes where you play this burst style with the Yoru and the Neon, and you have the Teo utility that makes that execute a little bit easier to get off. They will start out on attack. PRX have chosen defense here.
Yeah, PaperX only making that one change, swapping the Vice over to that Killjoy, so Devi has a lot to do against this double duelist.
Well, let's see if that one change is enough to take this map. We'll throw it over to our casters, Quack and Komodo, for our third map in this series. Let's step into Pearl.
Map number 3, and yeah, they're absolutely right. You know, we do see a lot of Killjoy. RQ also swapping back to it.
Back to where the train left the station, though, for PaperX. The game against DFM going to that stretch of overtime. Akame trying to deliver the absolute brilliant factor in that game, just couldn't get it over the line.
That was that one win that PaperX had on Pearl. Meanwhile, for RQ, it's both losses on Pearl as well.
Interesting for me as well that both teams are opting to go for the Killjoy instead of the Vice as well. See maybe who can do their best Margaret impression. I always think Margaret on this map is stellar.
Right, they both want to go in for those fights rather than taking their time with things, buying out time with the shear wall and such. Right now it's a drone for info, and we've avoided that drone.
Yeah, I was going to say how much is that going to force PaperX to rotate a little bit to the A site, but you got to remember it is where the Sentinel is the Guardian. So we'll see essentially what Forsaken does there, what the art play comes out for PaperX. Meanwhile, B is kind of free reign, free territory, right? You gather the orb there as RRQ, start to pivot on back. Not really seeing any overinvestment.
Yeah, and PaperX is okay with that.
Oh, now they start to get a little eager.
Going in for a possible retake play. PaperX, yes, down to 50 seconds. You don't see anything yet. Let's begin to traverse forward.
But where do they want to go, right? Generally, when you're running on the Vice, if you're going towards the A site, you see a lot of teams have the shear that cuts off through top of mid towards A main. In running the Killjoy, you're expecting to hear a turret or something, right? So if you hear nothing at the moment, now the utility all comes towards this B site, you know what's happening. It's going to have to be a retake.
Yeah. Retake where Crazy Guy is
in another. He's in another postcode.
He's in the Omega dimension.
Yeah.
Oh God, that's gonna be a real tricky one. PaperX though, they eliminate that turret, so RQ begins to watch their flanks somewhat. That's when Forsaken alongside Devi begin to peek forward from spawn. Small chunk of damage, but the spike.
The turret watched the flank, by the way. Crazy Guy's noted now.
So not too bad. PRX, this is a 5v4 in clarity. PRX are just happy to take the numbers fights head on. Off towards Link though, and it's Jemkin along from Hall. PRX completely crunched up into sight because not much was cleared out.
I mean, that's going to be the problem for PRX, where they just had zero idea on where things were going to end, right? They don't know if it's coming A, they don't know if it's coming B. They call for the mid push a little bit too late, and then they have to double back a little bit when the site is just given. You know, you've got a couple of protocols there as well to have the turret watching the flank, but you're not having enough time to just clear a lot of the angles in these 5 versus 5s. These are going to need to be some scenarios where PRX has to adjust real early on the defender's side, and probably RRQ too, right? If they're given those sort of scenarios, well, they're going to be happy as Larry. So if they don't have to adjust too much, that's really going to work favor for them. Just coming into this second round though, lots of rifles, deep lanes on this map, of course. And for something bringing out the Marshal, need to see him connect with some shots. Maybe not fall first.
Just hold on to it for now. RRQ though, ooh, if we're talking about something falling first, this might be where that happens.
I mean, it is the second round though, right?
Fair enough. Goes in for the repeat. He spots numbers in spades and he calls out for the team.
But what can you do here? You've got your team here, but do you have the shots?
Yeah, maybe play inside of the smokes. They're looking for the right clicks. Jing does find the first one, but RRQ, they've got the flashes, they've got the forces, and they will continue to overwhelm Jing. Another kill though, and he gets a third! A brilliant flash, but Jemkin will snuff him out. Just Forsaken left, who does have the Marshal, but Jemkin on an absolute tear.
Yeah, needed to hit that shot at the end there with that Marshal. Take out Jemkin one-on-one. Different scenario potentially. Lion's share of damage done by Jing. Feel like if he got that kill as well with the Classic, that would be an absolute monstrous performance to come out from him on the agent that you don't generally see played in the game of Valorant no more. A Jing special, better Jemkin better. Looking to see who's going to be the top duelist in this one, right? Something falling a little bit. Jemkin stepping up in the previous map, carrying that over in towards this one. Now the bonus round for PRX.
That's where you would love to see something get his head back into the game, especially in a crucial round like this one. But Jemkin out from the back with the dimensional drift. The salvos as well, and causes them to feel so uncomfortable. Something getting silenced by the Sheriff. Jemkin back sight.
Got to run it back as Jing. You have to invest in this round that you feel like you've already lost the control of the site. You need your team to come on over.
Just waiting for the right time. Star is being propped up as well. We begin with the hot hands to block out position, but it's been quickly shot down. Still though, the rest of the team with numbers are able to find trades. Cushy trying to hold out by Pillar. Silences the first duel, off to the next. Petman out from heaven.
Cushy nearly came away with the goods there. That would have been a sinister round for RRQ to find. And just one alive at the end for PRX too. Means that there's going to be a couple of lighter shields coming into it. The fact that there's a dimensional drift, by the way, coming in towards that round makes things really awkward for PRX too. Jemkin noting a lot of members assisting in quite the significant amount of kills. Just at the end there, the scrap battle this time won by Patman, scoped in with the Bulldog. You asked who's got the dog in them a little bit earlier, Quack. I think all 10 players have the capability to do that right now in this map.
Push us to a map 5 maybe. Petman with the stability though. 3-2 stack.
Towards the A site now. Drone in early to back it on up as well. Monya to be sent on in. Devi has to be really careful. Can't get it done. Who other than Jemkin to find the first?
Yeah, quick bulldoze, quick contact, and PRX has no choice but to hang back. Reinforcements have arrived, however. I don't know how much it's really going to provide.
You should run.
That lockdown makes things so awkward as well, doesn't it?
Oh, give up your life for the lockdown, but PRX will continue to push up, but they're gonna have to cool off because of that ult. Petman, though, finds elevation to take the lockdown away, stuns up from Monyet. Petman with another kill. It's just Xfera left, but he does have vision. Stars up as well. Takes down the first frag. Then for Petman to hold, does he have the goods? He hops up the stairs, Xfera knows, and he times it just right. A Red Bull clutch for RRQ.
Wasn't on the board just yet, but now he is with a round in tow as well. Things look a little bit awkward when Devi loses his life first on towards the site, and you've got a lockdown in play as well. The ult economy at the moment, right? You have the dimensional drift last round, nearly working out for RRQ. This time a lockdown invested. You're thinking, all right, they're starting to really navigate these quite well, but it's the Red Bull clutch from xffero. Not using the grab well too early as well, finding just the catch first.
Completely unfazed by that one.
And that resets PRX a little bit coming into this new round too. Something with an outlaw, blades in one, but nobody seen towards the B site here for RRQ. It's yet again towards the alpha side.
Might be an alt orb if PRX does decide to push up, but that said, RRQ currently just so much info into A site.
Yeah, Jing as well on the Phoenix, right? No flashes, so it's good timing on the Nebula at least to stave off any rush attempts from RRQ. If you can try and force them towards the B side at the moment, you're very happy with that as PRX, right? That's where your outlaw is. That's where the main gun that you want to do some damage is right now. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. A minute to go. RRQ, they change up their own approach now as well, which if they continue this one, Quack.
Just checking out the back, and they've noted that PRX had pushed up before, so trying to work around that, but yeah, it does come down to something, doesn't it? Until...
Yeah. Does have to play the angle right at this B site too, though.
Jemkin.
He's got a gate crash. It's all right.
Hasn't it been oh, no, yeah, he does have one.
Oh.
Holding the angle. Hot hand spent, though.
Oh, that's baited something to move off his line, but he still finds the one.
Oh, almost a second, but it's enough for the blades to come out. 20 seconds, and RRQ needs to stick a plant.
Too far.
Yeah, unfortunate something. Tried to find his moment, but RRQ denies it.
Makes things really hard, though. No blades, just pistols.
Yeah, flashes as well, but again, the hot hands were already spent, so RRQ are just happy to mark these angles up towards heaven. The swing up from Forsaken does aid them somewhat until the rest of RRQ just pulled down their mouse. Forsaken with 30 HP will be quickly dealt with, and RRQ marches onward to a 4th round win.
Yeah, the sort of time right now going in towards a rifle round, but you may consider bringing out a timeout as PRX, right? You don't have the round count. You're starting to lose a lot of control. You're also not getting a lot of forward reads. It feels like we've just seen a lot of standing still at the moment from PRX. A little bit too late before they start to gather some information around the map, right?
Whoa. We're at map 3.
Okay, that's definitely a timeout coming out from Alex.
Yes. He's got to press the pause button and, well, bring them back in.
Reset time. In the mental capacity, it feels like.
Always one of these games, always some of these moments where you have a rocky one from the previous map, and you begin to get into this mentality where you want to find kills to bring yourself back in the game, but that's not always how it works.
You're speaking about that, right? Who was doing a lot of the lion's share of kills when we think to map 1 in this series, right? We saw consistency from kind of everyone, right? Taking space, taking names. We even had something trying to still do what he could, you know, on the Brimstone, but it really was Forsaken on Fracture for PRX. You move it on to Split, it's Forsaken and Jing, right? Something getting up there as well, but it feels like a lot of these duels that he's taken, he's losing his life first, right? He had 6 first deaths on the previous map of Split. And I know it's early stages come this one, but the fact that he's popped the Blade Storm there and jumped out wide into the open, and there's members there already, a little bit of a wrong read in that scenario.
I mean, he's hungry, almost too hungry, starved for these moments. He hasn't found them. RRQ, meanwhile.
Change up for PRX. Yeah, RRQ are going to start to sniff a bunch of this utility out towards the B side of things. Alarm bot for force contact, but PRX are actually holding dub up through A main. Meanwhile, Dimensional Drift at B.
Oh, PRX will find xffero, something almost nearly losing his life, but still the sight handed over onto RRQ. Forsaken with the Odin spam, however, fully blinded. Unfortunately, not able to find anything further. The overdrive, though, and it's the Vi who stops it.
But Jemkin's still alive, remember?
And he's still able to hold it down by Halls. Cushy once again, but not able to get the spike planted. There's a full minute, though, and Jemkin...
Gate crash. Grab the spike, maybe get out.
Flashes as well, down to holding the angle. Jing trying to get a bit more space. Devi is low, so he knows he's trying to play it safe. They know that Jemkin's looking for the spike plant, and that's the precise moment when Devi swings out at the right time.
Not really a crossfire that they could kind of control in that scenario. So just a bit of a swing to coming out and hitting his shot. That duel looks awkward from something, even though he wins it too, by the way. Very lucky to be able to come away with that one to give PRX an advantage and hold on to it, most importantly, too. You note at the end there in that 2 versus 1 that there is the run it back for Jing, just in case he potentially loses his teammate. Can have a second go at winning the 1 versus 1. You destroy a bit of the economy, though, as RRQ. You force them for a bit of a lesser buy, though they did win 2 thrifties in the last map, so we'll see what they can do here. Monyet ahead of the curve, down for the count.
And PRX upwards into main. Still trying to hold the angles in case RRQ continues to peek out, but this will be a lot of control. It's only Forsaken, though, onto the B side, and he's been noted.
Yeah. Needed to see a lifeline thrown to PRX to keep them in a good stead on this map. That's a lot of bodies spotted out from Forsaken, though, stuck in the holes.
Just stay alive. You got to judge. He's waiting for the right moment. Nightfall sent over by his team, but into the smokes, nothing really found. Cushy, reading the situation, continues to push into Link.
He's found both of them at the A site. What does this mean for RRQ? Do they stay B? Do they leave?
Certainly not. That's the question that you have to ask yourselves as PRX, and that's where it gets so darn confusing. Cushy! Another kill, and the spike back into B.
It doesn't really matter where they go at the moment, you feel like. Patman and Forsaken are confused on what to do.
Just where are they going? And, well, back into B. Now you know, but at this point, how can you really play out the round? You pick up a weapon, but Cushy's already found you from behind. RRQ, masterclass at working the map.
That's phenomenal from Cushy. The fact that he's able to find those 2 kills over in the A art side of things, I think we need to see how those ones did result. Were there knife out duels? He caught something, and then gone for the re-peek on the second one with the burst mode. That is absolutely disgusting. What an individual round to come through from Cushy. And you look at the reads that RRQ are trying to do as well. It feels like a bit of to and fro. Come A, don't come A, stay B. Cosmic Divide invested too. Let's just focus our head. We've got the round back. PRX absolutely shut down back onto the pistols yet again.
I mean, a phenomenal pickup now onto the Sentinel. He's 1 away from lockdown. Cushy being able to provide such a performance for RRQ.
Bit of a trap here too.
Yeah, PRX, all the pistols, but RRQ ready for the play. They are able to mow every single PRX player down, and it's just Forsaken left.
Yeah, you feel like the job's done in this round. RRQ just drop a single member in Jemkin. Forsaken, I mean, he's already got the lockdown. Doesn't matter what kills he gets. You got to try and hold your economy in your mind for RRQ here, but if you lose another member, you can just redrop anyway, so this is a good round for them. The turret, okay.
Monyet. He's seen him, but took a little bit of time to continue holding mouse 1. Cushy, though, fully aware, just needs 1 bullet, and that will be that.
6-2, RRQ holding some good leads here. Some great shots coming on through. They can afford a couple of mistakes here and there for sure, but this is where you would consider the big blow soon, right? If they're able to stave off another big gun round from PRX, well, maybe they start to derail this train. Yeah, you can just laugh on that situation. That's good. It happens.
PRX aren't laughing, though.
No, absolutely not. See what they've got in store for us on this round. As mentioned, Jing still holding on to the runner back. 6-point ulti. You can refresh that time and time again to have huge success on a map like Pearl.
And even with the off back in as well, not spotting too much out. The entire PRX core on the A site needs to hold true.
Oh, but this is a bit of a trap, isn't it? Devi is stuck. The fact that he loses that duel, super awkward. The fact that the lockdown takes a while to come in toward it too. Just disrespected into the site. Can establish a plant here as RRQ look to hold it with numbers.
Yeah, the only way that this goes forward for PRX is if they begin to find the picks, something with a possible angle. Jing, though, in with a run it back, just fully pushes out. Something then out from Doug, able to take down Monyet. 3v3, and RRQ have a crossfire set up. Crazy guy holding the angle, but gets spotted out by Jing. Jemkin holding out from stairs now, and he goes Dimensional Drift. Where is he gonna go? You have to come out because something's sticking the spike to halfway. Jemkin needing to swing, but still the rounds not being found. It's Forsaken picking one back up for PRX.
Another battle bathed in blood for both of the teams around that site there, but it is one out at the end by PRX. Despite losing Divide early on, no more smokes available. Just trying to take it into their own hands, something. And Forsaken trying to see what they can do. It feels like in that end there when the Dimensional Drift is activated from Jemkin that he's a little bit stuck. No teammates to play on the back of that information. So that lifeline yet again given over towards PRX to see if they can tie things up. But you still got to chip away again against another gun round from RRQ. Still leaning towards this A side, a bit of a split through Art where there's going to be no info from PRX. They're going to have to try and have a focal point towards winning this main fight.
Precisely that. PRX hasn't really played this position, and that's why RRQ, Crazy Guy, has opted to go for this. The Prowler, though, at the right time, the C's as well. And PRX continues to push.
The fact that they get out of there, is this just the leave A? We've seen too many members.
Yeah, looking for contact, but it's also the utility being spent. Out from Connector, though, Forsaken. A slight angle, but also RRQ with the movement to bypass all of it. It's down to something. He's got to watch the angles, but the overdrive. Can he really connect the shot? Looks for it, and he does! In with the tailwind as well. He does have a shorty, his favorite weapon. Might be stunned up now, but he's able to keep himself alive for just a second longer until the salvos blow him up.
I wonder if Divide has to use the Cosmic Divide here for this retake. It would be good. Damage delivered on the hot hands. You are dead as Jemkin. No. Out with 15, and Crazy Guy finds Jing.
Such support. It's the angles once again. RRQ, a couple up by Pillar, but Forsaken marks it. The operator being marked down as well, because she still comes up with another kill. It's a 2v2, and Patman goes in for the swing. What confidence! And it's down to Xfero, undetected so far. And he sleuths forward. Cosmic Divide up. Gravity well as well, and it's in for Patman, but still Defy once again. Kalish Rashidi clutching up for PRX.
We've seen Divide use the operator on the Killjoy a little bit of times, not on this map though, but Kushi bringing that into his hands. He can point and click, he can try and do something. Meanwhile, something, Corpse in the halls too. Great Nova Pulse, great salvos, make him a little bit hot under the collar. But in the 2 versus 1, the fact that that op shot does actually miss means that Xfero has to try and pull that one through. Starting to get closer, a couple of retakes to come through from PRX. They will have to contend with yet another investment of RRQ here, choosing to go for the force up.
And hopefully if you're a PRX fan, that might alleviate some pressure for the rest of the team, but still.
Oh, 4 members.
Wow, pushing up again. It's going to be contact with the op, and then for the curveball. Look at this. Flashes for flashes, and Jemkin is completely stunned and dazed.
Yeah, that's commanding, isn't it, there? And now you've got the information noted that Kushi is up through the street, but you don't necessarily need to give him the duel, right? You see that this is an investment from RRQ. You know that if you win this round, you're resetting them come the last round of the half where what? They might be picking up the Armageddon for Crazy Guy. They're not close to really anything else bar Xfero needing to find 2 picks, 2 ulti points. So this was a much needed round for PRX.
Yeah, if you're PRX, I mean, you're happy to play the next round a little bit slower. That's why this push-up A main was just so unexpected, but well-crafted by the team. We've seen multiple ultimates for Jing now already in this first half as well. He's able to possibly pull off yet another in the next round.
Yeah, I'm just wondering for RRQ too, are you happy enough on the attacking side, only finding 6 or maybe 7 or 5? You know, they struggled against T1 when they went on towards their defensive side. They looked a bit better, you know, for the game against Nongshim, but then you also remember, well, Nongshim did trail at the half, and there was not a lot from RRQ on defense as well. So I start to put things in perspective, right? You've got your defensive sides that you've been able to figure out so far over on Fracture that, well, it was 13-2. You had 2 rounds on defense and that was it. And then your split as well, 4 rounds. The lion's share, well, 5 if you include OT, doesn't get good favor today so far on defense, in Pearl's history on defense for RRQ. So I really wonder, are they going to be happy enough with 6 or 7 if they get the next round of this half?
It's definitely something to consider. There are a lot of supportive fans out there, though, and if you're looking at the upwards trajectory, well, 4 defensive rounds is definitely more than 2.
Let's just run it back. Let's just go again. Not with the ultimate, but maybe if Jing finds it, it's 4 again at this A site. And there's going to be a big old duel from RRQ.
Oh boy. Salvos, and he just goes in for it as well, Jing. Support from the Haunt, and he's looking for the wallbang shots. Monyet, though, looking for space, but silence. The judge will not be able to sound off. Something in with another angle being held as well, and it's all of a sudden just Crazy Guy left alone in the cold. He doesn't find anything. It's Xpharaoh who has to find more.
And noted too.
Oh, the trail just reveals everything, doesn't it? Petman will pick up that tied up score.
Trying the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Call that one insanity. And it just doesn't work out yet again for RRQ. Shut down. Everybody just knowing that they need to be narrow focused on those crosshairs again for PRX. You've only really got one angle to watch when you're stampeding up through the main like that. So they will tie things up 6-6 at the half. A great collection of 4 rounds in a row from PRX. So I think Alex will be, you know, happier now as opposed to the rage moment we got earlier on.
I just want to clarify, right? Well, we do see him kind of go off in that coaching booth. I believe in the actual calls and timeouts himself. He doesn't do that.
Yeah, I mean, you also have to remember how much all of these players and coaches and stuff sacrifice their time, their efforts. You know, VALORANT is their life when they're here, right? It's always on their mind. They're trying to improve, they're trying to do their best, they're trying to showcase, you know, that they want to be the top team in the world, right? That they want to get these overseas plays happening, they want to get to the Masters, get to the Champions, they want to win. And when you lose, it's the worst feeling. So trying to, you know, get the best for your team, your emotions just do get the better of you sometimes, right?
That's when you precisely have to reel them in. It's down to these very crucial moments, pivotal moments. We're not talking about practice. We're talking about the game that you go out there and die for. Putting their lives on the line right now as we go into the second half onto Pearl. RRQ looking for a possible second map win because the upcoming ones just never quite know what to expect. PRX so far, though, with the momentum being found. 4 rounds in a row. Monyet with the pushes out from A main.
Back towards the pistol round, RRQ from the first one of this map. PRX, though, leading in Pacific with number 1 pistol collections. Looking to remove a bit of this utility over through Art, but meanwhile, RRQ seeing that they've got A main control. Looking elsewhere around the map, giving an idea to Jemkin that, well, you might need a reposition. And now Gate Crash out of there.
Info found, and rotations beginning to move across the board, but you do have some slight lurks all across. Forsaken, possibly.
Monyet's going to be here quick, though. Remember, on the Neon, can sprint on over quickly.
And I'll tell you what is just as quick. It's going to be PRX with the double duelist, looking for some space in towards halls, but it hasn't been found yet. It's Jemkin who's hiding inside, but the ghost shots, they're not there. It's Cushy and Xpharaoh off to the back, and it's Monyet as well. PRX once again looking for the trades to find more space, and they found it. It's just Crazy Guy left.
And they saw where those salvos came from, too.
To know exactly where he is. Do they push up, though? Surely not. You've got the turrets, you've got the placements. Just more obstacles for Crazy Guy to contend with until the spike goes down. Crazy Guy trying to find the right moment to isolate the duels. He's hugging the corners, hugging the walls, but Forsaken will be a little bit more precise.
Yeah. Doesn't matter that there's information for RRQ that they've got A main control. If no one of PRX is there, well, they're going to have numbers when they look to break in towards the B side, isn't it? The Blaze wall as well that you got to contend against, rather. Allows for the play in towards the halls where you think these trades starting to come out. RRQ swinging together in numbers with Monyet sliding on in, looking to get some great damage, but it's just PRX, again, at the right position with the right numbers to get the trade, something that they were so fluid with over on Fracture.
Especially back hall, when you consider it's Jing with the flashes, he continuously sends them out, just keeps RRQ at bay. Off to the next round then, you've got decent buy-ups, 2 Bulldogs, a Marshall, and with the long range that it provides, you're happy to go into B.
Yeah, you're just kind of not wanting to run in the stack, right? You're making sure that you're seeing that if no one's home from RRQ at this side, well, let's just plan open and defend it. Eventually, RRQ are going to have to second guess themselves in their stack towards A and throw caution in the wind, look for some damage, go up with the spike, you know, standard anti-eco things when you don't go for a bit of a force bite. So little by little, PRX will creep in towards this B site, put their bits of utility there, go for the plant, and then let's just see what RRQ have for us. if anything at all, because there is a very real world that they all just go with the spike.
Probably. Well, we've seen the Korean teams do that, but this is SEA, Komodo. We expect...
The problem is, though, there's a very big difference when you've got Jing here.
Yeah, that's true.
On the Phoenix, you're so quick to get this ulti.
Oh, and look at something.
He's hungry, but...
Once again, it's SEA. We expect literature. We expect absolute cinema. Come on, guys. Come on.
I don't see 5 kills on a Marshall, though.
Come on. That's the first. Oh, salvos.
Maybe I do.
There's number 2. No, 3. He's too low. Surely, well, it's a
He's
Marshall.
dead to the spike.
Yeah.
You'd rather that than give them an ulti point, so...
I'm sad.
There we go. Everybody going down with the ship. Something. Farewell, Captain. Okay. 8-6. PRX still continuing this lead, still continuing this accumulation of rounds in towards the bonus round of an RRQ. See if they're going to be able to get on the board. And how much for me, I think, is Jemkin going to stay around for any fights that go to the B side as well, right? RRQ really favoring the A side of this map of Pearl with their new double duelist look. What can they be set up for on this Tejo as well from Crazy Guy? Now, coupled with a bunch of this Astra Star utility as well, they'll gather the control of the A main, but seeing something in return from PRX.
Yeah, you would take a gander that you expect Jemkin right around the corner. The Russian duelist picks it up.
And finally, there's a bit of a difference, right? It's something actually winning the duel this time.
Possibly more space in the B site. You do have Cushy, who has been on a hot streak on the other end, though. Taken up by Link, but he gets blocked up by the hot hands!
Yeah, that's gorgeous from Jing, isn't it? One away from the runner back at the moment, and you're looking to potentially establish the plant with all of the numbers here for RRQ.
Whoa. And you just expect the spike corner being planted. Monyet with a great spam. However, PRX able to refill space. Forsaken on the flank.
Noted by the turret, though.
Does bring some attention away. The rest of the team have begun to hold down the positions, but Monyet looking for some spacing towards back halls. That fast lane just provides so much cover. Jing, though, with the aim, and it's Cushy now with a double as well.
It's not planted for him. He can just hold it.
1-2-1. Forsaken, he has to run through, but he doesn't have the time. Cushy's just sticking it all the way into the round being picked up.
Rough at the end, though. Loses his life too, so no one surviving for RRQ, but they at least will win the round, get a little bit closer towards some of their ultis as well. But my, the scrap battle, yeah, the economy gets a bit reset, doesn't it? That's the problem when you've got the quick rotation from all of the RRQ members. The fact that you're trying to plant a little bit more open, and you get shut down as Patman. There's no time really for that flank to come through from Forsaken. He didn't win any battle in through the street. And not planted for him.
That's the thing about the brawly, scruffy fights, Komodo. I mean, it comes down to attrition. How much do you have left in the tank? And RRQ right now, they're beginning to run a little bit dry.
And in these sort of scenarios as well, it's how much can you just recognize you need to shrug it off and go again, right? Yeah, we should have won the round, we should have won it, but you didn't, so
just keep going.
Just have a level head, recognize that, well, we did remove all the guns. It was the bonus round, so they don't have a lot of cash built up whatsoever. They're probably going to look to take a knee come this next round.
Meanwhile, PRX possibly looking to go and extend this gap from 2 rounds to maybe 3-round gap. They've got the guns, they've got the space right now, something up towards the pillar.
Yeah, just how patient is he going to be?
He's expecting a jump peek.
I mean, why wouldn't you at this point in time? It's very common. Jemkin's now going to give it to him, and he doesn't know. He did not spot that. So Jemkin has the info for RRQ right now that they've spotted something, but he's just the lone straggler at the moment. An Outlaw would be given over as PRX still prioritizing this A site, and by the timing as well. Something is going to get out of a sticky situation. A runner back invested. It's okay. You'll scope out all of this site. You'll get free territory. Now you protect it.
That's the PRX teamwork right there. That's the hive mind. He pulls off, something pulls off just as soon as the team gets the site.
Do they overheat here?
Oh, come on, surely not. They've done this so many times before, but they've also recovered from such mishaps, perhaps.
Yeah.
Stars up now, and yes, Petman is holding off towards the back.
RRQ are just giving them too much respect at the moment, though. They've invested some upgraded pistols, and they're just not really pushing. They're looking for any economical damage, any flanks that potentially would come, and PRX are at least not giving it to them. So another avenue where you're probably just going to lose your life to the explosion.
And that affords for Petman to possibly greedily lap up some alt points. That will be 2. Crazy Guy for the trade and a rifle picked up from Monyet.
Yeah, that'll help balance the numbers just a small bit for RRQ. You know, one weapon that you can take away from that will mean, you know, an upgrade of shield coming in towards the next round.
It's not too bad.
But importantly, PRX, right? They lose the previous on the bonus, which generally is going to be the result anyway coming into a bonus round. But they do pick up the next one, so you would assume that they're still going to be okay with it.
They are.
Now
right
is
on
the
track.
rounds to best, though, right? You've got a full gun round here. And my real question for RRQ is, what do you have on the defenses? Because on this map, you've not looked the greatest.
Yeah, they've been playing with their cards close to their chest, but right now, once again, some slight A-main control. Jemkin with the goods.
Yeah, that's great. That's a sharp shot to get a leg up in this round. Force PRX to have a different approach.
Different approach it will be with Forsaken trying to create some pressure around the back of B-Link.
I don't mind this actually from RRQ. Switching into a retake over at the B site where you've got a trap in the halls from your Killjoy utility. You can buy time with a nice popped Nebula as well. You start to figure out the information around the A main side of things. Nobody's home, so maybe you're pivoting Jemkin a little bit back, or you're pivoting Crazy Guy for the salvos.
You anticipate the Nightfall as well, so completely evading that in full. Cushy not even getting marked by it. Now there's a very slight window of opportunity to sneak up as soon as that smoke dissipates.
Yeah, but this is going to be a wild one, isn't it? RRQ building up with all of this utility for a huge retake.
Yeah, it comes down to the fights. PRX, every single one holding up by Pillar. Save for something who's up around B-Link, maybe able to do something with the Outlaw. I don't know about that range though. Everything's smoked off right now, and it's the salvos that forces PRX out of position. Around the outskirts of this smoke, though, and it's Forsaken evening up the score. He finds a couple more flicks, and Device sounds off as well. Cushy finding the trades, but he's down to 30 HP. It's just something. And he's trying to play for time. Of course, it's a shorty as well. Look at the B-Hub, look at the movement, the airstrafes down to Cushy's doom.
He recognizes that he has time on his side. Great mollies to come out from Forsaken. Great gravity well as well to remove Crazy Guy off a potential defuse. And then you've got the right weapon at the right time, but you're just trying to make sure that he's not trying to sweep the rug out from under you. That was a could have been a problematic one for PRX, given the fact that they did lose it earlier on, right? They lost the first Jules. They do manage to get the plant, but they bring a little bit of stability to them. And they steal that 4 versus 5 in the post-plant scenario. That might be the straw that breaks the camel's back for RRQ for the meantime. They need a big discussion here, because that's another defensive round that they are not able to find, which means investments going forward. For right now,
I'd like to take a poke and, you know, kind of wonder about some of the plays and the compositions as well, because now you're seeing PRX repeatedly play around the smokes. In that little retake, it was just Forsaken playing around it, and without the information, without the drones or the HOTS, there's a slight difference. And PRX have been exploiting these ranges. They're hiding underneath RSQ's nose.
It's something that I highlighted a little bit earlier as well, right? Where a map like Pearl currently with this new RRQ roster, it's not their favored map, right? It's not a map that they've, you know, been locking in the same agents, opting to pick, opting to see picked against them in common occurrence, right? We're switching control, we're switching a couple of agents in there, right? Between the Neon or between the KO, and changing who's playing what role. Feels like RRQ on Pearl, it's still not looking the greatest. And in this sort of scenario as well, you know, are you going to have to look to just be perma-banning it come best of 3 territory?
Meanwhile, for PRX, this gap just gets wider and wider in towards A main control now.
I like the initiative, at least from the duelists over towards B main. You'll pick up an ulti orb there for Jemkin. Alpha Monyet, you're both one away now from the ults. You'll pick that up with Death as Jemkin, and you know the space now as well, right? Pistols again for the defenders, just playing to the numbers as PRX.
Well, if Monyet finds a kill, it could be overdrive.
Yeah.
Taking a page out of PRX's book, hiding inside the smoke. PRX, though, doing their due diligence. They check it. It's a second kill, though. And look at that. Relay bolt into the B. Monyet up for a triple. Maybe the quad until Devi prevents that from happening.
But he's done his damage, hasn't he? The fact that he gets away with 3, that's an absolute mockery on what PRX had for this round.
Forsaken has been noted as well. So even though you have the site somewhat smoked off, is it safe enough to truly get the spike planted? The Cosmic Divide invested because of it. Forsaken continuing to try to hold further space.
Lockdown for Kushi. It's going to force them into a little bit of an open scenario.
Well, that would be somewhat similar to the one before, and look at this, juggling the guns to get them away out of RRQ's reach.
He can go for a full spray if Xfero gets a smoke down on the spike and then get the other gun to continue the spray.
And that's what it comes down to. RRQ, even if they try to go in for the body blocks, I don't know how successful it's going to be, but peeking through the sprays, Kushi finds the kill. Crazy Guy sticking it all the way through. A Thrifty round comes up all of a sudden.
What is it with RRQ and catching Thrifties in this series so far? It's always the case that the round they need the most is of a Thrifty variety. And this is a scenario as well where the first kill goes the way of PRX. They don't sniff out what's happening in the smoke though, and it absolutely gets the better of them, doesn't it?
They were checking it, but of course Monyet. It's Monyet. It has to be Monyet. What a round.
I did all the heavy lifting. The fact that you guys win it, yeah, let's go.
Let's see if they can tie it up. 2 more. PRX, though, they will not be slowing down.
Yeah, in fact, turning up the heat right now, aren't they? Straight up through the guts of mid, through towards Art, towards the A side with a bit of a split. The blades, though, oh no, something! He's missed them all!
Well, he's getting the space for the team nonetheless, looking for possible right clicks with the Nebula propped up against Crazy Guy right now. And his further space as well. Flower being blocked off again. And that's Petman continuing to push up through Secret, completely confounding RRQ.
And you can't do a thing as Jemkin right now. Talk about a change of pace from PRX. Very slow and steady these last couple ones. Turn it up to 11. Oh, right in your face. A little bit overzealous, don't get me wrong. Pushing in towards Flowers, but Patman winning his jewels as well through Secret.
It's just ridiculous how quick PRX can truly accelerate.
Yeah.
I mean, we've heard this repeatedly from multiple teams that it's a PRX thing.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, they had such amount of time where they were looking out of Pacific, right? But they're starting to really find their rhythm. Couple of consolation frags at the end there for Jemkin, just going to remove the guns from PRX for all intents and purposes. Play with their economy just a little bit. At Thrifty rounds, they're not able to double down with another on the back of it. I mean, madness from Patman, by the way, into his teammate's molly, catching him off guard, yeah.
That was a true and blue W Gaming round come
From the new guy too, Patman. He's adopted quite nicely.
Fits in like a glove, and there we have it. A timeout by Coach Ewok and Warbirds as well. We'll see if they are able to deliver PRX an L in this moment, because this is something they sorely need. If this doesn't happen, we actually might see a possible 3-1, much like how everyone has predicted.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far just yet. But I think my worries are being seen for RRQ in this scenario, right? The defensive side on this map, you know, when they're trying to gather the early A main information, for example, any team is seeing, well, they're putting 3 numbers there, let's just move it over towards a lean towards B, either through a B link split or all through main, because they do hang around a little bit too late. When you consider that Jemkin on this Yoru is also baited generally to rotate a little bit early, or he's playing then more retake towards this B site, it just plays in towards PRX's hands more often than not in this sort of environment right now. So we really need to see some change-up affairs for RRQ on the back of that timeout there. Need to see 2 rounds in a row, right?
Time for a field test.
Single mistake, and that could be the map.
Yeah.
Placing swarm grenade.
See what the beginning installments look like in this one at the moment towards the B site, where I say, right, RRQ gathering the A main control at the moment. You're either seeing PRX there and leaving, knowing the numbers, or they're not there at the very beginning, they're over at B, and you have to see that cheetah rotation from Jemkin come out nice and early. Great lurk to come out from Forsaken, smoking off where the alarm bot has generally been to slip into there, unexpected.
He's been doing this all half. PRX has been doing this, and it's unfortunate because you're just unable to read it. The lockdown now forces Jemkin's hand. He's looking for that frag against Forsaken, who is another Yoru player, but he gets spotted out because there is a flurry of utility out from the back as well. Some slight spacing now for RRQ.
Rough for something though if he sticks here. They're aware of this fact.
In with the Nightfall as well as the Dimensional Drift. So you do mark Jemkin somewhat, but you mainly need to watch out for Halls as well as Spawn. In for it though. Something's traded positions with the team. RRQ might not be aware. They are thinking to check, but the barrel, it just reveals all. A couple more kills and in towards Jemkin alongside Xfero.
Gravity well, already used.
And that just thins down the herd. Jemkin, though, another frag. He's marking down Pillar to the best of his ability, sticking down the spike to halfway now. The pressure is on. Something looking for the kills. The time continues to beep, and that's when the shorty gets pulled out. But the shots, they've whiffed, and it's Xfero sticking it all the way through, down to the final 0.3 second. RRQ finds a lifeline.
Literally the difference for something there with the shorty missing those shots, getting immediately on towards the defuse. You've got to feel heartbreak for a situation that you thought RRQ were not going to win. They lose the first duel with a great heads-up change of pace from Forsaken. Jemkin doing what he can with the 4K. He's needed to deliver nearly everything, but Xfero gets the last one. And they know it's not over yet. They know that they have to switch their focus to the next round because they need more in consecutive affair.
Job's not done. They're pushing up A main. Petman's contending for that spot on the other side of the smoke. Couple of sprays through, and RRQ just trying to regain control. PRX, they might have gone for the quick W gaming down Art, but is it going to be enough? Because Petman has been sussed out. Got a blaze wall. You've got the sight. You might be able to stick the spike.
Yeah, but how do you defend it at the moment? Sting is close. Okay.
Oh, it's not going to quite work out the way that they wanted it to. Jemkin with the spams. You got the Suns out the back as well. Cushy, another kill. Jing, though, trying to hold down to the best of his ability from the back site. Unfortunately, he's going to be the only one left now, so it's just full on spams. Monyet, how do you like them apples?
Oh. Good round from RRQ. Needed here. A lighter investment from PRX. Double digits now for RRQ. Talk about the fact that I said they need 2 rounds in a row. They've done just that. Is that enough, though, to give them an idea on what they need to be doing in the early stages? Because here, right, it's a quick one up from PRX. It's recognizing that they've got control of main. They've got control towards their spawn. They can have a multi-pronged retake coming in towards that one.
And that's why main control is beginning to be a bit of a pesky issue.
The thing is, though, look at all the defensive rounds they've got, Quack. 4 retake defuses, right? Challenge over towards B, nice and early. Different look, no A main control, but a similar look towards the actual smokes utilized. Now an entrapment towards B long. Great opening engagements. Jemkin, Monyet, their job is done. They can fall back.
That's all they needed. What a call by Crazy Guy, or just the entire team as a whole. Just as soon as the round rips off. A clone towards the back as well, and PRX won't deal with it.
Could you imagine if that clone was real?
Oh,
gets pinged, turns around.
Well, not the case.
Gonna have to see what Forsaken can potentially do here. What gap can he find? You've already seen a change up of Cushy's utility as well, right? Being protected.
But it's just singular movement, singular audible cues, which means RRQ are fully aware.
They're just not phased, right? 5 versus 3. If PRX continue to this B site, well, we've got numbers. We'll just trade you.
So just holding the angles now. Forsaken, though, snuck all the way through the back. If the timing is right, he might be able to find a bit more. Down for the flicks. He gets the first, but fully blinded now. Able to dodge the flash, but not able to re-peek. Xfero just puts up a huge wall, and it's Petman running for his life.
Yeah, he couldn't get in towards the site to help him there, unfortunately, and catch them when their heads are on their shoulders, swiveling all around. Now you got to put a priority on saving this Vandal to the next round. Tied scoreline 11-11 at the nth hour of this map. Feels like RRQ might have found the right recipe for this defensive side in a book hidden deep in that shelf.
RRQ watching this entire map with intent, putting up a strong stand. Map 3 might give them that confidence that they're looking for into map 4. PRX certainly feeling the pressure once again now that the lead has been lost. I mean,
I just highlight, I love the play that they come up with for B long as well, right? Just
expecting PRX to go in for B.
And if they're not there, you've just got the full space and you know it's A. You've got your mollies still set up towards the site. You might even play retake. You've been pretty successful in doing that so far, right?
And that's why I love this scene as well. You got both coaches in the booths, and it looks like a true chess match between both masterminds. Alex, though, trying his darndest to possibly steer the ship in the right direction, because the boys haven't yet been able to crack the code around A main.
Yeah, for a little bit now. RRQ, more importantly, I think, have just looked better, right? We've seen RRQ not have ideas on this defensive side, and PRX have kind of exploited that time and time again. You know, just commanding that A main control. PRX were real happy enough to give it to them and put more focus in towards the B side of the map now. Well, you're not even seeing RRQ really contend with A main control anymore. They're just doing the smoke only. They're not putting the salvos behind it, right? And they're still coming up with the same look, missing one piece of utility.
It's down to all these tiny little details and margins. Are PRX able to get a good idea?
Yeah, and I mean, this sort of scenario as well, right? As PRX, well, are you playing towards more of a default or not, right? You're a little bit lesser equipped. You don't have the Blade Storm, for example, for something. You do have Jing one away from the run it back yet again. But I'm seeing, you know, Jemkin with the Dimensional Drift and a Judge in mid-doors.
Oh, and it just does its thing. The Prowler was there for check as well, but Monyet a trigger quicker, and it's going to be PRX reeling from the loss of that one.
Yeah, and again, just the same utility over at main bar, the salvos, right? A deeper nebula, you force your opponents to respect that one. Now you get the information by the alarm bot that, well, we need to adjust a little bit. Play retake again if we need. We've got a Dimensional Drift to scope that one out.
And the one slight light at the end of the tunnel that I can see for PRX is if Jing finds a run it back into further space being taken up for the team. They're going to opt for the Cosmic Divide to block off back sight.
Good timing.
Nano Swarms.
Yeah, good timing. It'll just waste the time on this Cosmic Divide. Starts to go for the plant. Ooh, got him.
And that's done. A perfect skull executed wallbang kill. Secondary plant attempt, and something sticks it. Will it be enough though? PRX has yet to hold a post plant. Something then opting to go around stairs. He does have support from Patman in this area. A seize would be great as well, but it's the Guardian. I don't know how it's going to be. Divide with a possible spam out from, well, a main, but still the shots, the Dimensional Drift, it susses out all. Intelligence has been found, and RRQ will take another round.
More importantly, they're going to take map point here. That means that they, on this map, for pretty much the first time since the very beginning stages of the first half, will reclaim the lead.
Match point.
Match point, PRX falling a little bit flat now. Getting taken out by the Judge, getting taken by the spams, not able to off-put Cushy's position. Makes it really awkward in the 5 versus 3 when you just try to get a plant, and all the information from that Dimensional Drift as well, working a treat.
And it's just brilliant calls from RRQ, recognizing the job's not done, I have to lock in. You bring out the Judge all of a sudden, PRX has no idea.
And it gets scary now as well, right? When you consider the Armageddon is in play for Crazy Guy. If that's put at the right spot, that could be massive. Back towards normalcy for RRQ, pushing forward to get Monyet on the overdrive. Meanwhile, Jing up with the runner back. The team is within 2 and they're stuck in the Armageddon.
In for the relay bolt as well, and it's RRQ finding advantage. Divide, though, trades it right back up, but there's a lockdown at his feet. He needs to push up. He needs to go in for it. Jing finds that. Some assistance being afforded now as Spike somewhat gets retrieved. Patman declare it back sight.
3 versus 3. Divide alive, so smokes for PRX, timing for Patman. This could be everything but Crazy Guy on the drone. He was contemplating it right now. That's a massive duel for Patman to win.
Popped up over, looks for the flick, but it's Jimkin that comes up with it instead. 4 HP though.
How long?
PRX might be able to push us into overtime. Jing now with the space. You've got an op being played by Divide as well. It's a position that surely RRQ doesn't expect, so they will continue to march forward. Offside, past Flowers. Jing marks the angle, has a flash, has a molly as well. How on earth can Cushy possibly play this? He goes into check, almost losing his life, and it's Jing swinging off of contact to push us into overtime again!
Could have been extremely awkward if Jing wasn't able to find that trade at the end there on the 2 versus 2, because I mean, he dispatched of Jemkin, who was really low. A brilliant Armageddon early on as well. I gotta give props towards Crazy Guy for that location. Really trying to assist the team from afar. But in the middle of the 3 versus 3, just trades upon trades. The hot hands to try and force him to not push. And you do get the eventual trade there as Jing.
And it's Patman seizing the initiative to sneak up through Flower as well, just to surprise Crazy Guy. Who,
I mean, if that duel goes the other way, that's probably the map.
Exactly. I mean, if you play by the book, but Patman doesn't do that, so.
Another overtime.
OT1, here we go again. Pressure mounting, I hear the cattle whistling. And both teams, both sides are feeling this. We kick things off with RRQ, slow march up B.
Oh, you say slow, but they're pretty fast in towards this one, aren't they? 4 members again from PRX, going back to tried and tested, gather the orb, gather the A main control, play on the stalling utility that Forsaken has down, and he's actually got a judge expecting a bit of a play, but it's the similar utility. Salvos, Nova Pulse, trap you here.
He's just played DDR, he's dodged everything. Meanwhile, the rest of the team from PRX slowly coming up front from mid. They gotta watch out for the flank. Monyet will be able to slay all of them down. Cushy with the flank now coming through, and it's just Petman able to find one trade. Cushy might have been dealt with, but how do you lead, spearhead a 2v4? The first thing you got to deal with would be Halls, but that's Monyet with a judge. He fires off a warning shot. Petman tries to go out from the back. Attention has been bought, but then the spams out from Pillar. You've got Jemkin all the way towards the back as well, and he uses that elevation to bring this to a 3v1 Defy, not able to find the burst necessary. RRQ will once again take up the first OT round.
They've really afforded themselves some recovery on this map, haven't they? Since the 4 rounds that they got in a row. Before that, they looked a little bit down for the count, coming out with different ideas, losing the last, but back towards the OT, quick towards the B site, establishing a plant with sheer numbers. Cushy delivering the goods as well, making sure that the numbers were found. He's on 30 kills now. He's absolutely stepped up in this map.
Yeah, I mean, since when have you expected Cushy to go in for that lurk? All of a sudden, he brings it out. This time, RQ on the defense. They've done this good so far. Can they complete the run? PRX. Patience all of a sudden.
How long do you leave something for here as well, right? You're waiting out for the Nebula over at A main before going together as a team.
Might not expect the glass cannon op either.
Did the drone spot 2 members? It's keeping a heavy investment of numbers for RRQ towards the A site.
Cutting through.
And an operator, remember here for Jemkin too. Something to note of the glass cannon variety. If something walks into the crosshairs, it'll be the opening duel, but the timing, the pathing.
He's actually, yes, the pathing precisely.
But it might work problematic for the team.
Yeah.
He's just gonna dry walk into it.
You gotta be aware, but no. The dry walk. And the damage is felt. Something tries to re-peek into it.
You've got 4 smokes as Defy, and you're double dry walking into an operator line at the B site.
Oh, not like this.
5 versus 3. RRQ setting themselves up for the map
30 seconds
in another overtime fashion.
They had no idea the op was there, but when it was needed most, Jemkin, Cushy, up to the 30 bomb, and this could be the end of Pearl. PRX desperately trying to hold on. Forsaken needing a huge multi-kill, but it's nowhere to be found. RRQ will find the eliminations necessary to propel themselves forward. Another OT, and they show that they have the true resistance, the true endurance to go the distance.
They don't do it cleanly, do they? But they will not go down without a fight. Another overtime victory to claim their first win on this map of Pearl as well. Last time, both 13-10s, changing up the agents. Another new look to what they deploy in this time, in this installment of the map. And now that's 3 done for the series. It's 2-1 in favor of RRQ, setting themselves up for one more map to then have a rematch against Gen G for the Pacific Trophy.
And what a rivalry that is. The map from yesterday wasn't too much to write off of, but this one today, just going the distance, finding the adaptations mid-game, mid-round. They forced PRX to scratch their heads and think both times in the past 2 maps.
Literally after round number 19. Into round number 20, where they get then the 4 rounds in a row. That's the turning point of the map. That's the time where the defenses actually exist.
Truly.
For RRQ.
And what a performance it has been for the entire team. I mean, Crazy Guy with the calls where they suddenly pushed up B. Cushy with the insane performance as well all of a sudden. The player from Indonesia just picked up this year. It certainly has been a wonderful performance, and we are so hungry for more. Let's toss it back over onto our desk.
I echo that statement. We are definitely hungry for more, especially with all of the performances that we've been seeing so far. Pearl, as we mentioned, is the swing map, the map that we need to look closely at, especially since both of these teams have had not exactly the greatest histories in Pearl, and it looks as though RRQ are intending to rewrite that.
Yeah, what a game from RRQ, really bringing it back. I mean, one thing I really have to highlight for them is their composure. This is a team where we spoke about this the whole time. Map 1, they did not look composed. Now they've come out and closed 2 overtime games, and if I'm PRX, I'm kicking myself. If I'm just a little bit cleaner in those thrifties, you've just won 3-0. But they haven't. RRQ stealing rounds, now stolen 2 maps away from PRX and putting themselves 1 away from victory.
Yeah, this is the parity of a PRX across a large sample size, across a best of 5. They're a team that when they look really composed, when things are flowing very well for them, when they have full momentum, they're impossible to stop. All the decisions are made so quick, and they're always the correct ones. But when you drag things out a little bit more, when a couple of rounds go astray, a few mistakes start to happen, that's where you get some of these rounds where you really scratch your head for PRX. The round against Monnier on B long, dry walking into the op and just not checking an extra couple of corners. So PRX, this is why they're such an entertaining team, because they can show you perfect VALORANT the way that it was intended to be played, and then they can show you some very questionable plays at the same time.
It's why this train is so exciting, right? And of course, on the side of RRQ too, you mentioned the composure. I have to hand it to them. You're absolutely right. There were so many rounds that came so close, like that one round with that diffuse .03.
0.03.
And you saw Xpero actually just accept whatever was going to happen.
He thought he'd lost.
Yeah, he was closing his eyes. He was just like, just please, whatever happens, right? But it's that factor of RRQ that make them so special, and that has also contributed to them making it this far.
Yeah, I mean, it's so great to see from RRQ the switch up from map 1, right?
Yeah.
It looks like a different team, and I mean, have to say, very impressed. We can roll straight into some replays here, and I want to talk a little bit how they start their game, because it's all about the man himself, Jemkin. We see so they've just won the pistol, anti-ecos, and he's going hunting. He's looking to farm these kills so that he's able to get his ult flowing into the next round. This is something RRQ love to do, and then, of course, the bonus round, we can see them send it in, try and get a lot of that space.
Yeah, Dimensional Drift completely streamlines the B push. You get all of this connector information for free. They spot out something, Salvos immediately flush him out, Crazy Guy 1-digs him, you're able to get into the backside of Halls and see absolutely everything. The site's nice and clear, and RRQ are able to get themselves into some very strong positions. PRX try to respond with the Flood on the Phoenix ult. They also had an early ult timing going into this anti-bonus, but unfortunately, it takes absolutely everything from them to be able to try to complete this retake. All of their guns are lost, and it's very hard to get going on the defensive side if it takes this much for you to win a bonus round, and part of that is down to just how hard Cushy was shooting this game.
Yeah, I mean, Cushy was just an absolute demon. Seeing him on the Killjoy, I was so impressed by his timings, the way he was able to lurk. I feel like he actually understood this role very well, and mechanically he was just so insane.
Yeah, he has great first bullet accuracy and positioning. You've seen that from him on agents like the Sova. I think in the current meta, he doesn't look as comfortable on Teo or KO, in my opinion, as he did when he came into RRQ and was playing a lot of Sova in kickoff. But I think actually, I agree, the Killjoy seemed to suit his skill set. Both of these teams did swap over from Vice to Killjoy going into this game of Pearl, but Cushy, he was able to read those rotations very well on attack. I felt like I was watching Prime Meteor the way he was just walking up Art and just taking duels while the rest of the team was struggling to get anything going on the other side of the map. He was the one who was really the hero for RRQ in this game.
Yeah, the way the rounds would just pivot around Cushy, right? Especially since, like, as you mentioned, he would lurk and then he would get a few kills and suddenly the round belongs to RRQ. He was that important. And I think for the side of PRX, though, again, this was a very close map. And there were some rounds also that were very good, well played by PRX.
They just send it. I mean, this is what you get with a Phoenix Fade. You have this comp where you can just fight with everything. You can throw everything at the other team, and if they're not ready for it, you will get folded.
I mean, they love this. This is the PRX style. We see 4 people in in A main because they're looking to control it, and of course they are with that Phoenix just layering up this util, looking so good when they're able to execute this. It's a gamble, it's a risk, but PRX love doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they either get an orb and a lot of map control that the other team has to answer, or they're able to find a nice timing where they have everyone fighting. They either leave something on that info line on B long with the op, or they set up the KJ there. Maybe you have a lockdown, you can play a streamlined retake from there. But MVP goes to Cushy. I mean,
no surprise.
Quite honestly, Kickoff, a lot of people were saying this guy looks like he might be Rookie of the Year. He started to slow down a little bit more in Stage 1, but this was the last person that I expected going into an off-roll to step up this hard for RRQ and in an important series like this.
I mean, there's some things that just fit like a glove. We were talking earlier about Jemkin on Yoru, and it seems as though KJ on Pearl, on Cushy, might be that perfect fit too. Sometimes it's just like it depends on the map and the agent and the player.
Yeah, I really think he could flex more into Sentinel. Like, some players I see, I'm like, yeah, he's just playing the agent to fit everybody else into the team. I really think he's taken this role and he's run with it. He very much understood what the assignment was on this game of Pearl, and he played excellently.
Yeah, I was so impressed by his composure. You know, he is a rookie. They have Patman on the other side, who is also that rookie.
Yeah.
And I mean, I feel like Cushy's been really stepping up in the way he's able to play. And, you know, to come alive in these big best of fives, to really hard carry your team like that, you know, my heart goes out to him. Absolute respect, because he put the team on his back.
And it's so much validation for all of those tier 2 talent that are coming here on the Pacific stage in our lower finals.
Yeah.
One of the, you know, highest pressure matches that we have here, and suddenly it's like they are thriving. We are now going into Icebox, however. How are we feeling more about this match, especially since this is going to be our 4th map? RRQ seem to be very confident in their map pool so far. How are we feeling about this?
Yeah, I mean, Icebox is a little bit more known, right? We saw both of these teams play yesterday on Icebox, and of course, PRX managing to win, RRQ, of course, losing there. So both these teams have a lot more recent information, and I think PRX will be feeling good. You know, I think they looked a lot better on this map than RRQ did. We do see that difference in comp, but, you know, Jing on that Omen, so it's essentially a double duelist coming out from PRX, and the way that Omen plays, much more natural fitting to their style, where RRQ, we're seeing that double initiator, Teo KO style that I also think suits them well.
Yeah, PRX, I mean, throwing out the Joman is something, Omen on Icebox, that we've seen a fair bit in the Americas as well. They love it over there, so I think PRX may be taking a little bit of inspiration, as well as the fact that Jing has got the reps on Omen at the moment. It did look pretty good for them yesterday. RRQ have been early adopters of both Icebox and Ascent coming back into the map pool, so I know that they put in the reps. They were very much forecasting that these maps would be very important for Stage 1, so I think they're going to be relatively comfortable to take Icebox as the 4th map here. At the same time, though, their game against Gen G might have been a little bit of a knock to the confidence, so I could really see both Icebox and Ascent going either way. I think the last 3 maps of this best of 5, Pearl, Icebox, Ascent, you could kind of toss a coin, really, because you don't have a lot of data that points to the fact that either one of these teams is going to be very confident winner of either of them, and that's why you're seeing such tight games.
Yeah, and I also think it's, of course, it's these 2 teams, right? They are so comeback heavy, both sides, right? It can be so fun, especially when you have all of these rounds that where it gets like, you know, 2v5, hey, the other team still might win. Hey, it's a 1v5, the other team still might win. Yeah. They're just that kind of team. They're just those types of players to be able to pull things like that off. Before we go into a quick break, I believe we do have a VCT Pacific moment to share with everybody. You can get in on this trend. All you have to do is use the hashtag VCT Pacific Moments. And we have one here from @Ploydere, who I believe we met over in Masters Bangkok in Thailand. If you guys watch the stream, by the way, and you hear somebody shout the loudest for T1, she is heard on the stream. That is her.
Yeah, I mean, T1, obviously winners of Masters Bangkok, but over here in Korea, an absolute staple. Unfortunately, didn't have the result that they would have wanted, but there's still plenty of great teams to cheer for here.
Gotta have been great watching that live, though. As a T1 fan, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, all of the fans, absolutely. They love watching these teams live, as we are seeing right now here. Lots of love for both PRX and RRQ, which will continue right after this quick break when we head into Icebox, so don't go anywhere. This series wraps up right after this quick break.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
I don't know how to put it together. Ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Every time I start to doubt if I'm good enough, looking straight in your blue eyes makes me feel better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had.
Welcome back to the VCT Pacific Stage 1 lower final, where the score is now 2-1 in favor of RRQ. We are now headed into our fourth map of the day, Icebox. Potentially, this could be our final one.
RRQ opting to start on the attacking side. They will be running with the same comp. I love the KO Teo combo, and Jet for Jemkin. Monyet's going to have to switch gears though here. He's on the Viper where he's been playing a lot of these duelists the last couple of maps.
Yeah, it's a lot more passive, a very, very different role over on the side of PaperX. Exactly as aggressive as we would expect. They are sticking with that Omen, which, as I said before, is essentially another duelist on this map. It's another tool to keep getting aggressive. I like this comp for PRX. It worked out very well for them against DRX, so they're looking to continue to build on that momentum and start the run back.
Oh yes, start the run back. Is that gonna be it for PaperX? Is this gonna be our final map? Big questions as we head into Icebox with RRQ versus PaperX. We'll toss it on over to our casters, Komodo and Quack.
Straight into the cold depths of Icebox, and yes, we do have rather similar compositions from yesterday. However, like the desk mentioned just before the break, we do have possibly confidence taken up against RRQ given the loss against Gen G. But that said, you also have the Something versus Jemkin saga continuing.
Yeah, coming in towards this one as well, right? RRQ are 2-1 ahead in those OTs, but Jemkin is the only one currently going positive on RRQ's side, and insurmountably so. 70 kills already across these 3 maps. He's the only one positive for the team. So we'll continue to see if that is going to work a treat for RRQ, or if PaperX is going to be able to change things up. I like the aggression through B main at the moment with the 4-1 strategy, likewise of the last map. And Monyet is going to be the first casualty.
Not able to recenter his aim. The turret, though, does inform to a little bit more, and Xpharaoh looking for the swing, looking for the picks with the Sheriff. He does get a good chunk of damage, but the spike should still be getting down pretty soon. Devi with the turret up, checks towards the back.
Good info.
Here's some footsteps. Needs to swing back in and find some kills, though, and he doesn't have time to reload, so unfortunately his life is forfeit. Meanwhile, the rest of PaperX still able to march up front.
He did get one tag too, on Jemkin.
No flashes, however, so it comes down to just the swings, just the positions, and with positions, Forsaken collapses onto which Jemkin. And that's going to be a crazy guy trying to hold down from under Raptor, but he's alone. So entirety PaperX are able to swing and surround the site in for the final defuse. Right off the rip, the pistol round already theirs.
Yep, over towards PaperX yet again. To highlight for those that may have been joining us, PaperX in this series, so far so good in the pistol rounds. They've got both of them in map number 1 of Fracture. They got one apiece in the next 2 maps as well. So currently ahead of the curve on that one. And if history is going to stay in continuation, they probably won't see a force in this next round.
Yeah, pistol round, right? And well, if you're PaperX being PaperXing, what is defense? Let's push.
Yeah, for sure. Great idea, you know, in a pistol round as well, going together with 4 members.
Probably won't do that this round, though.
Nah. No, probably not. Back to normal things. You are playing in a bit of an anti-eco. This is an outlaw, by the way, that's been gifted to Jemkin, courtesy of Crazy Guy. So you want to see him grab a chunk of damage here against the lighter shield-equipped members of PaperX.
A lot of trust, but a lot of recognition from the side of PaperX as well, marking the lurk out by mid, so Xpharaoh's gone. And also, possible outlaw plays, PaperX then elect to play far back.
Yeah, very slow and steady, which means that eventually Crazy Guy, well, just now, in fact, will get the salvos back online for RRQ. In this sort of situation, though, for PaperX, you know, you don't want to see them just overdo things. Play quite patiently. Wait and see where RRQ are going to look to go towards.
Big salvos, PaperX pulling all the rotations over.
They've completely left the scene of A at the moment where the spike is actually going. So there's an opportunity to get a plant down.
30 seconds
but
left.
Is it going to be defendable? That's the real question, right? The outlaw in play. Salvos will come back online when the spike plant's down, top of site.
I'd say not bad. There's a slight chance still, you know, with the outlaw. Maybe a bit of damage, chip damage with the nanoswarms currently, but he's got the angle.
Eventually a flank from Monyet, but just the classic. So let's see what happens.
Oh boy, we're running in, we're chasing in, we've got the guns. Oh, and the outlaw just doesn't do much. Monyet though out from the back. Was he spotted by the turret?
He shot it because the 0 point actually took it down, but it didn't really matter in the end right now onto the defuse.
And in the round pipes. Fortunately, RQ not able to hold it off for too long. You've used the third salvo refreshed up, but yeah, it's still going to be the full defuse. A flawless round for PaperX.
Again, it's just the classics really for RRQ, right? The Outlaw gets a tag on towards Patman, but apart from that, very early nothing comes in towards the rounds. No chance for a flank either, despite Cushy's 0 point removing the turret. It was already shot at and position noted. Very level head again for PRX, who have just had to go through 2 maps of overtime and lose 2 maps of overtime. You gotta let that not shake you in a best of 5 scenario. You picked Icebox as the choice in this one, right? So you gotta consider Ascent next. They could have gone that way instead, but opting for Icebox first.
And they've been a little bit back and forth with the pistols, but right now it's a pretty good start.
Slow and steady for RRQ towards the safe side of things. As soon as you're noted, top of that side is Jing. You are just dead. 2 rights. What an awkward spray. Come through from that Vandal too.
Well, Divide coming in to refill space as well, but you don't have much in terms of utility of staving off RRQ except for bullets. Shock Dart in as well. And RRQ have been tampered with.
Flank eventually from Patman. He can just sit himself in their spawn and watch for this one. RRQ are going to be locked in. They have to try and push the bodies back.
The only way out is up.
Snakebite already noting on towards something's position. He's stuck. He doesn't have tailwind available. The wall, he just gets out of dodge. Will they, again, expect Patman to already be in their spawn? It looks like they have an idea, but still just stuck towards this A site.
Unless you take a confident duel against Patman. He's been good on the 1v1s as well. He's just happily setting up camp.
You can just wait and see when Forsaken wants to use the Recon 2. There's a Nano still at the default that RRQ are going to have to contend with. Patman not tested, which means they know that this is still going to end at the A site.
Then you've got Something playing a possible one and done. Outlaw shots not found. Something for the swing, and that's been quickly denied. Monyet now with a double kill back sight. Patman then pushes up, but at this point, he's got to find a 1v3. Not much in terms of utility except for the, well, the wall that might conceal his movements, but it's a 50-50. Which side you're going to show up from? RRQ are just happily tucked in. Decent peek from Monyet, and he finds and collects onto the 3rd kill.
That's a scenario as well where PRX, despite the lesser weaponry, still had, you know, some pretty good weapons in towards that bonus round, and they had all of the information. They knew Patman's flank was gold, they had the damage delivered, they had the advantage on the site itself, but then you just start to look at the 4 versus 3 in towards the site. Something pushes out and loses his life. Monyet gets a double too. They're not able to get the trades. Bit of a fumble from PRX there, but a big, deep dig for RRQ to get around on the board. Operator out there for something in this new round. See if the opening duel is going to do anything except reveal itself against the turret. So does that shift the idea of where RRQ want to potentially end things a bit quicker towards the B site? Standard Icebox things though. Got to wait out for this orb. Dash across with a good flash. Force PRX back.
Yeah, fantastic. Space being collected upon. Off angles possibly being held as well. Something does have the op though. Question is he able to find much with it? Marks the angle right from underneath. Jet doing Jet things, and he reads it fully.
Where's that Armageddon going to go though?
That's the great question. Able to possibly flash PRX out of position, but no chance to use it for now. Thinking about it, Crazy Guy sets it off by Yellow, and it's going to be RRQ Monyet who's still trying to hold things down. Fortunately, Armageddon not going to be able to do too much out of them, buying time. Devi slowly ringing around the Rosie, around Yellow. Spike still going off, though, and Monyet just fires off a shot. Devi has no clue and needs to tap onto the Spike, and that's when Monyet plays around the container. Stands up, pops off. He gets into PRX's minds. The Red Bull clutch bringing us to a 2-on-2.
You got to be happy with that one, aren't you? All the shots to come out from Monyet working a treat. I'm noting that the flank is potentially going to come on out as well for RRQ, but that's being looked after in the kitchens in the meanwhile too. That's a 1 versus 3 Red Bull clutch to come through from Monyet. How individual were those shots at the end there? Those positions from PRX when they're off-put by the Armageddon as well. That makes things quite awkward for them. There's a reset now coming into this next round as well. Something's probably going to be popping the blades immediately. There's a lockdown for Devi, but do you consider using them? You need to find advantage. You need to find secondary advantage. The Blade Storm's actually just been removed, so any aggression from PRX forced to letibulate back towards the site.
Just because you have it doesn't mean you need to use it. It's still relatively early. RRQ though, it's a lot of space that they've lapped up. Positions noted, shock darts through as well, and that gives something the chance that he was looking for.
Yeah, but if you can find these opening jewels, how many more are you going to be able to back that up with, right? Is something going to be good for another one or not? That gun that you've just dropped, irretrievable. 50 seconds to go. And it's to the drawing board for RRQ, the silent game towards the Bravo side of the map. Meanwhile, Forsaken has picked up the Hunter's Fury.
Something in position as well. Oh, but the
Body
swings
shots.
wasn't great. Decent damage. We'll see if the Hunter's Fury can finish off the job.
And now
there
the
it is.
lockdown as well.
Lockdown for, well, some space. You still have Monette up around the back of Yellow. He spotted out the shoulder of one, and he's trying to get the burst. Patman, though, still coming up with one singular kill onto the Sheriff. And that shock dart will finish off Monette. Just Xfaro in a 1v3. And PRX will finish the Thrifty, the Sheriff shots, the utility, back in all around the map.
Anything you can do, I can do better. A Thrifty round going the way of PRX, taking a page out of RRQ's book when they needed it the most. So a round back to PRX. I asked the question, right? How much more on the back of that Bladestorm are you going to be able to find? Well, the blades themselves, not nothing. Nada. Shots out with the Sheriff of Patman, doing enough damage for the shock dart to finish off his intended prey of Monette too, and then this time not dropping the 1 versus 3. Hefty investment of 3 ults there from PRX, but more importantly, just a round on the board. Getting it towards the reset territory of RRQ to see if they're going to answer back with something of their own though. Null commands to remove ability.
Well, it also is something with the op now all of a sudden, but that's 0 point.
Yeah, he's committed to this fight, and he's got it too. Great shouldering out from something. Jemkin down in this duelist battle.
You would think it's great
Look, did he just leg him? He did!
Yeah, down to 20. Cushy though, I mean, just thinking of possibly throwing it to the wind. RRQ, however, have snuck up tube.
Yeah, it's removed the turret so you can sneak past.
Patman
has to be aware, doesn't he?
But would he?
Yeah, he's playing the back angle just in case.
In case, but not a single peep yet. Oh, something. Oh, with the Viper's Pit as well. Patman happened to recognize it.
I remember with the tag on Akushi earlier and the Null Command fading, he couldn't drop himself to get res too, so this is where things become really awkward. Kushi down for the count now, 2 versus 4.
And Patman still trying to make some noise, forcing RQ out in the open. That's the Viper gone. Spike, well, picked back up, but can you really get it planted? Xfaro,
30 seconds left.
30 seconds, and he's trying to sneak one over onto the A site.
It's the mind games right now, isn't he? What can you do? How do you toy with them? But you really can't.
If you're PRX, you don't hear the spike tapping.
Yeah.
Surely you consider it.
Time's on your side though, right? 10 seconds for him to try and get the plant. He's going to eventually have to run towards the A site, and if anyone looks to sacrifice him.
And no problems here. Jing with the huge sprint, just bound to bound, picks up that headshot.
He would have had to sprint earlier on and then potentially playing in the open where Jing would have even ran on him and then, you know, remove him off the spike plant. You win the round, kill him, you win the round. That duel, most importantly on a crazy guy before the pit, just is able to come in position.
And it just begins with a really prevalent duel between Something and Jemkin. Jemkin was 1 away from the ult, or I mean from the ult, and that's exactly why Something pushed up front.
It's more importantly the fact that PRX are taking some space and going for these duels when they've got some favored, you know, weaponry and ability, right?
Indeed. Still though, half buys up for RQ now.
Retake scenario towards the A site, play on the back of your Killjoy utility. Alarm bot noted. Nanos, you count a couple of seconds and then you pop them as well. Stave them off with the wall. But have you bought enough time for the team to rotate over? You have. This is going to be a skirmish.
Yeah, everyone's just hovering around looking for the duels. Some pop flash kills going over. And it's Jemkin with the blades. There it is, the effects being felt from the previous round now coming alive, but Devi still looking for the bursts. Jing with assistance out from the back. Just like Big Time was talking about, a pseudo-duelist, and he pushes all the way up. The lockdown might have them detained, but the spike still getting defused by PRX.
They're early enough that the lockdown doesn't really matter. They're just going to have a good fest around the site, making sure that they just have a party, get down and dirty, and all of the duels they are able to win as well, right? A bit of lesser equipped weaponry for RRQ. most importantly, just staved off in the very beginning, right? The Nano Swarm, the Toxic Screen, doing its damage, doing its work to buy a little couple of crucial moments. And then just Devi able to hit his shots at the end as well. The rest of the team knowing that it doesn't matter if the lockdown does go off. It's great recognition just of that game. So with the 4-2 scoreline now, it means that RRQ, sorry, 2-5 scoreline, means that RRQ got to be deploying a timeout.
PRX keeping things somewhat light and breezy as well. You hear some cackles of laughter towards the end, suggests that they're in a pretty good headspace for this one, considering the fact that they are kind of facing a possible...
The thing is, Quack, they've had advantages, and then they've lost the advantages, and then it's gone into overtime. And what happened in the overtime? They lost the overtime. So they need everything that they can get, especially on this defensive side right now. Of course, Icebox, right, for PRX. We've not really seen that much from them. 2 games against DRX.
And they've won. What I'm saying is, Komodo, you know, one kind of affects the other, right? When they begin to feel that pressure, sometimes that's why they get that loss in overtime. So the true question is, how thick is their plot armor? How much are they going to be able to do in what could be the final map if RRQ completes it? Up once again for something, and this time the positions have been swapped around.
Bit of a change when you don't have a lot of the reconnaissance ability as RRQ to put your standard dart more forward as well, right? So just the space that PRX can almost get free of charge, changing it up with the pit towards the A site. Something, had he stayed on yellow, would have been seen by the stealth drone, now afforded an opportunity for a peek.
Rescopes, but he would have no idea that they've begun to push up green, so something is in a really precarious position. Thankfully, the cloud comes up enough for him to evade.
Yeah, he's got teammates now to assist him as well on the site of B. 0 Point revealing 3 members, actually. Just going to try and force out the plant.
Yeah, some spams, chip damage against Crazy Guy, but the plant still goes through. That said, though, got to watch out for this potential lurk from Xfero. Jemkin up top.
He's stuck on him.
Fantastic kill. Yes, it's a good stick as well. The Cloudburst comes up in time. Duelist v Duelist. And this time, Jemkin deals the death blow. Off to the end, though. It's going to be PRX now looking for the retake. They've begun to fan out around the site, looking for yellow control. Monyet trying to contend with it, but goes down to Forsaken with the kills. Crazy Guy, Salvo still up, and he lets them go. Cushy watches his teammates back, and that puts Forsaken in a 1v2. No chance in hell. RRQ have fought back against PRX.
Thing with those salvos, you got to bait them out early. You got to try and get on that half defuse real soon. You're just not able to get through that one, unfortunately, there as Forsaken. So you'll cop a bit of a loss here. Great position from Jenkin. Unexpected that he himself got on top of yellow. And you got a scenario where it is that 4 versus 3. So the fact that through the Snake's Bite, Monyet finds one as well, really important. Just making sure that RRQ are holding these duels where they need to, not overexerting themselves, not giving options to PRX. You want to start to see that build up nicely for RRQ here to try and close the series, try and tie things up first and foremost.
It's getting close to it. Well, something buying up the op again, though.
Yeah, and if you're seeing the drone, your idea is to make sure that you destroy that drone as Patman. So it's good change up, but similarly, Jing gets taken down really early on the other side of the map.
But look at this, something's not backing down. Unfortunately, the Cloudburst allows for RRQ to slip back.
And he knows that on the back of that, Crazy Guy's picked up the ulti orb. So the adjustment from PRX now needs to come out where you're contending with removing Crazy Guy from the situation if possible. Patman's got a lot to do by himself here at B.
Oh, that's pretty good considering how he's kind of sneaking around, but this time now he's finding himself in a pinned down position. However, he's not pinned down. You're pinned down with him. 2 kills now, possibly a 3rd. Back up from yellow, but someone has slipped the net.
Yeah.
Xfero, though, still needing to pick up the spike, and Petman recognizes that. Swaps back around, that's a 3rd, a 4th! Petman, what are you made of?
That's toxic. 4K to come out from him when PRX needed it. I thought that when he got the first 2, he was going to Snake Spite to bail out. But just aware of the fact that someone could have slipped on past the left side of his location. And he manages to find Monyet as well. That is absolutely gorgeous to come through from Patman.
Let's go.
Everybody's elevated today.
Oh, thankfully he's not putting tanks anywhere. 6-3, and PRX will continue extending this lead because of an eco from RRQ right now.
Hold on.
Okay.
We've seen Thrifties. We've got an Armageddon. We've got Cushy with the Vandal.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yep. It's not over until it's over. So we'll see what these pistols and the Vandal are going to be able to do from RRQ. Get on the right line, and something might have his head removed from his shoulders. Nevertheless, he's good for one. Get out of dodge.
And in with the tailwind as well, he finds the second kill. Crazy guy still desperately looking to push forward. He actually gets the shot against something. However, PRX have hovered around the site now. Another player being caught out thanks to the one-way, and it's just Crazy Guy. He's got a Vandal though. Can he find the kills? Gets the first, but Jing with the off angle. Toxic screen up as well, allows him to slip back around the backside, and Crazy Guy does not expect it.
Yeah, Crazy Guy trying to be a little bit manic there. Finding the two Sheriff shots and then the third one, but just ultimately shut on down. So starts to look a bit better for PRX. You know, I'm starting to feel. I mean, it already was happening, right? You look at your hands, you start to see a bit of a series on them.
Komodo says we've got a game in our hands, and I would have to believe it as well. There's 2 rounds left in this first half, and PRX don't show any signs of truly slowing down.
No.
At least until this op could be potentially eliminated. RQ trying to formulate a plan.
Just a couple of diversions on the tracks so far for them, but maybe the conductor has regained control. Important situation for RRQ. Get another round on the board, quickly in towards the A side. Device, still good for one. Not a double, but Forsaken here, as well as something.
Once again, off from Rafters, right off the get-go. And RRQ, this whole plan was formulated around getting some A control, but it's been all thrown off. Petman up from the back.
When PRX are challenging you and they've got the numbers ready to shoot, you're going to have a bad day at the office.
Just shows depth again. Another op shot punched through. Petman now pushing up, and Crazy Guy is. When did he get here?
Yeah, he's just making sure that he's not pushing by himself to give an opportunity to RRQ if they do decide to pivot back towards B, right? I've been watching his sort of rotations and the initiative of when he's going for these flanks. It's generally always when RRQ are getting deep in towards the A site and he can slot himself in the spawn when the numbers are similar, right? The 3 versus 3s and that sort of thing. When they've got this significant advantage, he will then push up for a proper flank. It's just a really great addition for him and recognition of the role in those scenarios.
And that comes out on top of the previous quad kill round as well. RQ once again back into A site.
Look at the ultimates that you've got to play with though right now, Clark. Hunter's Fury lockdown for PRX. Close to a pit for Patman 2. Probably not going to get it here. Maybe Mon yet being one away will be more likely in picking that up, or maybe they want to prioritize getting the lockdown early and then having Mon yet plant and pit. There's options here for RRQ, given a bit of space to gallivant around this A site if they want to start to sprint up a little bit.
Yeah, but if you're PRX, you imagine it's RQ looking for the plant. That's exactly what this double init composition is for. Post-plant plays. PRX, though, with their ultimates, exactly. Just able to possibly deny Spike plant. He spots out the first, and the shock dart in. The lockdown gets ripped off. Something's in position. Oh, he doesn't go for the lockdown. He goes for the spike.
They're respecting the lockdown here and then going for a kill instead. So you'll have advantage on this one. And you've now removed Salvos and Armageddon.
And that's crazy from Patman. Again with the lurk presence. RQ beginning to think twice. Jemkin continuing to push up, feeling the pressure out from behind. Something then just takes the head off with the Blade Storm.
I love that adaptation from PRX. Just knowing that, well, we can't Hunter's Fury just to the lockdown. We want to have our numbers and our strong abilities to actually have more value than just ult trading. Get some damage in. Make it easier for the team who have to have a little bit of time for the rotations towards the A site. Monyet got the pit off the plant. Couldn't establish it. I've already talked about the lockdown. You just forget about that. Then you go in for the trades with the team. Have full confidence in your boys. That's exactly what PRX do there. This is a great halftime score for them, but I do not want to count RRQ out, right? They will change up sides, going to the defensive side, and whilst it hasn't looked the greatest for them, you know, in the game against Gen G, for example, you cast your mind back a little bit further. The game against DRX, great defenses that they came out with. So we'll see. if they can bring that one back.
Oh, come on. Surely right now you go for the overtime record.
What do you want to see again? Cosplay walkout? Well, we've already had walkouts, so new overtime record. Let's get 50-50. Let's just be here all night. Let's get some pizza. Let's have some fun.
She's opting for cosplay, though. We'll see what this guy goes for. I mean, right now, you want RRQ to go the distance.
Actually, to be fair.
Okay.
I mean, look.
I see where you're going.
We can have new overtime records like any other day, right? Let's just get every team having really cool walkouts.
Again, yes,
right?
we've missed them.
Let's just bring some personality to the walkouts, to the outside game.
I'm throwing all personality right out the window. I want good VALORANT.
You know what I would absolutely lose my mind about, though? If the 5 players playing, and I don't know if they're allowed to, would all cosplay onto the stage.
Oh my god.
As the agents that they may play.
No, you're gonna feel so uncomfortable. We did have Neff up over from China in a stage cosplay.
Yeah.
But back into the game, and it is PRX against RRQ. RRQ, like you mentioned before, they are a team that does not go quietly into the night.
Pistol rounds. Now, everybody stacked on up. 0 point to get some further garage information. Maybe got 2, maybe got none. It's going to be a bit of a headache, though, when this wall drops. Probably for something.
All lined up.
Maybe for Jing.
Yeah, both angles being separated apart, and it's Crazy Guy who finds a singular frag, something at least good for one, so it's an even exchange.
Yeah, damage extra onto Jemkin, and you've slipped through as Patman. Are they aware of this one? I mean, it's under orange instead of through the tube, but it looks like Cushy a little bit aware of the scenario at the moment.
The one you're going to watch out for is Jemkin, though, up around yellow, and he gets, well, discovered by this drone.
Comes down to the timing, though, doesn't it? What can Patman find? It's the right timing.
And it's the kill into the site. Jemkin silenced, not a single peep. Xpharaoh, the only one left, and he's opting to go through kitchen. Petman still in position, so.
Can he cook something here, Quack?
Does he have the ingredients? Right now, nothing found. It's Petman who does the foraging instead. 10-3, PRX. Might just give us a quick map.
Yeah, potentially so. Another pistol round collected from PRX. Extremely proficient in collecting them this series, and maybe so more needed to push us into that 5th and final map for this one in Ascent. A little bit early for that. We'll see what the next bit is going to look like for RRQ if they decide that they need to force into the next round. I mean, there's no, you know, plant that goes down for PRX, but there's no real damage that comes through from RRQ. So it's just the pistols. Probably going to see the 11-3 scoreline.
You would hope it would be RQ, though. They've stacked up correctly on A.
Yeah, this could be a cheeky crossfire angle for him.
All in position. PRX trying to send out some Bombardinos, but it's going to be Jing who finds the first one. Divine to push off of the toxic screen as well. Something, trying to get some good spams, but of course with the position so far, RQ not truly able to find out too much until Cushy answers back, but with the submachine guns, PRX are still able to deliver.
Yeah, there was a Spectre in front of something there, but fist bumping the boys, so didn't pick that one up. Got to be back down onto the Stinger. Can be the little things that come on through, but you never really know, right? In the heat of the moment, you've got to just make sure that your confidence is up. So we'll see what this buy now will look like for RRQ. Down to a Bulldog for Crazy Guy. Almost feel like they have to cut a couple of corners here to give themselves some advantages.
Trying to at least go in for the alt orb. Not too much cover. 0 point though.
Slow and steady. PRX feeling a bit of the weight of what's being sent their way over at the A site. So trying to change it up, trying to get sneaky. Alarm bot noted. Patman's position.
Yeah.
Gotta be cared for.
Beginning to turn back around, but you got Crazy Guy now marking in front. You also have Cushy continuing to push out from pipes, but quickly dealt with, and it's Jemkin just to mark Patman. PRX then, they have some options. They can possibly rotate, but you do have Monyet.
Yeah, this is going to be really awkward for the timing, isn't it? But he's going to go hunting for Patman instead.
Oh, back up from mid, but PRX just continues their steady march into sight. There's only Monyet left, and now he's been spotted. Good kill onto something, though. But do you know where Patman is? Do you know about the Pat signal in the skies? Patman, oscillating back and forth around the corner, but Monyet gets the flick until Petman once again just silences out the Knight.
Gotta be careful giving options for a 1 versus 3 though, Quack. 1v1 Strysova could get the better of you, but that means it is the bonus round going PaperX's way. And that's a 4 versus 5 conversion that they do best as well. They are looking so much more awakened on this map of Icebox at the moment. It would take a bit of a beast takeover on RRQ's side to have a comeback come forward here.
Oh man.
So we just further extend the map potentially with this timeout to come through from RRQ. If it is indeed theirs, you would assume so. Yeah.
It's gonna take a whole lot though. Nonetheless, they've brought themselves this far, Komodo. I mean, we started things off not too hot. I mean, you've had 2 OT wins.
Look at it from the outside, right? PaperX map number 1, 13-2. 2 OT wins for RRQ where PaperX could have closed them out. And now a smacking on the 4th map, potentially 13-3.
You take those. Also smiles across the board for PaperX.
Well, you'd hope so. You just hope that they don't falter here and it goes over towards Ascent, where in a lower final to get back, you know, to get a chance at a trophy, right? For PaperX to re-get the chance at a trophy, for RRQ for their first time to be able to hold a trophy potentially.
Potentially, yeah. Still got to go up for that potential rematch.
Yeah, the Gen G game is going to look
right now,
a little scary.
Neither team can truly let their foot off the gas. RRQ, this map might have been like this, but still looking for whatever possible advantage they can find.
And nobody is at home at this B side at the moment. This is the corners cutting that I'm talking about a little bit earlier. Change of pace, flash drive in. P can see that no one's home. No turret watching the normal cross. So you get an idea that things aren't around the A site. Now it's cemented in stone with the stealth drone not seeing anything. Get your rotations towards B because RRQ need the bodies here to fight.
Decent buys. Crazy guy close to an ult. Something that would be paramount. You've bought some time, you've noted the positions. You know exactly where PaperX are. Can you deliver though? The angle, unfortunately not quite favoring Cushy for now as Forsaken tucks himself in the safe corner for surveying with the drone. Salvos though, and allows for RRQ to begin their forward march. The screen up and it lets Forsaken sneak up behind. He's infiltrated their backs. Jing pushing up as well. Nanoswarm with a flick onto Jemkin. It's just Xfero who unfortunately will collapse. The 4th map and it ends with a 13-3 scoreline. Ladies and gents, we have got a truly full series.
That's just a commanding victory to come through from PaperX, isn't it, on this map? A much better idea, a much better cohesive look for them. And just time and time again, RRQ backwards and forwards with guns and saves. A Thrifty even going in the way of PaperX this time in this map. The pistols in the secondary rounds certainly help out when you get 4 out of the eventual 13. But my, oh my, RRQ, the maps that they're winning here by sliver of margins. Now they have to try and bring some momentum back towards their favor in map number 5, Ascent. Who knows how that one's gonna go?
I mean, you're gonna have to dig deep. You're gonna have to bring out everything that you've possibly got. They put up some decent performances, but onto this map, holy cow, Petman truly answered the call.
Yeah, I mean, that 4K that comes through from him, all the energetic moments, he's just locking down the side of B time and time again. His flanks are looking great for team information as well. He's just certainly, you know, been a key piece for PaperX in its entirety in that whole comeback from the DFM stage to now. So will he be able to get a taste of getting into a grand final? One of the older maps of VALORANT to give us the true test.
Yeah, you're so close that you can nearly taste it. But of course, this is the VCT Pacific lower finals. This is VALORANT, and this is where every single road leads us back down to Ascent. Let's toss it back over onto our desk.
Back to Ascent indeed, because we are going to a map 5. The score is tied 2-2 between RRQ and PaperX. And you just look at that score line there. PaperX, they are on a roll. I think this is really more of what how PRX snowball and how they steamroll most teams rather than what RRQ did wrong.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like PRX has been the better team in this series. They've stopped them on 2 maps. RRQ have barely scraped 2 wins over the line with some great individual performances and some, I would say, you know, some sloppier rounds for PRX. So it really feels like when PRX is locking in, they're proving they're kind of the better team of these two. Icebox definitely not going the way that RRQ would have wanted, and PRX really outclassing them. I think, honestly, the more I'm starting to watch this PRX comp on Icebox, the more I'm liking it.
Yeah, I think it looks great for them. It's so well suited to how they like to play. And I think this is shades of map 1 again.
Yeah.
RRQ didn't even start to play. The only rounds they got across the board really were those big individual moments like we saw Monyet light up to get those clutches. But past that, they weren't even really playing this game. I have to say I'm worried for RRQ heading into map 5.
I think
all the wins out your sails.
I think RRQ need to rework this comp, to be honest. Like, I haven't really liked having Cushy being on the KO most of the times that I've seen it. I wouldn't mind if they could try and play like a Sova comp or something like that. Maybe Xfero on the Viper. You could, you know, get a little bit more value out of some of your players playing different kind of agent comps. You could even throw like Cushy on the Killjoy or something like that. But that's going to have to be something that they consider for Toronto. For PRX, 7 opening kills for something there. Another Jet masterclass from him. And I honestly, like, it's been an effort by committee for PRX, even on Pearl. Like, almost every map, there has been no one that's really underperforming for PRX. All 5 of them have been on all series.
I think that's the difference in, like, the level of consistency and experience, I kind of want to say, where, for me, it seems like all of PRX are on almost all the time, but for RRQ, they needed Jemkin to get them across the line map 2, they needed Cushy to get them across the line map 3, and if no one stands up and goes, okay, guys, I'll get us this one, then it doesn't really seem to happen.
Yeah, I totally agree, especially since, if they don't have that someone to kind of rally around, they seem to be going around like headless chickens almost, right? For the side of RRQ, you kind of wonder where this game plan was because, again, they seem to be very confident in their map pool going into this. I think Koshi Walk said it himself as well in one of the press conferences that they were excited for this best of 5 because of that very reason, right? But, I mean, you know, you have something like something on your team with these amazing op kills, and like how on earth are you gonna win?
I think, honestly, like, we'll look at some of the replays here, and I think a huge difference maker on the Jet. I mean, this, first of all, though, is you see a timeout come out here for RRQ. It actually allows PRX to cook up a pretty nice play here. You see something on the B long info line. This is what I love about this Omen comp. You can get aggressive on A belt. You didn't see it as much as in the last game PRX played on this map from Jing, but you could see Pit over on the A side, and RRQ, at this point in the game, they're really trying to turn their fortunes around with the timeout. They're starting to get rolling on the attacking side, but that is the double-edged sword. I see a lot of sentiment out there of like, why is this team not calling a timeout? Or why is X-Coach not willing to call a timeout here? You've got to remember that that is going to allow the other team to pre-plan around them. When they have a bunch of ults or they have certain things that they can kind of pre-program there, you're no longer playing against what you're expecting. You have to kind of adapt to whatever the thing is that's being thrown at you.
And I also think a big part of why I think that play is so good is because it suits their comp so well, right? So you're able to send Jing forward because he can make use of that, the verticality on that Omen, while something on the other side is able to hold down with the op, which is something he's been so routinely good at. So it gives them the option for aggressiveness and that consistent holding of the line. But we have to take a look at something here. I mean, I think but a lot of teams, you know, I've seen a lot of people say you don't need a duelist on this map, and it's right, you don't. But it's like, if you're going to play a Jet, if you're going to play a duelist, it's for this. It's so you can get this op going, you can dash away when you need to, you can abuse verticality, and when you have one of the best op players in the world in something, why would you not? I mean, this map suits him so well. I think he's the modern day king of Icebox. He loves this map, loves this agent, loves that weapon. You can't have a better combination.
Yeah, I think you see the op usage is almost double for PRX that it is for RRQ right now. Jemkin as a duelist is, you do see him pick it up, but he much prefers the rifle. He seems much more comfortable with that, whereas something is this oppressive opping presence in the server. He's someone that you have to consider in everything that you do. You have to throw waves of initiator util at him. You have to be able to, you know, jiggle those lines, be able to circle jump, have good movement and things like that, and that just slows down your snowball on the attacking side so much.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like he's always this X factor that the team have and really, really lighting up. And this is exactly what PRX want as we head towards map 5. All the momentum is in their favor. I think they'll be annoyed that they haven't closed this series already, to be honest. Just a little bit cleaner on the Thrifties, and they should have already had this. This is their series to lose now, if you ask me.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, especially since, as you mentioned earlier, you have all 5 members of PRX just really coming online in this series. You don't really see anybody dropping the ball. You know, we had Patman with some amazing plays on Icebox. I'm so happy to see us Viper really come online here on the Pacific stage. By the way, some of the most memorable games that I remember from Patman way back home in the PH Challengers were him on Viper. So I think going into this next map, momentum is in favor of PRX right now, but RRQ, I never ever underestimate their comeback.
We play a best of 1 on Ascent to see who is going to take on Gen G in that grand final. RRQ have been early adopters of Ascent since it came out. Right at the start of stage 1, you saw them with this double init Yoru comp. They were quite happy to play it. They looked very nice on it. Over on the side of PRX, I thought that their double init with the KO fade was going to kind of be a hard read into Boom initially, but they've continued to play it and it's continued to look better and better.
Yeah, I mean, I like what PRX do on this map. You know, they're pretty unique with how they use this fade, and it does definitely give them a different edge. RRQ playing that kind of modern meta comp, but again, I think we're going to see Jemkin move back to his comfort of the Yoru, and hopefully something stay on his comfort of the Jet. So very different approaches to this map, which I love to see on Ascent, by the way.
You're going to allow to get Cushy on the Sova as well. It's his signature agent for me.
That's much better for him.
Yeah, for PRX, honestly, this comp on Ascent is going to be similar to what we saw on Pearl. They love to be very active. You'll see Fade and KO just always getting active on defense, throwing that initiator util out, making plays. It's a very fluid approach to Ascent. They're not going to be sat there static waiting for you to take a site or reacting to whatever you're doing on attack. PRX is always going to be doing something. All you need to do is just go back and look at the VOD of that T1 game. They were getting in T1's face and they were not letting them execute their game plan on attack.
And since we are going into map number 5, another factor comes into play, right? It's about endurance now for these teams. And PRX just have a lot more repetition in cases like this, on finals. They are veterans on that final stage. And for RRQ, it is their first time. They don't get a lot of reps on the BO5, right? Especially with the whole crowd factor cheering for everybody. So this is really a true test for them.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time RRQ played a best of 5. I don't even know if they have in the whole partnership era, to be honest. I can't pin one down in my mind. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, this is definitely where the experience of PRX will come into play. As you say, they've all been here. They've been here, done that so many times, and you know, this isn't a team that's fantastic in best of 5s, generally, but they've been here. They understand what it feels like. They know
the trauma is coming back.
They know what a best of 5 feels like. The RRQ guys, this is going to be a little bit of a new experience for them.
Yeah, I think the thing is they put a lot of initial work into Ascent, so I think they're going to fall back on a very strong foundation here. Jemkin is a force on the Yoru on this map. They love playing this Sova Teo. They played it so well recently. PRX, I'd imagine, will be running in with the same comp here. We'll just see. Indeed, PRX, you are going to see them playing the exact same comp. Something. Will he go back-to-back with huge Jet performances? They get to start out on that defensive side. He loves to get this op rolling, but just keep an eye out for PRX just getting active and getting in the face of RRQ early on here.
Yeah, if you're RRQ starting on that attacking side, you have to be careful for that elf. You know he's coming for you, but as you say, Jemkin back onto that Yoru. Really his signature role. Everybody's comfortable here in RRQ, so they got to make it work.
Seems like everybody is locked in for our final map of the lower finals here of VCT Pacific Stage 1. We are going into Ascent, and we'll toss it on over to your casters, Quack and Komodo.
And this is what it all comes down to. You can dread it, you can run from it, but destiny arrives all the same, down to Ascent where everyone is into their signature roles.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, speaking about that, right, we've now got 4 players in the lobby who are playing 5 different agents across all 5 of these maps today, with an extra caveat for Forsaken playing all 4 roles as well.
Oh, that is a pretty crazy statistic to throw out there as well, but well, it comes down to this, you know, is it gonna be RRQ, their first possible grand finals, or PRX kind of trumping their past demons, right now pushing out something? He doesn't have a clue, but he will get taken out as well. Jemkin instantly TPing away. Monyet, though, then to hold, especially with the smoke being propped up.
You got to see RRQ get a pistol round here. They've been severely lacking them. So if they can find it, it'll be well worth its weight in gold. A test towards Divine now.
Yeah, he's going to have to nail every single shot as they try to push on over from lane. He does get some decent shit damage, but that is it.
Yeah, you can see really in the back lanes as well. Oh, crazy guy that he's holding down Spawn, playing a really late flank position.
At the very least, he's bought time for PRX to set up the retake, but the spams, Monyet, he's killed Patman. Cushy as well, off from Boathouse, and now it's just Jing trying to work his way around the smokes. You still have utility as RRQ as well. Forsaken trying to work his way around the smoke. Haunt over, sneaking around lane. Monyet still alive. But Forsaken will continue to slip through, eliminates Jemkin, turns back around and takes Monyet away. Unfortunately, not a third, and it's just Jing with 13 HP. A tough fight. He will still continue to hold though, possibly to allow them to expire into the spike, find more ult points. There it is, but the pistol round over to RRQ.
Yeah, that's what's more important as well, right? The fact that something loses his life really early on, that he's not able to play the corner and get the kill. The immediate pivot towards the B site where you get through Device's utility, who switch back up towards the Vice. Meanwhile, flip it on over too. Last time we did see Xfero on the Vice on this map. He's gone back towards the Cypher, where as a whole, RRQ had a lot more potency on this map. You know, against Nongshim, against Talon. They did lose towards Team Secret. Felt like they weren't even in the map in that game. But importantly, Quack, the pistol round going RRQ's way. See if they're going to be able to double down, or if something on the Outlaw is going to be real dirty with it, courtesy of Forsaken.
Ooh. Might not have seen too much, though. Jemkin with the gate crash as well just continues to elude something for now.
Ooh, are they going to be aware of this one? There's no Senti util to watch for it. It's going to come down to timing. There's two of them here.
It's Monyet. He turns back. He goes in for the fights, and he will be victorious against Patman.
Oh,
the Outlaw, though.
Can he get anything more? He's looking at the right location. Oh, just the timing on the angle.
Right, you've got players with the haunt around A main, and that informs that you know RRQ are somewhere around B.
Yeah, but the really late flank again from Crazy Guy. He's just going to play so passive for the salvos if needed. Oh my, catch anyone that comes through tiles for the lurk, which actually this time may actually happen.
The door shut as well, just buys further time. I mean, this flank, this lurk.
It's just going to play with your mind, isn't it? Going later and later into the map.
Compounding effects for sure, and he just is so unbelievably patient. Jemkin just blocks off both lanes now. Xfero as well, and that Ghost. And something might have bought up the Outlaw, but he's not able to find too much off of it.
Yeah, Forsaken dropping that one as well. So we'll see what the buy is going to look like coming in towards the bonus round now. RRQ holding a couple of these rifles on over, and actually Forsaken's going to be deploying the Judge. He does expand his weaponry when it comes towards this map on the Fade as well. See if he's going to be bringing out that Odin a little bit later on too, right? When you got the Odin and the Operator that we will be waiting to see coming towards something's hands. If you can get that activated nice and early on the defender side, you'll be forcing out a little bit more early utility from RRQ.
Not too early for now, though. It's going to be the Judge instead.
Yeah, it's immediately forcing Jing back as well towards the A side. Whether or not we get some sort of pop flash plate come through. Patman's only got one flash drive. 0 point to remove abilities. 3 scanned.
Ooh.
Wait for the 8 seconds of suppression to fade away, and then maybe we do even see RRQ go for a little bit of a faster play. They still do have, of course, salvos, drone, dart for Cushy.
Juicy intel. Flash for Jing, but
he's holding it at the moment, expecting that there may very well be an explosive play when you're on a bonus, but gonna think better of it RRQ.
Taking their time with it. And this is where as PRX, you're also possibly thinking about Crazy Guy on a lurk again. I mean, that's why they're not fully pushing out.
You see this utility come through towards mid, and you know as PRX that you've got to have eyes on it as well, right? If you're dropping on the flash, it can see anyone crossing market, but there's a sliver of timing on that one. So Patman's going to be pushing back in towards spawn. They've still got the safety net of the tree shear, and this is where you're going to have to see delivery from Forsaken and something.
finds the double. Oh, something with the assistance as well, and it's just Forsaken being able to bring RRQ to a stop. Still though, decent kills, and Xfero will make his way into the site. Got Petman hearing all the footsteps.
I'm surprised if I didn't pop them early, to be honest with you. The Thorns. Spike.
Oh. Not too sure about that one, but still have 3v2. Monyet slowly arriving on scene, and Xfero doing his darndest to hold it from Boathouse. Both players from PRX still pinned down, and with that flash, all of a sudden, their sight's been robbed. RRQ with the bonus.
Yeah, there's a bit of disconnection from PRX, it feels like there. When you've got a 2 versus 3 scenario, you're not popping the Thorns to stave off any aggression, you're not arc-rosing early as well as Devi, and when you're eventually getting in towards the side itself as well, you paranoia the back, but you don't actually play on the back of the timing that the paranoia is active for. Good little off angle from Xfero, catching Patman just jumping across, and it's a better paranoia that comes through from Monyet, who is playing the flanking angle, shifting towards it. That's a great bonus conversion to come through from RRQ, immediately called for a timeout as PRX, because that round, the way that that happens from beginning to end, I mean, PRX hold off the aggression that may have come towards the A site. They have a rotation idea to be careful of mid as well. But when push comes to shove, you found the advantage, and it dropped through your fingers.
Slipped right through thanks to the late lurks again.
Yeah, slippery Monyet.
3 rounds. Previously was Crazy Guy, this time was Monyet, and it's definitely something that PRX needs to be fully aware of.
For sure. See what this timeout is going to result in for PRX. Because this is the nth hour, right? This is the 5th map on this lower bracket final game series.
It's gonna make you paranoid.
I mean,
all map.
Mate, 2 overtimes that you've lost as PRX. The other 2 maps you've smacked RRQ. This series crumbles. I mean, you got to consider some slight differences on those 2 maps could have got you the victory. Nevertheless, though, new fresh round on the back of a timeout. Sheriffs and a Bucky for Forsaken. Unfortunate for something.
Device to pick up where he left off.
Not the full flash to come out, now the information with the hat removed.
At the very least, there's a sheer wall, but
baited.
That's what that clone does.
Yep, good counter. Always going to be a thing.
The flash baited as well, and then RRQ with mid-round calls over onto A.
But what can Forsaken do with the Bucky?
At the very least, try to hide inside with the movement. Evades the stuns, tries to hop in for a 2nd kill, but Cushy denies it.
Could you imagine if he got another one?
That would be sick, but still, it's not quite the story that we have in our hands. RRQ with the spike plant. PRX on site, but not able to line up the shots. Their site robbed once more. Jing trying to find another headshot, but with that little stack up. Yeah. RRQ, 4-0 currently.
Yeah, so you would assume that the timeout is going to be for this round here, when you got your rifles coming in, when you got that operator to come in for something. You know, it's what I talked about earlier that we were waiting for. Problem with that arc rose as well. It actually flashed behind Jemkin, so it didn't have its full potency. So just with the kills that come in the back of this timeout as well now, where is that operator going to be poised? Is it going to be in through mid for a bit of a play? You know, time and time again, we do see some flash plays come out, but they're going to be spreading across the map. Forsaken with something to hold off the 4 to mid at the moment, and without seeing anything, you got to expect that there's an extremity that's going to start to be explored. Dimensional drift comes on out for Jemkin.
God. If you're PRX, beginning to
he didn't see the corner.
Really uncomfortable right now.
Yeah, doesn't matter though.
Brings himself out of it, especially the Hunter Sphere as well. Something tries to dodge as much as possible. The main thing, though, is the off angle that Jemkin is holding, and he springs out at the right time. Still, though, something managing to eliminate Monyet, which allows for the rest of the team to push out from spawn. Petman now arriving from market, but he needs to kill that much more. Devi only good for 1, and RRQ will trade themselves into another round win.
Yeah, PRX just really wanted to go for the fights there when the Nightfall removed all of those audio and a couple of the HP marks as well, but just jumping on down in towards it when you technically had a bit of a player advantage at that little last scenario, just can't get the advantage. This 3 versus 2 here, the fact that Crazy Guy and Cushy are navigating the angles together, just working their crosshairs across, getting the shots worked. If PRX slowed down a little bit when the 3 versus 2 was there, Could have given themselves a bit of time. Now it's a 5th round for RRQ on this attacking side,
where they have every single advantage possible.
And you would expect this to convert into a 6th as well, unless we see a Thrifty come through for PRX, get the B main control. Bladestorm there, you could pick up a Steel Garden, but you already see xFaero hanging around.
It won't be easy. Something's gonna have to land as much as possible with his blades, the Prowler, the Flash, just for that Steel Garden. The cage propped up though, and something needs to clear so much. RRQ, meanwhile, are just happy to rush it over onto the A side where xFaero continues to mark down the angle as well. Forsaken spams over RRQ. It's Crazy Guy in the corner, and PRX has no earthly clue. A quad kill pulled out from nowhere, and it's 6-0.
Yeah, he's got a little bit nuclear there in that anti-eco, hasn't he? A scenario that the pistols very much could have overwhelmed him. I mean, you got a Seize that goes in there as well, and something just body shots with the blades, not able to find the kill, right? If those two little bits have a bit of a difference, there's an opportunity for PRX to potentially find something. That's going to be a lot of confidence to Crazy Guy there for RRQ. He's not had, you know, the most stellar of kill performances here, but he's trying to call the best game he can for the team coming into this roster.
Not only is he translating the coach's vision in this very map, just full reads, a true journey all the way from ever since VALORANT came out.
And it's one of the most important ones as well, right? To get the opportunity to get into the grand final, the chance to get that #1 seed into Masters Toronto from Pacific. You've already made it there.
Similar plan, and it's PRX trying to suss out as much as possible. Still though, the site relegated, and RRQ will plant their flag firmly down.
Yeah, you got to be watching for a potential flank to come through later from xFaero, but with plant going down, Crazy Guy has an Armageddon. It's a 5 versus 5. There's an Operator. You got to expect probably the Steel Garden from Devi. It comes down now.
Armageddon from Crazy Guy though, and it just blocks everything off. PRX continuing to try to push up front. It's just Forsaken, however. Can he truly find the kills? He's getting salvoed, but with assistance from Patman, they dive down. Jemkin gets out of dodge, straight back into Wine. PRX, they have some numbers though.
No command.
Oh, still trying to find the shots. Patman dodges the shot through, and it's xFaero now off from the top of hell, and PRX have noted his position. The numbers front back once again.
Absolutely needed from PRX here to have just any substance in this map. Dropping the Steel Garden, the null command at the end as well for Patman. Using those ults to just ensure that you've got advantages. You bait out, if you can call it a bait out, the Armageddon, it really buys a little bit of time for RRQ to try and reposition themselves to make the best out of the pistols. Fortunately, doesn't work there, but you've already afforded yourself 6 rounds, right? You've got a lot of padding in this half as RRQ. Build up your economy, buys on buys. Go at it again this time. And see what the differences look like from PRX.
Similar setups, but one thing they can always bet for sure is that they have that confidence to continue going for some of these fights. Prowler again to contend with xFaero.
Yeah, it's just going to make him feel a little bit sticky to stay around, isn't it?
Or to at least alleviate a possible lurk.
Yeah, needs to call for his team to smoke out middle so he can get out of dodge. 0 point is going to buy some time. Joan not spotting too much, but this is the mid-rounding for RRQ. If they do pivot towards B, something's going to be holding the op line. Does he get the Spidey senses tingling, though, that he either needs to move to watch mid or pop the tailwind?
I think he's going to mark for B main instead.
Yeah, a bit more of a better angle for him, and with this slower approach from RRQ, the drone's going to give away the info, so he can really call for his team to come and assist, because he probably needs it.
Need to pull it quick enough. Crazy Guy still with the late lurks. Forsaken's already cleared out mid though, but something. Does he know that they are that close? It's a clone. It's a haunt as well, and Jemkin just does as much as possible to flash himself out.
See what he can do. Snuck himself in towards the logs, but the jewels start to come out in the trades as well.
And it's Forsaken with a little bit more. Patman all the way out from spawn! Triple kill, and it just mows every single RQ player as they try to approach from B main.
Yeah, you're blinking, you missed that one, isn't it? PRX. I mean, how many scenarios do they just want to send all the bodies into the fights this time? Works a bit better than a couple of rounds ago. Cheeky angle, actually, just the sliver scene. But Patman through the smoke, a great flash drive, great shots to come through. Come on, give us the hype. We need the hype.
He's locked in. He needs more rounds before he truly hypes up, but
for sure.
8 kills up right now, 6 for Patman.
Always
RRQ still in the lead.
Always seeing the same stuff in B main though, right? Forsaken and the operator of something. Again, you need to see that gun in his possession to just really have value, you would assume. But now that you've got B control, what do the differences look like for RRQ? They're a little bit closer up to mid.
And that's where xFaro also plays around with the tripwires as well. He waited for that Prowler before he put this one down. And then Jemkin to sneak all the way through into market. Oh, Forsaken aware to check with the Prowler. Sees as well the flash just to push Jemkin away.
Oh, this is the spike down bottom mid. So either you're getting a smoke to get out of dodge, or your eventual plan is to still go towards the B site where you'll have a deep mid smoke potentially. You can disregard that because you've got the whole team with you. Door shut, an avenue of approach. Forsaken holding the info line, a pre-fire spot you would assume.
But too many targets, and unfortunately he meets his doom. Something then immediately turns back around, but the shot has been blocked by the clone. Crazy guy to mark the back as well, and it just buys further time. RRQ will get the site.
Yeah, this is a bit of a rough one for PRX. Neural Theft confirming all the information. There's also the trap wire at the edge of market.
They're up close though, and it's just xFaro inside of main. He can continue to toy with PRX. PRX trying to find the spacing, trying to find the pathing actually into the site. Can they deal with the damage that has been caused? RRQ still holding them off, but Jing not too bad on the damage. Divide with the trades, down to the 1-on-2. Surely you expect inside of Boathouse. He does have the, well, no, not the Arc Rose. Tries to slip over. One side has been smoked off, and it's the double peek. Divide, unfortunately, not able to contend, and RRQ right back the rounds.
Yeah, the wider swing from them works a treat there as well. The fact that RRQ have a bit of a mid-rounding decision to make too, right? When you slip the spike in towards bottom mid, you do consider what is the approach from RRQ. Are they trying to just wait for time for his recon? Are they going to be going forward together as a team, which is ultimately the idea when you know, your Omen and your other boys do back yourselves up. You go silently in approach. PRX have kind of been relinquishing this mid control time and time again, so the adjustment for them now is putting the shear there. So forcing out some adjustments from PRX.
And it's just the thorns around tree.
Batman noted close as well towards that dark cover. Has to change his own approach. Meanwhile, very forward B main control this time from PRX, but Dimensional Drift into the A site. Scope out all the information. This could be an 8th round for RRQ, depending.
Has to find the right timing for the flash as well, but yes, Jemkin might just be able to toy with this alongside the Hunter's Fury, and it completely flushes PRX out of position. Patman unfortunately neutralized. Another one eliminated, and it's a 3v5 retake where an op is at play. Tough situation, but PRX continues to try to spray themselves forward until, yeah, they're gonna have to call it off.
Yeah, you need that operator in play, you would assume, for something. 2 casualties gone. PRX have to just concede this one. We've seen pace changes from RRQ. When you've got that dimensional drift, how often does that just be, you know, kind of the be-all and end-all into a site like A when you've got in combination with a Hunter's Fury, you got salvos too. There's not a lot of places that you can hide as PRX there. That's why you really do need, you know, a null command essentially in those sort of scenarios to counter, because apart from that, you really can't stay around.
There's just no option, no choice. It was 2 ults, but it gives them a much crucial round. RRQ now up 8-2 after the timer expires. And again, it's just compounding effects from everything from the first few rounds, right? A butterfly effect from the late lurks, the presence outside of B, which forces PRX to plant players around these spots. Just buys so much away.
I was going to say, the timeout for PRX, do you consider dropping your second one in this sort of scenario as well? Because you need to have a really big discussion right now. It's Ascent defenses on a change-up of agents coming into this map, but a change-up of agents that you've had some good successes on, right? Against T1, maybe you catch them in a bit of an off day for that second map that they picked in the series. Your attacking side was flawless to close out the map. Your defensive side, I mean, they ended it as an 8-4, right? In the lead. This time, all of the ideas for RRQ working much more of a treat. And what have we seen from PRX, Quack? We've seen B main control upon B main control, getting either the operator on the line or you know, Prowler out from Forsaken, and they hang around. If RRQ are expecting that, they're happy to give it, right? They've got 3 other lanes that they can go through. You go through mid, you go through tree, you go through main.
And that's exactly what this timeout is for. I mean, there's just so much to consider. RRQ being able to toy with PRX in this fashion truly gives them every single advantage that they've been looking for. 8-2. I mean, this is the first time, the first half in this entire series where RRQ is this dominant.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if we are contending upon an overtime scenario, it's PRX that are going to have to make the comeback real, right? It's always been RRQ that have kind of been the trailers. This time, contention in towards the main, and Xvero dispatches of Forsaken. The Hunter's on for something as well.
Just when I thought PRX was equipped in for this round, they immediately get eliminated. Forsaken down, something with the operator, but not able to flick because RRQ has swarmed the site.
Oh, do you even consider a save again? A 2 versus 4. You've got no money. You've got not the greatest weapon. There's the Bulldog in play.
Yeah, well, it's round 11. Might as well just kind of throw everything in, but tripped up as well, Jing. He's been spotted. Xer beginning to push up. Jing might not expect it. He's crouched down as well, but Jing, decent flick. Flashes over onto the back, but oh, the spam's possible. He has to back off. He has to play around safe. He hears the jumps as well, and that will be another kill. Still, though, running out of ammo now. The time working against him. He swapped to a weapon, and that's the precise moment when Monyet peeks out for the kill. It's 9-2. Is it going to be a 10?
Maybe. Very well, maybe. That's the timeout, the PRX call as well, not going their way. The idea that, well, the main controllers I'm speaking about, PRX have been loving trying to gather that, right? Let's just take the fight to them with numbers. Let's get in their face. Let's go quick when they might expect something slow. It works an absolute treat for RRQ. The money in shambles. Digging deep in towards your pocket. It's not the worst for PRX. Vandals, Phantoms, couple ultis. Regen shield in there as well. I mean, Patman, yeah, you've got a Spectre, but if you're null commanding at the right time, you could still assist your team. 0 point for 2. This will command a little bit of a slower start for the beginning of the round to RRQ.
Forsaken taking his time around B main as well. He just sent a hot out, which was shot down, so still holding on to some Prowlers, but the Armageddon into back of A.
Yeah, no dark cover to put at the front of the side at the moment, but the Molly will hold them at bay. Monyet, risky business, I was gonna say if he found that.
Which then the Nightfall in towards B. Forsaken trying to do his best to hold it down. The burst is great. Defiance well up from backside. And it's just crazy, guy. The late lurk this time, completely dismantled. But he will still be able to eliminate Jing for the least. Something to end it off, though. So it's not a 10-2. PRX able to scratch one right back against RRQ.
Switching sides.
Put your hands up if you are a superstitious person out there. The 9-3 curse, is it gonna be real? PRX gonna have to have the blessings go their way in this one, because so far RRQ have just had the better ideas, the better movement around the map, and just affording themselves more buys as well, right? With the layering of rounds that they have. I mean, the 6-0 start really sets them up for the remainder of the half. 3 more extra, they drop 3, yeah, sure. But they are in pole position here to get into that grand final. Which player infuriates you more? Go in already, a duelist that never goes in, or Smoke, a controller that never smokes?
100% controller. You need to be able to smoke off sites. And at least controller, once you're done smoking off, you can push in.
I mean, we do see a lot of duelists be a bit self-sufficient, like a Jet that can get in, or Yori that can get in around the smokes, because you think about the importance in these sort of scenarios, right? How often do we see smoking agents actually die a little bit earlier on, and then the team has to adapt? So sometimes you do get smokes that can't smoke and you have to adapt. If you lose your duelist, well, the team can slowly go in. So I think more infuriating, probably the duelist.
Regardless of that little disagreement.
For the people out there, though, don't be any of them. Go and entry if you play duelist. Go and smoke if you play controller.
Just do everything right. We'll see if PRX can do everything right, though. I mean, again, you mentioned how the first half was perfectly set up by RRQ. Now they're on the defense.
This is such an important pistol round. The stats will not matter.
PRX need it.
If RRQ get the pistol.
If RRQ get the pistol, then this could be over.
Well, we'll see. How nervous are PRX coming in towards this pistol? And they shrug it off, going into their attacking side. Slow and steady in the middle. Cleared out by the stealth drone.
The drone doesn't hear the footsteps truly as well. However, PRX clearing out A little bit. Begun to set themselves up around B.
Got a kill trip towards the switch as well in case we have something fast from something.
Oh, and the 3 from RRQ. Stable to mark down the site. They might have been flashed, but still, they dig deep.
Yeah, but they can't go in at the moment with just the stalling power of the cage, of the salvos.
And look at that trip as well.
So they're going to have to try and go back at it again. Yeah, and the trip, I mean, if you get a dash on towards it, maybe you have some good spam. Maybe someone who plays towards CT, if it's smoked off, can still pepper some bullets there.
Oh, but then for PRX to elect for a B split push instead. Crazy guy, he's found some information.
30 seconds to go. It's going to end up being RRQ have 4 here.
Yeah, exactly, with the trips again as well.
There's the trip.
Up around the survival smokes. Jemkin trying to line up the shots, but something is good for at least one. Devi, though, the trades have to be good, and PRX just continue to waterfall into the side. But look at Jemkin and how slippery he is. Backed into safety.
They got to get the plant and the salvos. They can push you out of position. That's exactly what they do.
And 13 seconds left. The spike plant is not available. Forsaken has to find the kills. Finally, it goes down, and it's just Crazy Guy left. Low HP as well, but still needs to find the 1v2 in position. It just lets time reset just a bit.
If they play high-low at the moment, they could lose their lives. They are.
Crazy Guy. Does he have the shots though? Just ahead onto Petman. And Forsaken with the crouch. The high-low still supports PRX.
That setup as well. If Forsaken gets headshot, the Ghost Bullet, does it go through? Finish him off. That would have been a headset off moment for PRX, you would assume. Jemkin trying to dig deep in there as well, but my oh my, the stalling power, the reads, the fact that PRX still go into the B site. There's no time to change it up. There's no lurk to bring value for them in this pistol round. You got to keep a sword face for them too, because they have a mountain to climb.
Yeah, the swarm works, and well, at least it's one round, which might give them a couple more with the guns afforded up.
Awkward.
Back into B.
Awkward team flash, what could have been? Anti-flash, by the way, for Jemkin.
All the way towards the back and beginning to peek forward.
It's not too often you see a cool little counterplay on the back of the camera like that. Try and flood on in, catch them off guard. But, hey, you weather it, right? And now we wait and we go again by the looks of PRX's positions. This time you got a bit of a rotation from Xfero as well. Just the pistols, though.
As much as possible. Back in for the little peeks, though, off of the timing. Jemkin out by Logs, however, but spotted out thanks to the C's.
Very well stuck here. He's going to have all the utility go his way. Fragment and Thorns.
The spams just to prevent him from escaping. The salvos, though, but then PRX once again with a full arsenal, just happy to look for the fights.
Yeah, so that's 2, right? Always should be good for the second after the pistol, but this is where we get the guns in possession for RRQ, and this is where we really start to see how much effect the first half has on this game, right? They afforded themselves 9-3, 6-round advantage. They can afford a couple of mishaps here and there in this half. They can afford themselves, you know, a chance for PRX to maybe start to make a comeback, but you do have to start to consider for RRQ, right? How long does it take them to recognize what PRX are going to be doing on this attacking side? Are PRX really changing up their approach time and time again?
Not too much currently. Previous round was just a confident B push given the guns, but now you got to really slow things down. And Odin being fired off as well. PRX now aware.
And slowing things down are going to work a treat for RRQ as well, because that allows them to rotate where they need. That allows the likes of Crazy Guy to have the salvos put at the right time. High cam again to spot some early information, though currently gate crash for Jemkin towards the A site where his locale is anyway. So it currently would be a retake scenario if PRX quickly got into the B site.
But that comes down to Xfero as well as Cushy. Again, right? These signature agents, you've got the trips. And if he's able to anchor down well enough.
0 Point is calling for a rotate with Tree not occupied in its entirety. Crazy Guy a little bit behind, but Cushy towards the spawn side of things. So it does look like with 30 seconds to go, it may very well be a bit of a retake scenario.
PRX have managed to slip through. What a lineup for Patman. The trip being noted as well. Devi slowly sneaking himself forward into the one and done. Watching for the angles though. The door's been broken. Devi, oh, not able to hold. Jemkin, this could be the start of the assault, but Patman has grenades. Something trying to hold as well. Dodges the first flash. The second one being sent through by the Omen. And it's just Petman trying to receive contact. But RRQ proves to be overwhelming.
Bonus round going the way of RRQ. They came into it with the better guns, so PRX only some damage for their bonus round. Double digits achieved for RRQ. They're just waiting to see if anyone was going to fall prey into the trap wire for xFero to spray on down, but it never eventuated. So that's a full 5 versus 5 retake that really Jemkin getting a lot of the damage in there with the team to back him up as well. Trade's working out a treat, holding numbers advantages. Now we'll get the full proper buy to come out from PRX, backed up by the Nightfall. You can see an answer back for Jemkin though with that dimensional drift. How stellar has RRQ been when that ability is in play?
Especially for a potential retake. PRX though. Position, a quick Nightfall, but slow down.
Really early to allow something to get up towards the tree. Super quick, but kind of held at bay at the moment. xFero at the glass.
Ooh! Almost domed. Still with the damage found, it's going to be PRX breaking their way into the A side. The Odin eliminating Forsaken. Divide back in though, but not able to take out Crazy Guy.
Just picking up the ultimate of the Armageddon as well in this 3 versus 3.
Spike has been planted at the very least. What are the positions going to be? Dimensional drift to scout.
Could be everything.
Straight into the site. Another smoke. Armageddon out from A main and PRX out of position. Cushy for the kills. It's a double that ends the round.
What a flash. What a flash to come out at the end from Jemkin as well. Patman completely blinded. No, actually, Jemkin's got his 2. It's a self-blind.
You failed. Now.
No words.
I believe that's a self-blind to come on out. I mean, in the 3 versus 3, when you've got the dimensional drift and the Armageddon coming your way anyway, you cannot sit in towards the main. Gotta say, all the info utility and the fact that Crazy Guy just survives with that Odin there too. Ah, he's blinded up by the clone. That's what it is. That's a rough one.
Just that much utility being sent into the wayside, and it's 11-5 now, Komodo. They're running out of chances, and this could be RRQ's very first grand final.
And this is where I talk about the space that they afforded themselves of the first half, right? They can have slip-ups if they want, but if they don't, well, you're just going to keep on carrying on. 12 is the name of the game to hunt on through. That's a quick headshot onto Jing.
Another one found. And then for the trips to come back in online, PRX trying to recover.
Need to see individual brilliance, you feel like, for PRX to come through here, but it does feel like the teamwork of RRQ is at its most potent on this map right now. The angle, Monyet, try and find Patman. Damage done, though, will scare him off.
I mean, teamwork, individual brilliance as well, just to check. And PRX just trying to scavenge this round as much as possible. Patman, if he was able to find one, that would be great, but everything's thrown off balance.
Slowly but surely, up through mid, 45 seconds. Haunt to be broken, head to be removed.
Recognition from RRQ as well, though. They've already put themselves inside a spawn, but something a little bit quicker with the blades takes down Jemkin. Salvos will stop and stall Forsaken. Another kill onto something. Crazy Guy, the IGL leading from the front.
And Patman tagged 4 from Monyet earlier, remember?
There's just no chance. Look at them all stacked up inside a spawn. As soon as Patman reveals himself, this will be series point. Tries to get ahead of it, but there is no chance at all.
Yeah, there was not a snowball's chance in hell in that one for PRX to win, it feels like. 12-5 series point. What does Pilski know that we do not? RRQ weathering through 4 maps here. 2 victories in overtime. 2 clean ones from PRX. Is this where the train gets derailed? Smashing into the mountain.
Just might be.
7 series points.
And it's just way too much for PRX to deal with. The weaponry not too great in this round either. Decent flash over, some space around the middle. Jemkin looking for the peak.
Yeah, stuck at the moment. Will be bailed out by xFero's cage if he wants to try and get out of there. Weathering through the suppression. He'll just skedaddle on through.
Crazy Guy as well, marking tree. PRX though, that's not their true final destination.
No, not at all. They do want to pivot straight towards this B side, though. It might be another retake angle to come through from RRQ, because remember, they have 7 rounds to play with. They can afford to take a couple of losses.
All it takes is one more point for Cushy to get to the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah. Null command, though, for Patman. You feel like he has to drop that in towards this round, potentially. Stave off this retake. There it is, as the plant goes down.
Which won't leave him with too much towards the future rounds. Right now, stuck inside of logs. His position pretty much revealed. A 0 point just to hold even further back as well. Another fragment with some peeks out from spawn now. And they know exactly where Patman is. He will just go in guns blazing though. Just single kill, but traded out by Monyet.
Oh, this lurk.
Something up from the back, and he finds the double necessary. 2 targets left. And unfortunately, this is not over yet. PRX will carry forward.
Yeah, but the investment for them in that round, Quack. The Steel Garden and the Null Command, you're not going to have access to them in the next one. You flip it over, and RRQ, we've got a Hunter's Fury to play with. They're from the shadows. These ultimates can be called ultimate for a reason. They can be round-defining abilities. And as we're talking about right now, it only takes 1 round for RRQ to get into that grand final for a rematch against Gen G. Affording a timeout now. PRX needed this timeout. They need the opportunity to talk things through, because you have to remember, they used both of theirs in the first half, after round number 3 and round number 10. So the fact that RRQ deploy one here, have a conversation early, is a bit of a blessing for PRX.
A double-edged sword for themselves, but we will see. They are the ones on defense. They can pull out something surprising. PRX need to be completely locked in every step of the way. And I'm not entirely sure that they've got it in them, even as a fan myself.
I mean, we just need to see them be a lot more heads up, a lot more clinical in the early information gathering and what they can bait out, what rotations they can draw early. Finding an isolated duel, little by little, could be monstrous right now. I mean, talk about it as well. Crazy Guy currently up on the kills there with 16 with Jemkin.
Oh, and it starts off with a huge explosion up by B. They pushed up. Jemkin gets away with daylight robbery.
Ridiculous.
Hunter's Fury right off the rip as well. PRX trying to dance around it.
They do successfully. But losing something, that's your duelist, your opener. Is that 1 of 5 down for the count to seal the deal here? Rotations already from RRQ to the correct location as well.
That's all they needed. Not really noting too much across the map neither, so.
Good timing on the drone. Just the fact that you reveal that there's still members of PRX here. Keep you at the right location. A paranoia ready to rip from Monyet.
Jemkin in position around stairs as well. Crazy Guy to stall the push with the salvos. And PRX has no recourse but to continue pushing. Jing down and out. And the rest of PRX continue up front. Still though, RRQ have the site completely surrounded. Every position marked thanks to the neural theft. Can they even get the spike down? They try to slow it over with the thorns.
Plant down.
Pushes up from both sides though. You gotta watch for stairs as well as lane. Forsaken trying his best to isolate the angles as much as possible. Takes down the first head. Off to the next one as Patman trades up. And it's just Xpharaoh trying to sneak on over. With discipline, he finds the first, and it's down to the 1v1. Patman needs to come up huge, but he's not able to do it. Xpharaoh has derailed the PRX Express. We've brought this through all this, every destination. And down to the final score, 13-6. 2 overtimes, an incredible first half, and RRQ will soar themselves into the grand finals against old rivals Gen G.
Commiserations to PRX in this one. They had a monstrous effort to get through the group stage when it looks like they were down and out. They start to go, everyone's favorite meme at the moment, track by track. But at the end, they still made it to Toronto. They'll come in with the 3rd seed, but it is RRQ here that get the glory, that get the victory, that get the opportunity. One more series tomorrow to try and lift that trophy. This time here, we didn't have a fist bump in the beginning, Quack, but you know that there's fist bumps at the end here because it's RRQ, ladies and gentlemen, they get that chance again. to the grand final against Gen G tomorrow.
Much love between both teams for sure, but yes, a much coveted opportunity to strike back against Gen G. I mean, how long has this opportunity been eluded for RRQ? 3 years. They brought in Crazy Guy now, and what a map he's called on Ascent.
100%. I'm really excited to see what it's going to look like tomorrow for these guys in that rematch, because they didn't really deliver too much in the previous series, remember? They gotta be really happy though that they got the victory here, despite the fact that it took 2 slog maps on their overtime.
Hard fought and well-deserved win. It's going to be RRQ facing Gen G tomorrow in the grand finals. Congratulations, guys. Jemkin, this one's for you. Oh, okay. You get the number 7, Mike. All right. 네, RRQ의 잼킨 선수 그리고 이웍 감독 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 아, 정말 치열했던 하루였습니다. 먼저 경기 마친 기분이 어떤지부터 물어보고 싶은데요. 워낙 이제 프랜차이즈 리그 출범 이후로 다전제는 처음 치렀는데 걱정은 없었는지, 지금 승리한 기분은 어떤지 잼킨 선수에게 먼저 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations, guys. I mean, how crazy was that series, Jemkin? Your first best of 5s in the Pacific League.
That was actually a crazy game. We lost 2 maps, like 13-3, 13-2. 2 maps we won was all time. I don't know, somehow we win them. Like maybe we got lucky, maybe they, maybe I don't know, they got unlucky, but in the end it was a very nice game.
아, 진짜 오늘 경기 정말 미친 것 같다고 얘기를 하고 2 맵을 내주게 됐는데 진짜 대패해가지고 나머지 3개 이긴 게 너무 좋고, 어떻게 그렇게 졌는지 잘 모르겠고, 뭐 페이퍼렉스도 좋은 경기를 펼쳐줬는데 그래도 이제 마지막까지 이겨내고 승리할 수 있어서 너무 좋은 경기였다고 얘기를 합니다. 이어서 이웍 감독님도 RRQ 이제 퍼시픽 첫 결승 진출에 성공했거든요. 정말 오랫동안 간절히 바랬던 순간일 것 같은데 지금 어떤 심정인지도 여쭤보고 싶네요. 이웍, it's going to be RRQ's first ever appearance in the Pacific Grand Finals. I know you've been working so hard for so long for this moment. So, you know, how does it feel? Unreal?
Feels like it's time for revenge against Gen G. I think it's been a long time coming. We played really poorly yesterday. Even today, at times, we looked really bad. But I'm really proud of the guys in terms of how we brought it back. I was really happy with how the last map went. So I think happy overall with how the mental side was.
먼저 이 젠지에게 복수할 시간이 다가온 것 같다라는 생각이 가장 먼저 든다고 얘기를 하는데, 사실 어제 또 조금 삐그덕거린 느낌이 없지 않아 있었지만 그래도 오늘 선수들이 정말 멘탈 관리도 잘 해줬고, 그리고 끝까지 너무너무 잘해줘서 특히나 마지막 어센트에서 너무나도 잘해준 것 같아서 참 자랑스럽다고 얘기를 하는데요. 말씀해주신 것처럼 오늘 첫 번째 맵 프랙처를 승리하지 못했잖아요. 크게 내줬는데 빠르게 멘탈을 다 잡았습니다. 좀 어떤 얘기가 있었는지 여쭤보고 싶네요. I mean, the series went back and forth, but you know, mentality is pretty much important. It's crucial when it comes to the best of 5s. And you guys had that huge loss, right, to start with, starting on the back foot. So, you know, what did you tell the guys to make sure that they were able to reset the mentality?
Well, we've prepared since the last week. We prepared. We want to play all 5. We're mentally ready to play all 5. So just because you lose the first map doesn't mean it's over. So I think we didn't really get to play. We were not shooting back, and I don't know. Brain was a little bit off. We made a lot of mistakes. We looked like a real rookie team first map, but I'm glad that we showed what we are capable of a little bit later on.
아, 워낙 지난주부터 그냥 5개의 맵을 모두 플레이할 각오로 임했기 때문에 멘탈적으로도 좀 준비가 됐었고, 그리고 첫 번째 맵 내준다고 해서 크게 뭐 승부에 지장이 가는 건 아니다라는 마음가짐으로 임했다고 얘기를 하고요. 첫 번째 맵에서는 뭔가 손도 안 풀려서 총도 제대로 못 쏜 것 같고, 또 뇌도 이제 뇌를 일깨울 시간이 더 필요했던 것 같은데, 그래도 좀 멘탈적으로 이 다전제에 좀 준비를 많이 했기 때문에 오늘의 승리가 있었던 것 같다고 얘기했습니다. 자, 그러면 잼킨 선수, 또 펄이 오늘의 첫 번째 승부처가 아니었나 싶은데 펄에서 0.03초 해체로 인해서 스노우볼이 많이 굴러갔고 어쨌든 결과적으로 보면 어센트까지 경기를 끌고 갈 수 있었던 거거든요. 그 0.03초 심정은 어땠는지 궁금합니다. I feel like you know, having Pearl under your belt was pretty much very important when you look across the whole series, what happened today. And I think a lot of the momentum kind of swung your way after that 0.03 defuse. So what was it like just watching Xfero diffusing it?
To be honest, I think we said, no time, something like that. We didn't know that, but somehow I diffused to have it before that, and Xfero had time, like 0.3 seconds, so like, I guess we got a little bit lucky with that.
Were you happy?
Yeah, because we don't need to play qualification.
일단은 진짜 그 해체하는 순간에 시간 없을 것 같은데 라고 얘기를 했는데 뭐 어떻게 된 건지 모르게 갑자기 해체가 완성이 되고 그 라운드를 이겼기 때문에 너무 기뻤고 많은 것들이 달려있던 경기였고 맵이었기 때문에 진짜 너무 기분이 좋았고 약간 운이 많이 좋았던 것 같다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 마지막 랩 어센트 정말 스코어를 많이 벌리면서 시작했는데 어센트 들어가기 직전에 자신감은 얼마나 있었는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. And also, you know, it all came down to how you guys performed on Ascent. So how confident were you in your Ascent heading into that map, Jemkin?
To be honest, super confident. We know Ascent is a good map, and we prepared. We knew it's going to be Ascent at one point in this best of 5, so we came like with a positive mindset that like we know the stronger team on Ascent.
너무 자신이 있었다고 얘기를 하고요. 준비도 많이 했었고 뭔가 느낌이 좀 어센트가 마지막 맵으로 나올 것 같다, 디사이더로 나올 것 같다라는 생각이 있어서 정말 많이 준비를 했고 페이퍼렉스 상대로도 자신감이 있었기 때문에 이렇게 오늘 자신감 있게 승리를 거머쥘 수 있었다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그럼 이혁 감독님 아까 말씀해주신 것처럼 또다시 결승전에서 젠지를 만나야 하는데 확실하게 복수를 하고 이기기 위해서는 어떤 점이 중요할까요? 이혁, as you said, you know, it's time to get your revenge on your nemesis Genji in the grand finals. What do you think the team needs to do to make sure that you lift the trophy and also get that win?
I think maybe this time we need to shoot back. Yesterday we didn't do much of that. So hopefully tomorrow we can just come and just really kind of fight with them. They're also a really strong team. I think they're probably definitely they deserve to be in the grand final. So I think it should be a really good match, and yeah, I hope that we can win.
일단 총을 잘 쏘고 젠지만큼 총싸움을 잘해야겠다. 그게 급선무다라고 말씀을 하시는데요. 어제는 좀 총이 안 맞았고 그리고 좀 많이 위축돼 있었던 느낌이라면 내일은 자신감을 가지고 젠지 선수들이 잘 쏘는 만큼 RRQ도 이렇게 총싸움 그리고 좋은 에임을 보여줘야 할 것 같고 사실 젠지가 너무 잘하는 팀이고 충분히 결승전에 올라갈 만한 저력이 있는 팀인 걸 인정하기 때문에 그만큼 RRQ도 단단히 준비하고 또 자신감을 갖고 총을 잘 쏴야 될 것 같다고 얘기를 합니다. 그러면 이제 잼킨 선수에게 내일의 각오 물어보도록 할게요. 총 얼마나 잘 쏠 건가요? 오늘처럼 잘 쏠 건가요? Jemkin, are you gonna shoot back tomorrow?
I will try my best, but I don't know if I'm happy that we played Genji for like 10th time, like since last year. Always playing against them. I don't know, but I hope I'm gonna shoot back tomorrow.
Okay. 젠지 만나서 작년부터 젠지를 상대한 지 한 10번 된 것 같은데 그때마다 좀 총이 안 맞는 느낌이지만 내일은 정말 총 잘 쏴서 잘 맞출 수 있도록 노력해보겠다고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 잼킨 선수 그리고 이혁 감독 만나봤습니다. 다시 한번 축하드립니다. Thank you, Jemkin and I혁. Good luck tomorrow in the grand finals. You guys deserve it.
Thank you.
And that's good night from us on stage. We'll catch you guys tomorrow in the grand finals on time. It's going to be RRQ facing on Genji.
For the first time, RRQ makes the grand finals here on VCT Pacific. It's going to be so exciting to see I guess the new El Clasico Pacific, Gen G versus RRQ as the grand finals for this stage 1. There are many reasons to celebrate, but one thing that I think we shouldn't celebrate is how on earth did Pilski get that prediction right?
I mean, I don't know.
What did you do?
I didn't do anything.
What did you sacrifice?
It was all RRQ. I think, honestly, at multiple points in this series, RRQ definitely could have lost. Like, PRX had won some very close maps, some very one-sided maps, and RRQ scraped 2 OT wins across the line. Definitely could have been a different scoreline today, but RRQ stuck it out, and when it went to map 5, they were the much better team. I think it was a game plan diff, great effort from the coaching staff, but I really want to give Crazy Guy his flowers. I was standing up here looking down at the arena and I could hear this guy screaming his head off. Even when he was dead, he was calling for util. He was calling for smokes on the site, drones. He was micromanaging the retake. As an IGL, he has really stepped up for RRQ when he was needed.
He is legit so loud. I could hear him in my ear as if I was part of
arena.
Yes,
legit.
I mean, we're all part of RRQ at that point.
Also, his individual level this map was crazy. There was so many times he was getting these 3Ks, people were swinging him, and he's just owning consistently. What a time for RRQ to look alive. You know, we saw 2 maps go dominantly the way of PRX. Then, of course, the overtime games that they managed to scrape across the line. This map 5 was the first time where I thought, wow, RRQ really deserved to win this series. And, you know, we can't take anything away from them. They will be heading in that final tomorrow, trying to get revenge on Gen G.
We'll give some props, though, to Forsaken. He had a monstrous series. He was something like plus 38 this series across all the maps, flexing on all the roles. I believe he had some family in the audience tonight as well, and he was playing his absolute bloody heart out. He really wanted that PRX dub. He wanted another crack at the grand final, and all of PRX playing pretty well individually today. Very high level that they showed today. Definitely a winnable series, but unfortunately, when it came down to Ascent, I felt like RRQ, particularly that attacking side, they had the perfect approach, they had the perfect game plan from the coaching staff and executed beautifully in the server by Jemkin on that duelist. Incredibly consistent, great calls from Crazy Guy and Xfero as well. Like, this guy has had some big game performances. On the Cypher, on Ascent, he was absolutely key. He had a big series against TRX as well. When he really fires up, you know, it gives RRQ a new level.
I feel like the way he played that Cypher, especially around B main, was so good. Disrupted something. But of course, Jemkin is our match MVP because all the way across this series, he was absolutely firing. We've been speaking about this man all year as one of the front runners of, you know, arguably best
duelisting.
player.
Of duelisting overall.
He topped so many metrics. He's unbelievable, and he's really got his team now to that final where they're looking for revenge.
Oh yeah, and of course, sure, production, bring it up again. Just remind us about how Pilski is the only one.
Yeah, I mean,
only one to get this right.
Play. I don't know how you got this.
I mean, look, I believe that across a large sample size, RRQ would win this series. I felt like they were quite a consistent team, but this just goes to show the level of work and effort that both of these teams have really put in at the end of the day. RRQ has been an incredibly consistent team in Pacific. I've loved what I've seen from them, and they really showed all of that on Ascent. But PRX as well, like, they didn't get rolled in this series. It was definitely winnable for them, so I'm just happy we got a good game.
I'm happy that both these teams get to go to Toronto.
Yes.
That's the main thing. That's what's more important. I think they've both shown that they're able to represent our region incredibly well, and I can't wait to see them play at Masters.
I'm super excited. I actually thought Pilski was going to say, oh, the hard work and effort that I put into predicting.
I love Ewok. I love the boys. Like, honestly, I'm a huge fan of this team. So it felt wrong to go for PRX for me because RRQ has just been grinding, man.
That's very interesting. I feel like because RRQ like generally might not be at the top of everybody's like lists maybe, but you can't hate them. You can't hate them. You have to be happy that they won.
They're just a good team. And it's great to see a good team win. It's honestly, for me, it's sad when a team that grinds really hard loses. And I definitely thought they could have lost today. And you can even see they're very frank about things, even in the interview. Ewok's like, wow, we're terrible on some of those maps, to be honest. We just weren't doing anything. We didn't shoot back against Gen G yesterday, but I'm happy that the effort paid off and we won.
Hey, we're going to try and shoot tomorrow as we enter our grand finals. Let's bring up our playoffs bracket to see the journey thus far, leading all the way up to how it all wraps up. And that'll be the grand finals tomorrow with Gen G versus RRQ. This is a landmark match. The first time it's happening as a grand finals match here in Pacific. Do you feel like all this time, all those rematches of Gen G versus RRQ were maybe hinting at this.
Perhaps. The thing is, in the upper finals, I mean, they said it themselves in the interview, Ewok said it himself, they got stomped. But that is not what usually happens between these teams. Usually, it's a very tight game that's winnable for RRQ, and then they throw it away, and you get some amazing calls or some hero plays for Gen G. Gen G is in top form right now. They are definitely the favorites coming into that final.
Oh, yeah.
Form-wise, they have a veto advantage. They are the hard favorites for that final. But I want to see what RRQ can put together tomorrow.
Oh, definitely. And again, as we mentioned earlier, they are that team that, despite everything, they do have that very strong potential to come back. I mean, I think Ewok himself has pointed out that every single one of his players can actually go from 0 kills to suddenly topping everything in the next map.
I was so impressed by their composure, managing to get the overtimes across the line, you know, having that stamina for a full best of 5 and really showing it. I think they peaked in that series in the 5th map, which is incredibly impressive for such a young team. So I think they are definitely improving, and they just need to show up composed tomorrow, and they have a real shot of lifting
all
that
good.
trophy.
Only like 3 to 5 more maps to go in a small sample size. You know, all good. More stamina needed tomorrow.
I'm sold. I'm sold. I'm on the RQ train now as well. Like, I have fun on the PRX train, and commiserations to them. But hey, 3rd place is not bad at all, and they will still be qualifying, of course, to Masters Toronto. But for our grand finals, I think I want to get on the RQ train now.
Yeah.
Maybe I do. It looks fun.
With you.
It looks fun.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah.
I'll be there. We'll see you tomorrow.
He looks like it's just prepare yourself. You're going to have some heartbreak before we actually get to the fun part. But we hope we see you guys at the fun part, the funnest part of all, which will be the grand finals of VCT Pacific Stage 1 tomorrow. Gen G versus RRQ. We'll see you guys. That's it from us here on the desk. See ya.
Big amount of players though here for RRQ, challenging. Something low. Crazy guy gone. Devi as well. Look at this, he's just already out game, man. It's not gonna be easy, certainly as soon as he peeks. Let's go, G! Out, it's the ace for Devi, just to kick things off. 11, and right now it's the same execute. PRX spike not yet needing to be established. Spike dropped on the floor. PRX looking to flood towards the side. The shots from Jemkin though. Superb. Taps forward again and again, and he knows that Jing is pinned down. Spots him out, and that's gonna be the ace. Jemkins in the very first OT. Final scoreline of 14-12. Jemkins taking down the spike to halfway now, and the pressure is on. Something looking for the kills. The time continues to beep, and that's when the shorty gets pulled out, but the shots, they've whiffed, and it's Xfero sticking it all the way through. Down to the final 0.3 second. This time now, he's finding himself in a pinned down position. However, Xfero though, still needing to pick up the spike, and Petman recognizes that. Swaps back around, that's a 3rd, a 4th! Petman, what are you made of? Ladies and gents, we have got a truly full series. Forsaken spams over RQ. It's Crazy Guy in the corner, and PRX has no earthly clue. A quad kill pulled out from nowhere. Opportunity for PRX to potentially find something. RRQ will soar themselves into the grand finals against old rivals Gen G.